So guys, hello everyone, welcome back to my stream. Nein, Spaß. Auf jeden Fall, warum ist das jetzt offen hier? Ich weiß gar nicht mehr, was ich sagen wollte. Irgendwas wollte ich noch sagen. Ach so, genau. Das Ding ist, wisst ihr, was ich hasse? Ich hasse es, wenn Menschen so extremst toxisch sind. Ja, so richtig eklig, hässlich, toxisch. Ja, die Menschen, die einen halt gar nichts gönnen. Ja, diese Leute sind Trash. Ja, das ist das Erste. Diese Leute sind Trash. Das Zweite ist, man sollte sich von solchen Leuten fernhalten, weil die wollen einen nichts Gutes. Ja, diese Leute wollen einen nichts Gutes. Diese Leute wollen einfach nur, sorry, Toxicity, irgendwie so Toxicity, also schlechte Laune verbreiten, ja, allgemein einfach nur das Schlechte für euch. Das ist das Ding. Solche Leute wollen euch nicht voranbringen. Sie sind nicht eure Unterstützer, sie sind nicht eure Freunde, bei weitem nicht eure Freunde und werden halt auch nie, es sind auch keine guten Menschen. Ja, das ist halt das Ding. Es sind halt auch keine guten Menschen. Und der allerletzte Punkt ist, dass diese Leute niemals, ja, diese Leute werden niemals etwas erreichen. Diese Leute werden für immer in ihrer Bubble bleiben, ja, in ihrer Toxic Bubble, so wie ich das so schön, also so wie ich das halt so nenne. Ich nenne es halt so, ne, Toxic Bubble, passt eigentlich ganz gut. Die Schatten, die schotten alles um sich ab, ja, also die schotten sich ab, leben nur in ihrer Bubble und alle anderen sind scheiße, ja. Man selber ist der Beste, aber alle anderen sind scheiße. Ja, und das Ding ist, ich bin da anders, ja. Wenn ich sehe, dass da wirklich Leute sind, die mich supporten, die nicht irgendwie toxisch zu mir sind, genau das ist halt das Ding, ja. Früher war ich nicht so ein Mensch. Früher war das so, dass, ja, ich quasi alle akzeptiert habe in meinem Umfeld und auch nie schlecht über die gedacht habe. Tue ich bis heute nicht, ja. Ich packe keine Leute in die Schublade, aber mein Denken hat sich insoweit hin schon verändert. Ja, einfach weil ich mit solchen Leuten in Kontakt gekommen bin. Ja, war halt quasi wasted time, ja, muss man einfach so sagen. Weil, was hat mir das gebracht, mit solchen Leuten in Kontakt zu sein? Und, tja. Also eigentlich haben wir hier am Tisch gesessen. Ich habe gestern eigentlich gar nichts gemacht, aber anscheinend wird das irgendwie, keine Ahnung. Ist er automatisch aufgestanden oder so. So, wir machen jetzt auf jeden Fall erstmal die tägliche Mission. Dafür müssen wir nach Inazuma. Und dann hierhin teleportieren erstmal. Hier haben wir die erste Mission, die erste tägliche Mission. Und ja, also wenn ihr auch solche Leute seid, ja, die so toxisch, eklig sind, sich für das Beste halten und denken, sie sind krass und alles, obwohl ihr nicht krass seid, ja. Weil es wird immer jemand krasseren geben. Aber ihr könnt trotzdem die beste Version von euch selbst sein, ja. Das sei euch gesagt. Ihr könnt trotzdem die beste Version von euch selbst sein. Und das probiere ich ja. Ja? Ich probiere halt so gut es geht, solche Leute auszublenden, ja, irgendwie gar nicht darauf zu reagieren. Aber es ist nicht immer einfach, ja. Und ganz ehrlich, ich brauche nicht eure Abos oder eure Likes, ja. Wenn ihr mich nicht mögt, ey, ist mir scheißegal, ja. Ich mag euch auch nicht, ja. Aber die Leute, die mich supporten, die mich unterstützen, die selber auch nicht toxisch sind, ja, das ist mir wichtig, dass ihr selber auch nicht toxisch seid, wenn ihr ein Abonnent von mir seid. Oder halt meine Videos anschaut, ja, dass ihr selber nicht toxisch seid, sondern dass ihr ganz normale, ganz, ja, liebe Menschen seid, ja. Ich hoffe ehrlich, dass das halt quasi, dass man das irgendwie hinbekommen kann oder so. Ich weiß es nicht. Es ist natürlich nicht einfach. Ja, es ist nicht einfach, definitiv nicht. Aber so ist das halt. Was soll man dazu sagen?
What's the hurry?
Ich muss jetzt erstmal die ganze Zeit auf die Tasten klarkommen irgendwie. Keine Ahnung. Oh mein Gott. Hallo. Noch mehr Gegner im Anmarsch. Ja.
Freeze!
Steady as stone, as a dutiful maid would. Eat this!
Dodge this! This moment will be frozen in time.
Ist. Ja, also auf jeden Fall, das ist mir wichtig. Dass ihr selber nicht toxisch seid. Und wenn ihr ein Abonnent von mir seid und meine Videos schaut, dass ihr selber nicht toxisch seid. Weil ich selber will auch keine Toxicity spreaden, ja. Also ich will keine Toxigkeit verbreiten und schlechte Laune oder sonst irgendwas, sondern ich will halt schon positiven Content machen. Und ich will dich auch nicht belügen oder so und betrügen. Es gibt ja Leute, die das machen, ja, die ihre Zuschauer, ihre Abonnenten, was auch immer betrügen. Das soll ich nicht tun. Ja. Und wie gesagt, ich will halt wirklich schauen, dass ich das so gut wie möglich schaffe halt. Quasi. Und dass ich mich auch selber dran halte. Auch wenn es nicht immer einfach ist, ja. Ich bin auch nur ein Mensch. Ich komme da nicht weiter, ja egal, scheiß auf den. Bro, wie viele Stationen sind das bitte?
This moment will be frozen in time. What's the hurry?
Leave it all to me. Time to clean up.
Dodge this!
Oh, ich muss den killen. Scheiße.
Disappear!
Get them!
What's the hurry?
Wieso Herausforderung gescheitert? Hä? Ich check das nicht. Wieso ist die Herausforderung gescheitert?
What's the hurry?
Das check ich nicht.
What's the hurry?
Also ich will wirklich nicht schlechte Laune verbreiten
What's
oder
the
so.
hurry?
Ne? Deswegen,
Nice and spicy.
Dodge this. Freeze. Oh, so sorry.
I must leave no stone unturned. Leave it all to me. I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance. Booba, get them!
Cool it. What's the hurry? Freeze.
äh,
Dodge this.
Nice and spicy.
Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time. What's the hurry? Dodge this. Freeze. What's the hurry?
Race you!
Frostbite. Cool it.
Nice and spicy. As a good night should.
Herausforderung gescheitert? Wieso? Ich check das nicht. Ich habe doch den Ballon zum Ziel geführt, oder nicht? Ach so, zerstöre den Schleimballon. Oh, ich bin so lost. Ich sollte vielleicht mal lesen, was da steht.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance. Nice and spicy.
Freeze.
Eat this! Leave it all to me. Yeah. Bubba, get them!
Wind blade.
Okay. Ich dachte, ich muss den Ballon beschützen. Gut. Dann haben wir die Mission jetzt. Warte mal, die haben wir fertig, die haben wir fertig. Die brauchen wir noch. 2 tägliche Missionen. Müssen wir noch machen. Ja. Das war auf jeden Fall ein Fail meinerseits. Ich entschuldige mich dafür, dass ich nicht gelesen habe.
Let's get down to business. It's my lucky day.
Zerstöre Helichel-Wachtürme.
Nice and spicy.
Na, diesmal habe ich es gelesen.
So sorry.
So. Da ist der nächste.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Dodge this.
So, und da ist die letzte Mission. Wir müssen nicht mal die Gegner killen, also das ist ganz nice. Kann man sich so Zeit sparen. So, wo ist jetzt die letzte Mission? Warte mal. Da. Da. Es ist eine Zeitmission. Nee. Vernichte alle Gegner. Okay.
Nice and spicy.
Wind blade. Dodge this. Free. With the wind. Dodge this. Cool it. Freeze. This moment will be frozen in
Bubba, get them!
Dodge this. Cool it. Don't push him. Dodge this. Frostbite. Ha, ha, freeze.
Gut, dann sind wir damit fertig. Und dann gehen wir zur Abenteurergilde. Das dauert einen Moment. So, wo ist die? Da hinten ist sie.
Ad Astra. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra ab. Ad Astra. Ad Astra ab.
Gut, dann haben wir das.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
Sorry I'm late, Nilu.
Oh, Dunyarzad. It was taking you so long that I Uh-oh. But if Dia's here, that means you got caught.
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our...
Oh,
Oh, meet the Traveler and Paimon, my two newest friends. They're visitors who just arrived.
so you're followers from another land?
Ich will sie nicht anlügen. Komm.
Oh, really? Well, that's okay. By the way, Dunyarzad,
You're very welcome. It's the only thing I could do.
probably?
Wow! This place is amazing!
Not bad. Last time I was here, the stairs were full of holes.
The stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zub, we reported it to the academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal with it. We didn't want anything bad happening, so we...
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us. They probably think it would be best if the theater closed down We can't let that happen, though. Not only would everyone involved in the theater go hungry, thank the Dendra Archon for Dunyarzad, but the more she gave us, we hired someone to patch up the tree. The stage is going to be even prettier when it's festival time.
And I can't wait to see you on the stage. You've been practicing so long already. It's...
It's our dream.
Milu, what are you?
She'll be dancing the dance of Sub-Zeros.
Dunyarzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
I only told them about the Greater Lord and Lesser Lord, so...
Okay. Then I'll tell. According to legend, the Sub-Zeros festival was a long, long time ago. On one of... Some of the gods got drunk. One started playing music, and the Greater Lord, as she danced upon the grass, countless those brilliant purple flowers became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored. Of course they did. When people mention the gods, although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. This outfit I'm wearing is apparent, though we're just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to...
Milu, you of all people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the Dendra Archon.
They symbolize the goddess of flowers, after all. It's just a shame.
Yeah. The Greater Lord brought forth Patisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers.
Thinking about the goddess of flowers dance makes me wish I could have seen it. If my stage were anything like that. So, Traveler and Paimon?
All of Lesser Lord Kusanali's followers will be there for her birthday.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea! Hey, come on! There's nothing wrong with enjoying a festival. Besides, it's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday!
So how about we all attend the Sub-Zeros festival together?
Dunyarzad, let me show you which stage decorations we've picked out so far. Traveler and Paimon, if everyone at the Grand Bazaar loves Lesser Lord Kusanali, and we're all
In that case, we'll take a look around. Whoa! What's with your yellow hair? And did you know that the Sub-Zeros festival is about to happen? There'll be loads of fun things to do at the festival.
Huh. Revamping the stage for the festival couldn't have been easy. I don't know much about the Grand Bazaar, but I do know that the residents here have a Oh, and the perfume sold around here is a lot better than what you'll find elsewhere. I mean...
Things are really shaping up, and there's a buzz around the festival this year. We're expecting people from... Don't be fooled into thinking that Sumeru City has the best of it. And when it comes to musicians, dancers, or singers, the Grand Bazaar's got the best of the best. Sure, those...
Dancing at this as a child. I even asked my grandmother why My grandmother said that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata is a beloved deity and honored by the Sub-Zeros festival has been losing its appeal over the years.
your outfit looks amazing. There's also...
I thought I'd add a little extra pizzazz to my dress.
Wow, did you sew all that?
Uh-huh. Sewing is a fundamental skill for everyone in the theater company because... I've noticed that you can't keep your...
May I?
Of course. The legends say that the goddess of flowers had beauty.
Hey! Is that who Paimon thinks it is? It looks like Catherine. Huh. Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild. This is the first time we've ever seen her taking a break. Hey, Catherine!
Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon!
Whoa. Break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual. Paimon was still waiting for her to say Ad Astra Abyssosque.
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't require... But saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. But take you two, for example.
Well, we enjoy traveling across Teyvat and all that, but we're mainly looking for...
Yes, you should keep searching. Sometimes the
Huh. Haven't we heard someone say something pretty similar recently?
No, not particularly. I guess you could say that I'm loving the recent atmosphere here. If festivals bring happiness to everyone, then... Oh, it looks like it's about time for...
Alright, we'll see you next time at the Adventurers Guild. Oh, by the way, thanks for connecting us with the Arab...
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here.
There's something really...
Hey, Traveler. Paimon.
Oh, hey, Dia. What's going...
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Are you serious?
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. I'll need to take you two somewhere and ask some... my lady is feeling a little worn out at the moment. Nilu's found a place for her to rest.
Sounds like a plan. Let's head over to the Citadel of Rexar and wait for Dia.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen...
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia.
It's called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work...
Look, Dia's...
Listen, I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunyarzad very long, but I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see you... Oh, hey, Chief.
Ah, Dia. What are you doing here?
I take it you all know each other already?
We met this morning after the Adventurers Guild pointed us to Ozfun.
No kidding. So, where's Ruksha? I thought I'd help these two out by asking about the
Ruksha's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered Sumeru City to begin bolstering its defenses, so people from all over... Since you've already mentioned the theft.
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a
I suppose that's one way to look at it. Let me fill you in. The Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an important package for... The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the map...
You two have heard of Port Ormos, haven't you? It's the largest commercial port in all of Sumeru. The Academia's grip isn't long enough to reach all the way to Port Ormos, so the city's a
Apparently what was lost has a great deal to do with the Akasha. If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves. If you want...
Are you serious, Chief? All the Academia students are in Sumeru City, you know.
If you're also...
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here for the Homayani fam. And take it from me, if you two really do decide to visit Port Ormos, you'd best watch your backs. There are even some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru for King Deshret."
You bet they are. King Deshret's been dead for thousands.
Not everyone's like you, Chief. Even the desert natives who abandon their homes in the wood. Well, Traveler, that's...
Thanks, Dia! Since we've gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City...
Miss Dunyarzad is looking forward to seeing you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival, so be sure to get... Good. Then we'll see you both...
Was? Ormos. Das ist ein weiter Weg.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry? That's following orders.
Okidoki.
Come and have a good look yourself.
You've got a deal.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are nearly an open...
Wow! Talk about hurly-burly! This place is busy! Well, guess that's only to be... Ooh. We know that whatever the Academia lost is related to the gods. Osfund told us to try posing as Academia students. Paimon doesn't get it. Won't we look even more suspicious? Well, given all the people that come through here every day, if there's any...
Welcome. Welcome.
Hi there. We would like to ask you a question.
Of course. Especially around this time of year. Students, many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the academia, let alone graduate. But sure, we may not be Sumeru City, but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and you see over there? Those are students from the academia. They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got... If you ask me, the life of a merchant is better.
Those students seem to be discussing something. Like...
It's no good. I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that...
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about King Deshret and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them. What was that?
They're called Ain el Akhmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after...
Wait, come again?
Don't you see? Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the academia. It's because the kind of goods that I've heard that Ain el Akhmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're...
Wait, did you say 500,000? If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever afford to buy what we're looking for? I guess we might as well give up on trying to
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady
I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in.
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche field of research? And shady knowledge? It all sounds pretty suspicious to Paimon. So, what's our plan? Wait, didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 mora! Have you lost your mind? Oh, alright. Paimon...
Ich habe 500,000 Mora, das ist kein Ding. Das ist nicht teuer. Doch, ist eigentlich schon teuer. Aber egal. Mora ist entbehrlich. Have you lost your mind? Paimon, okay.
This is the place we heard those students talking about. Let's find a seat somewhere and see if we can spot the group they mentioned.
Oh, you've arrived. Please, take a seat.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe with the boss? Huh! Once we reclaim the power of King Deshret, they'll be the first.
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now is the Caracal Battalion.
They've also amassed a significant...
How can the Caracal Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick
Yeah, with Boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back.
Huh. All these guys talk about is King Deshret, so they're probably the one...
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when King Deshret exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too.
What's going on? How can there be Kaipaki?
Oh, so then
Huh? Who are you? What do you want? A student? Huh. What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos? Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
Paimon can't stand to see so much more ago.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there. Hmm? Well, what are you waiting for?
Oh, that's right! We heard you mention King Deshret just now. We're actually interested to know more.
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I got... As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of King... Years ago, King Deshret founded the great desert nation that was our home. King Deshret was the rightful god of wisdom, but he was betrayed by a companion.
So, you mean...
Greater Lord Ruka Devata, yes. That shameless wretch destroyed King Deshret's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the... Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the But the story doesn't end there, oh no. King Deshret isn't true. Mark my words, our god shall return. And when that day comes, all followers of the traitor and all the desert dwellers who have forgotten their true god... If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be too late for you to become a believer of King Deshret. I don't have anything to say to you Academia people about that. I think this conversation...
Not just yet. This man is a fraud.
Huh?
You again? Deranged Academia loon...
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you. Once you show up, they keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to...
Hey! Shut it all, Hatham! What are you playing at, trying to root...
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my...
Ha! The boss made it perfectly clear...
Yes, and in no uncertain terms.
I'm warning you. Don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't usually get rough with people from the Academia because it just complicates things.
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to a physical one, I accept. After all, even the Archon... If, on the other hand, we can't agree on any means of negotiation at all, I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all. I am quite confident that if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me. Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise... Consider this. Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
This guy is really out of his mind.
Okay then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 Mora to them.
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food yet.
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it.
Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Emirites red. Plus, he seems to know a lot about what's...
Oh, nice. Okay, ich habe meine 500.000 Mora zurückbekommen.
What do you want? No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. Oh, I advise you to keep your distance from them. Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future. All right. Goodbye.
Hold your horses! We still have something to ask. Since you tore through their scam right in front...
Who exactly are you two? A student. Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
Huh? Oh, yeah! He's really strong. Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange?
He doesn't even have a vision. Forget it.
Maybe not, but he can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those hot-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of backup for your next meeting.
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper? If you're searching for someone who's helped, we'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't matter.
So, since you were happy to give us this merchant's information...
You were willing to part with 500,000 Mora for something and you didn't even know what it was? Okay. Well, if you truly are as skilled as you claim... Look, if you've been making inquiries, then you have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
We know it's connected to the Academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it...
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before. This is what you've been looking for.
Huh? Paimon can't tell what it is.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge. Anyone who links it to their personal Akasha terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents. Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha, which heavily regulates who can access what information.
That's,
It's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha. But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. Over the past century, a wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the Academia. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them, well, I think that about sums it up. Oh, so that's your... With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer. You're still resolved. Fine. Let's talk.
Immer hartnäckig bleiben, Leute. Immer hartnäckig bleiben.
Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must... I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant. Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit, she's guarded against people from the Academia because most of her wares don't comply with... I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any... Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for...
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
What?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password. Beyond the password, though, I have no way of knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
This is kind of nerve-wracking.
The true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for Mora and a shrewd eye for wares, and I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her highest quality wares and earn her approval.
What? We only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Is that something we can learn quickly?
That's true. Have you two heard of elemental sight? Oh, that's a surprise. Guess I'll have to... Here are 2 knowledge capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
They look the same to...
Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through element. That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. The more powerful... However, some canned knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times. So using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure, but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here's the Mora for purchasing canned knowledge. Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any Mora left over, just keep it. Oh, and be sure to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately.
Matra?
They belong to the Academia's regulatory body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. The Matra are razor sharp. You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you two want to back out, now's the time. Okay, then we have a deal. If you succeed in your dealings with Dory.
Looking at what Al-Haytham wrote, Dory's informant is a traitor near Old Ormos. Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
Wait, are you sure you're remembering that right? Hyman doesn't think it was that on the paper.
What a unique palate. We have unripe horror fruits, but we usually keep them in...
Following the paper got us past the first round.
Roanoke, these two want to buy unripe horror...
Got it. You two, please follow me. You two have a fascinating fashion sense. We haven't seen a customer wearing a Sumeru rose for quite some time.
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru rose means common merch. No, look again. We're obviously wearing morning flowers.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Ah, the warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me.
Wie der läuft.
Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few... Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice.
Von Mäusen geklaut.
Hold on. That's not right.
Ah, I'm sorry. But as things currently stand...
He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer look at the paper that Al-Haytham gave us.
Okay. Trauerblumen tragen, Wissenskonserven kaufen. Also mehrere Usen tragen. Die Maus hat etwas geklaut, etwas wird verkauft. Etwas wird von Matra beschlagnahmt. Nur wenige Waren kaufen. Also Verpacker nach Ormus Art viele Waren kaufen. Auch ihr scheint begabt zu sein. Ach du Kacke. Das ist viel zu merken, Alter.
Before I retrieve your product, please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our hara fruits were taken by mice. Thanks. If better goods come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
Begabt zu sein.
Yep, that's the right answer. But eating hara fruit that makes your head and ears ring?
Would you like your hara fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style?
Ormos war viel, ne?
Wow, you two sure are generous customers. We'll be sure to package your product. Okay, everything has been confirmed. Miss Dory is waiting for you up at... Shoot, it's the Matra! Run!
What? The matcha? Where? I'll hate them said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant.
What's the hurry?
He ran that way. Look, he's over there.
What's the hurry?
Hey, if you're hiding from the Rishmaland tiger, come this way. Another password. Huh? Here, over here. You can stop running now. So you were the one who was calling out to us just now. But, are we definitely gonna be safe here?
These two good customers wish to buy some hara fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's nothing else...
Oh, very good.
Huh? Wait, you're Dory? I'm unsure thought you'd look a
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess Pea-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. If you don't watch what you say, then you can forget about doing any business. But it seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything, but
I'm not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces. No matter how much more they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble. So that's why I prefer to have custom. It's your first time here, but don't worry, I won't ask too many questions. Even if you wish to buy enough knowledge capsules to as long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good. Ah, yes, of course.
Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, take this one for example. An analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls. Only 3 people.
Yeesh, who would want to be an expert in that?
Or how about the architectural styles and with this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation.
Ooh, now this sounds like a
2 million Mora, and it's yours. And
whoa, that's a lot of Mora!
Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. the contents and price of each knowledge. Alright, let's try the method that Al-Haytham mentioned. These, please and thank you. My oh my, you are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and the extravagant. Customer, listen, I have a special offer for you two. If you spend just 100,000... Say what now? Hey, did you hear that? Spend another 100K and we get a capsule worth a whole million. But all the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth 500,000 mora. If we spend just a little more, we can get something worth 1,000,000 mora. Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far, everything we bought belongs to Al-Haytham. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself? Come on, come on! We still have around 100,000 of Al-Haytham's mora left, so let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you. Ahem! Excellent! Then please, select from this fine collection of... hold on a second. I thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1,000,000 mora each. I'm sure discerning customers like yourself... Uh-oh, Paimon has a bad feeling about this. Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these. Huh? Why? Hey, we're getting a capsule worth 1,000,000 mora here. Don't be such a party pooper. Well, anyway... The mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful. Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques. Not sure we'd ever find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right? Let's go. Dory, we'll take this one. All right, very good. I'm expecting some new goods in the next couple days, so be sure to check back again soon. Our dealings with Dory went smoothly enough. Let's head to Wakala Funduk and meet up with Al-Haytham. Hopefully now he'll find...
Ha! You two made it. And from the look...
Whoa, there's so many people from the academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wakela Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the Academia has people working here.
You're a pretty dear...
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcha won't come here. Okay now.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost now?
Before that, I have to ask. Why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
Yeah, he just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. We've been in Sumeru. When we heard that the Academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came...
In that case, you're on the right track. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that? Hey, if we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the Dendro Archon?
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist.
So, where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next. I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge cap... As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. After attempting various I agreed to forego ownership of the divine knowledge capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it. However, there are those who are less amenable to negotiation.
They adamantly believe that the divine knowledge capsule contains King Deshret's power, and that he will return to this world when they obtain it.
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get that So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them. The divine knowledge capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. Each brigade will place to ensure the capsule's security and to evade the Matra's notice. The winning brigade, unless I know whose hands the divine knowledge capsule ends up in, my agreements with them will fall. Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was previously closed to me.
In other words, you wanted us to befriend Dory so you could find out where the divine knowledge capsule is.
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms none of us. The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the divine knowledge capsule's whereabouts. If she has no information, if I get the opportunity to study the divine knowledge capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation? Okay.
Haytham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge...
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule? Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a bit problematic, though. What do you...
So, dann probieren wir mal diese Wissenskonserve aus. Mal sehen, was da rauskommt.
All right, this place works. Show me the cap...
Here!
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule.
Really? Yeah, what a great buy!
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you... We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles. One before using this. While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the 2 tests, as well as a disparity in your opponent's abilities.
Wow! Haytham! Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the academia.
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid...
All right, let's begin the test. Just fight as you normally...
What's the hurry?
Dodge this! Cool it!
All right. I'll link your Akasha terminal to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish a connection.
Ja, Wissenskonserve, aber wo ist die? Ist die Frage. Ach, hier.
Hey, how are you feeling? You mean that it worked?
All right. Time for round 2.
Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this! Don't get frostbite. Freeze! What's the hurry?
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Oh, hey, Thumb. How's it going?
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve his combat capability. During the second fight, his overall fighting performance increased by 0.073%.
Wait, how much?
Das ist fast gar nichts, ist es auch.
Dory's such a jerk! She totally scammed us! 1 million Mura? This thing isn't worth a tenth of that amount!
Of course, this could be because he is so powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial increase. At the very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two. Our deal seems increasingly worth my investment. I'm heading back to Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2 days' time. This is Mora for when you ask Dory for information. Pay her as much as...
Genau.
I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Let's see Dory today and ask her about where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is.
What's the hurry?
Here, over here! Oh, welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you you name it. Canned knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there can you really get us anything we want? Anything? Aha! So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind. Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would end up, but you know, that kind of information, after all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big. But how can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious. How you... Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. There, as for the information's authenticity, well, you've no need to worry about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it. It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was Ein El Ahmar. Ah, so you're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, that Divine Knowledge Capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before. It was glowing. The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. Thanks for the info, Dory. Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as...
Mussten doch nichts bezahlen.
We figured out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ein El Ahmar. Let's head back and talk to Al-Haytham. Al-Haytham, we got the info you wanted.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the
Huh, look at that. Clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremites transaction. But all right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ein El Ahmar, and the glowing red capsule he's holding. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront...
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ein El Ahmar guys. But now, it's... After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon. See you then.
Al-Haytham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Pharos Light.
Yep, look.
Ich mag es, wie die Leute in Games so verlässlich sind, finde ich. Also, dass man sich auf die Leute in Games verlassen kann. Oh, scheiße, das wird knapp. Aber ich habe ja noch was zum Essen. Schon auf jeden Fall nice.
Oh, hey, Thumb. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy.
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. This is turning into quite an occasion.
Oh, man.
I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he... I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Warum Boys? Warum nicht Get them Brothers? Er sagt ja Brüder.
Oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
That's close enough. Disappear!
Cool it! Freeze!
Nice and spicy.
Following orders. Yeah. Take that!
Dodge this! This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it!
Goba, get them. You're toast.
Academia scum! Boss! Finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can... Huh? Boss? Boss! What's wrong?
What happened to him?
We have to cut his Akasha connection. Now.
Target acquired. Arrest him! Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away!
World, forget me.
What in Tibet just happened? It's like that big guy suddenly lost his mind.
It looks like he used the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
You mean the Divine Knowledge Capsule did that to him? Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. This Divine Knowledge Capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, But beyond that, it doesn't seem anything like the rumors suggest. Did you hear what he said? World, forget me. What?
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the Divine Knowledge Capsule back too. What a shame. We were so close. Still, Paimon didn't expect the Divine Knowledge Capsule would be so dangerous.
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also reached its end.
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the Divine Knowledge Capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something. Since you're a member of the Academia...
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's and moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery.
I'm heading back to the Academia.
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good. Then we'll part ways here, Alhaitham, until we meet again.
Er hat das Ding mitgenommen, ne? Ja.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
We didn't miss the Sub-Zero's festival, right? Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday. Indeed. The festival's tomorrow.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser...
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone... Speaking of which, did you manage...
Of course we went. A lot of things happened there.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure. If there is another chance.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be...
Dia! You were Eve's...
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
It's alright, Dia. I merely said I would like to go. I know the festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So Dia, please...
even when you put it that way, it still does...
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been.
It looks really nice.
Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventure.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell.
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all of my friends will be working the festival. And Dia's still insisting on her.
Yeah. It'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly hovering over you.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar.
It's a deal. Good night.
I may be too excited for.
Paimon started to really look forward to the Sub-Zero Fest. Oh, no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. Did we oversleep? We should go meet Dunyarzad.
Traveler, Paimon, I've...
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must...
Not at all. I arrived... Today is finally here. I must...
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. Oh, it's just that, as expected, I had some trouble falling asleep. Well, shall we? Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
They paid for everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
They all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed. So, what's the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's another Sub-Zerus festival tradition. People used to set their tables. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukashva mushrooms, Nilopala lotuses, Sumeru.
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a...
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru uses vegetarian, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted... Oh, Traveler, we have to go to now!
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
Thanks! Alright, how about we also check out some of these other stalls?
Fleisch ist einfach das Beste. Aber wer was anderes sagt, ist einfach verloren.
Dear
Das muss man so
customers,
sagen.
would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
What's alchemical divination? Those two things...
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than...
So, how...
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Sure sounds random. So random.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will interpret the remnants.
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected. And all that occurs can be...
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working together?
So that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a...
Zwei Materialien. Ich weiß nicht. Was ist vom Dendroarchon? Ja, stimmt, so mehrere Rose. Das sollte vom Dendroarchon sein. Wir sind ja hier so
Okay,
mehrere.
one moment. It's the moon.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it? It looks...
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only ever show you the beginning of a journey. It is up to you to forge your own ending. Oh, thank you.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting.
They say the Sub-Zerus festival was very lively a long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zerus will be just as impressive.
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
It's a weird guy with a weird... Hey! It's Dunyarzad!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda can. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zerus festival, the children of...
The Hallowed Night of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zerus festival. All right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed!
Yes, Knight Ferris! Just what?
Ferris, the Night of Flowers, is another Sub-Zerus festival icon, and one immensely popular with children.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make...
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival staple, and I...
Whichever one,
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon.
Ooh,
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Oni kabuto is a little spicier than lizard tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants the Sunsetia flavor. It's alright.
I also believe in your intuition.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want? Attention! That's unfortunately lavender melon.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck. But looks like Paimon...
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time.
Really? Thanks a lot!
It's Night of Flowers.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Night of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Can you come with me to get it?
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because...
We're too late. Who knew the...
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Boss, isn't that her?
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much...
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect it!
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
You're... Dia! Dia the Flame Mane! No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for...
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past...
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get...
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a...
No! We're gonna stay and help! There's too many of them! You're right.
Please be careful.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. This is my job. Look out for yourself. After I've wiped the floor with them.
Wo muss ich überhaupt hin? Höher. Man kann sich nicht teleportieren. Das ist schlecht.
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little...
Yeah, I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever...
You sure you're...
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
Yeah, don't worry.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
Dia! You...
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
Dia, your arm.
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer look.
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you...
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
Aber wir können doch heilen, ne? Wir haben doch Heilfähigkeiten, oder? Der Reisende. Wieso heilt er sie nicht?
About that. Well, I sold it, because I was
It can't be. The anonymous...
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry. I'm not gonna lose my commission.
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling her weapon without permission and getting...
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much.
Don't be like that.
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyorza?
My lady, your condition. Traveler, can you take her somewhere to rest? I'll look around the area to make sure we're safe from an ambush.
Truly, I'm...
Are you feeling better, Dunyorza?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go. I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret. I was actually born with Elazar. It's terminal.
Can't believe it.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably... Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease...
Dunyorza.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar, and compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my... I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment. Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world, since I was a child, all I could do was sit on my bed and stare at... I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's nothing, not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival. The joy on everyone's faces here. And this way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world. Right?
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you. No, even if...
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressed... To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step. Thanks. There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is... Oh, right! Isn't it almost...
Huh?
Isn't the dance of Sub-Zeros about to begin? It's the part of the fest... Nilu will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing. And the Sub-Zeros festival will conclude amid everyone's applause, and with that...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's...
Yeah, we should still...
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without
Over there! Someone's yelling!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he...
But the Dance of Sub-Zeros is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zeros.
The Sub-Zeros Festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious festivals. Only the Academia... If you continue to resist, we will have to order an The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zeros Festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them. This is a hard pill to swallow, but...
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of... Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you...
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the Ark.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will announce it to the public later via the Akash.
Understood. I will inform him.
The Sub-Zeru's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart.
Nilu, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the Academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance.
Nilu.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zero so much. And I know how important this
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my... It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zero's festival at this point.
If you say so. But you can sneak out for the next Sub-Zero's festival, right? We'll make sure the next one is
The next one. Yes. Okay. It's a promise.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
It really is okay. There's no... Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no...
A lot happened. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's festival a success. But Dunyarzad is running out of time. Yeah.
All connections have been secured to construct the most... The project has entered its most critical phase.
We're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad, right? Good morning, Dunyarzad.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem...
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start.
Sure! Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa.
You are quite well informed, miss. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
They're all plants! Oh, actually, what is the Haftmewa?
It's one of the Sub-Zero's festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro.
Appear to be in the form of the moon.
Really? I thought it looked like some...
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. But if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will sure...
Understood. I'll keep that in...
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just...
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay, on to the...
Hä? Müssen wir das jetzt nochmal durchmachen, oder was?
So, where to next?
Jetzt kommen wir wieder bei diesem Blumenritter vorbei.
right, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda can—
Yes, Knight Ferris! What's going on?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers. Is it?
Oh, do you want some Yalda?
What's to pick? Ooh, how...
And there's also...
What are the... Traveler, help Paimon!
Great! These boxes of candy are Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was... Huh? How's that possible? It's obviously random. Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going? A feeling of deja vu? Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced. In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. So why'd you run here in such a hurry? So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still...
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat? Got it. You don't look like you're from these parts, but I gotta say, you got...
Choco-baked Angelina cake? Isn't it that... Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order some... That... thing? Isn't this going a bit too far? How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful. Then, you mean... That's impossible! We were just... So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu? Paimon also gets the impression that we've been here many times. How about... Hey, Dinnerside is sitting by yourself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, Dinnerside. We meet again.
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came to my rescue.
Kidnappers? Oh my god.
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched, but...
Whew. That's a big relief. But, Dinnerside, you seem a little down
Sie hat die
today.
Krankheit, ja,
Not
wir
at all.
wissen's.
I've always been like this. Excessive physical. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days,
Paimon doesn't quite follow you, and Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
it really is fine. I don't mind. Huh?
Dinnerside, have you ever felt deja vu?
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I work.
Oh, Paimon sees. Then...
It's almost time.
Huh? Time?
Nilu's Dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin.
Ja, ja, da kommt der Weise und verbietet ihr den Tanz. Haben wir alles schon durchgemacht.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. When we return, have the scribe draft an order.
Understood. I will inform.
The Sub-Zero's festival.
Milu? Oh, Junior's up.
It's okay. There's no.
But you've been really looking for.
It truly is unfortunate.
True, but.
The next festival.
Wait. Oh.
No, nothing. I'll be heading back.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did! Did Dunyarzad? So, in the end, you still couldn't figure... Maybe it really was because of exhaustion. Same here. That's why Paimon stopped thinking about... Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
Observing a modest drop in the output of Jnana energy.
Continue to monitor for variances.
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep? Anyway.
Noch nicht schon wieder, bitte.
Not at all.
Huh? Paimon thinks you sound kinda...
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry.
Great idea! Let's get going! Traveler?
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the Sub-Zero's Fest. Oh, are you interested in... It's not that simple. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up... And there's also lizard tape... No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right.
Vielleicht, wenn ich die falsche auswähle. Man kann nur Nummer 4 auswählen, lol.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all.
Paimon knew he always had incredible luck.
Nummer 3 ist Lavendel. Nein. Doch, doch. Ja, stimmt.
Paimon's not really interested in...
Wait. How did you...
What? He was right about...
That couldn't have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning and they've been sealed ever since. You couldn't have known beforehand. Mind reading? X-ray vision? Or some kind of...
Tell us what's going on! Since when did you get superpowers? Traveler? Hey, where are you? What's going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know. What are you looking for? Why did we... Traveler? That's... Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad? What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads? You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you? I'm sure you already know how to use this. A knowledge capsule? Where did you... You should use it too. You know Paimon? Well, this seems kinda sketchy, but... What the... This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival? Huh? No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized. What the heck was inside that knowledge capsule? Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't... let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. What about everyone else? Why are you only helping the... Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness. A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left. Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain. Oh yeah, I'm Nahida. Good. What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait. Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called the samsara. You, me, and everyone else are... As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your... I can only give you surface level help, like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be... She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her. But as things are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall. You sure love to use weird analogies. Analogies are wonderful tools. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Trittst du dem Zustand nach Sinn ein, kannst du einen beliebigen Text wählen, um ihn zu interpretieren. Dabei kannst du den Text analysieren, um möglicherweise einen neuen zu erhalten. Interpretierte Texte können als Schlussfolgerung eingereicht werden. Einige entschlüsselte Texte können miteinander assoziiert werden. Klick einfach Assoziation vorbereiten, wähle einen Text und klick auf Assoziation starten. Der Erfolg einer Assoziation erhältst du einen neuen Text. Textauftrag kann jetzt in aller Schlüssel verwendet werden, da wählt zuerst den Text und der Schlüssel erreichen. Okay. Boah.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the date... That should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought a simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a... The Sub-Zeru's festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste... Let's think about our current situation. To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the and to do that, we need to figure out what's happening. Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have... Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again. It's more productive than sitting...
Hey, it's you guys again. Where's your coat? I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvest... Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest...
To put it another way, if you really...
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go so...
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? True. It's so... Anyway, if this all really were just a dream...
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person? Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the gods...
You're really excited about...
help...
So, you're admitting...
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into? Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for... What you just said. Are you...
I knew you weren't going to...
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination.
When you say it like that, the divination does sound...
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything... The book only says, if you trust your instincts and overcome your fears...
So that's how it is. Looks like fortune-telling is just We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to? Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again? Yeah, if we tap into Dia's strong at this...
I'm fine, my lady. It's
perfect timing. Both of you are...
Paimon, Traveler. You came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous Huh? You saw?
You want the Traveler to take Dunya...
How did you know what I was going to say?
We need to say something convincing.
Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds.
Tell her, Traveler!
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out.
All right, so...
It's kinda hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly...
She's quieter than usual. Uninterested.
Yeah, she isn't the same as her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about.
My lady, are you angry? All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunya's...
I told you that it won't help to bring any... We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
The real Dunyarzad? Where?
Huh? I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or...
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
Wow. How perceptive. Does she...
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a coma. How did you know she...
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering...
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's So, you think the sages are behind this?
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally...
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know. Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge? The Akasha relies on the power of a Gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's... A Gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical!
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, "The Akasha relies on the power of a Gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation..."
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait. I get the grants knowledge part, That's what people have always used the Akasha for, but compiling the...
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha? Oh yeah, that sounds about right. What do you think?
Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis. That doesn't sound right. People in Sumeru don't... That doesn't sound right. What's happening right now? That doesn't sound right. My mind feels...
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us? Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around?
What's the point of doing something like that?
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn... This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses...
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru's...
In that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words, when this is over, I'm...
How does everyone feel? Huh? What is it? Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from...
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway. Traveler!
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep. But we took off our Akasha terminals.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate...
But we cannot lose all of our progress.
Paimon remembers everything!
Good. You adapted quickly this time.
We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that? But now we can at least confirm one thing. Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far if all...
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they...
If we're lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
I guess... I'm the moon.
The moon? Wasn't that the...
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth. So you should focus on other things.
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt? What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
You didn't get hurt?
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs. did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told...
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of battles.
You're saying that, although you don't remember using it, your body feels...
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle.
Traveler, what do you think? Yeah, Hyman's feeling really hopeful. Oh, you're right! Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so...
So you want us to take Dunyarzad somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say?
Whew, it's finally nighttime. Aside from... Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got... Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved Dunyar's... Really? Good job on all that progress. Hey, what kind of... Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, but the only way you can know that for sure... How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? It's even possible that this entire world is a lie. And the history... Okay, no more! That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow. Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your... Huh? Hold on, what did you just say? Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggest... it's so strange and so against common sense that... Paimon's at a loss for words! Yeah, even though it's happy and lively at the Sub-Zero's festival every...
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
We're still in the same day! Nahida, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the Samsara? Why did you tell us? Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by up. Hyman thought the Duke did that! Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been... Hyman's flat... What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can... In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again. Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation? Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory? Oh, yeah! You're right! Gosh, how did we not notice that? So, what...
Gut.
Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory, and Dia was able to use her experience. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a nose. The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear the moon illusions. We've already experienced the Sub-Zero. We've already experienced...
If all our memories of a day are erased at the end of that... If all our memories of...
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. But muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now
A brilliant deduction.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you...
That isn't simple at all!
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn...
Right! She did help us find our latest clue.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also did...
Get hurt? Why?
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my...
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it. Oh, that works.
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by...
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying.
All right then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this great sword, but...
Yes, your memories...
Then I'd have to disagree.
Oh?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zero's festival day after day, then what happened to the things we used? The money we spent, the food we ate? Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed.
Right! They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day. It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still...
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. 2 days ago, we were the ones taking her to see Dunyarzad.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What if...
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days worth of... Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy. It's just as they say. Each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy.
Is it really impossible? What if they use some
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training. Whew. Hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain-exercise game that's been super popular? Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Well, back to square one. But at least we've reached some other conclusion. Yep, that's true. So, strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately. Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never... Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tight? How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city.
Ich hab mich schon die ganze Zeit gefragt, warum sie nicht rausgehen aus der Stadt. So, warum sie die ganze Zeit in der Stadt bleiben, wenn sie dieses Beep-Geräusch hören. So, das wäre das Erste, was ich gemacht hätte. Sogar am zweiten Tag. Das ist schon traurig, ey. Das ist schon traurig. Also wenn ich ein Déjà-vu erlebe, dann... Ja. Hätte ich das schon am zweiten Tag oder spätestens am dritten Tag gemacht. Am zweiten Tag hätte ich das probiert, so irgendwie, keine Ahnung, irgendwie was anderes gegessen oder so, sowas halt. Und wenn das nicht geklappt hätte, dann hätte ich die Stadt verlassen. Oder den Ort.
We're back! You're back early today. Did you find something new? Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. Leaving the city. As far as I remember... We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, but you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it. It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But really, that's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories. Yep, something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow. Our memories are back! About that... Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you. Listen to it and...
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday. Okay.
Ah, die lassen eigentlich raus, oder?
Why can't we leave the city? What is...
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru. Let's go and question... Hello, sir. Why can't we leave this...
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else. Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info...
Wir hätten den einfach easy besiegen können und hätten dann die Stadt verlassen
He
können.
really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry! Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind? But what if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together, haven't we? Okay. Promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. And please. Memories! Traveler! Paimon would never see you again! Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back! You promised Paimon that... Paimon, calm down. He's here now. Paimon doesn't care! Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay! Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day! Okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that... Okay. Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of... I see. Using two people... After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you... disappeared in an instant. No way! Paimon was watching you! What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this? I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased? It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose. But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside. Something like a message? But don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on... Yep! Now we're... I'm done. Here you go. What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal? I made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't... We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now. Let's go then! Let's expose those sages! Alright. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yet. Okay.
Okay, Paimon bleibt drinnen in der Stadt. Ich gehe raus.
Everything that's happened so far. Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still... Okay. Now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the message...
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. All these spaces are empty except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you said, like, everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside.
There's another part here. I only received...
These spaces have been disappearing one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky. And now, even the fun... Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Why did the message end right there?
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha terminal.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final space has also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could...
My impression is that each day in this samsara... Was that space actually the All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one... That doesn't sound right.
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind the... Paimon's head is...
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game, so no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the...
Wow, the Archon War, huh? That... Hey! Do you want some alone time to think? All right.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay then. See you later.
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking away. Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first.
You're back! I've been waiting forever for you. Are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and Okay. First...
All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common. A lack of human presence. Those spaces remind me of... the moon, People in Sumeru don't dream. We've already experienced... Okay, Nahida's... than a dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their...
People in Sumeru think they don't dream, but the truth is the Akasha steals their dreams, and those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the... And it grants knowledge to the people. It compiles the lit. It is the manifestation. The Akasha relied.
That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right.
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also... But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles? Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're... In other words, dreams are... So in other words, the complete... Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions. The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the... Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the Samsara?
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's..." That doesn't sound right. Those spaces kept disappearing before my... Those dreamscapes kept vanishing.
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zero's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival. The dreams that... So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream... Very good, Paimon. Using analogies well is an excellent... Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off... Alright, last question.
They say that alchemical divination... Now that I think of... That doesn't sound right.
So you noticed. I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last. That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hit. It's funny. Thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali. Yes, those can wait until we're back in... On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about... Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter... After we end the Sub-Zero's festival, How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is... In the end, I'm just the moon. A sun and a moon? Oh, we're out of time. I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
Wenigstens werden ihre Gedanken nicht zurückgesetzt, ihre Erinnerungen.
Nahida? Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything... Hey! What's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too...
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
Did Dunyarzad already disappear?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely. The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just...
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff, and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're... You know, speaking of which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember...
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was... I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she's still... far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon. I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sabzeruz festival.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida.
I'm not beating myself up.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archon...
To prevent more tragedies like this.
Great, but...
Although the Sabzeruz festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can that means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
Huh? So, how should we find...
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness. Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination?
Imagination means breaking through what you like when the server at the tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally... However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, the dream will respond in kind. And the server... But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food. Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake...
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack. And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize their dream? After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has... As for me...
Out of town? Are you going to that place?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still... Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises.
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far, only for Dunyar's. She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate would... Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what... But... We mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad... Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this stream? Huh. That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being... So, who do you think the host of the dream is? Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the Knight of Flap. Let's go ask...
You're back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little...
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though.
Could you make a wish?
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's Fest...
Less questions! More wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying...
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always... I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be fair...
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is. When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy... What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers. Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh!
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back home you go. Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't...
Guess he isn't the host of this dream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy. It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her.
My ladies.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps... Huh? But Dia can handle them! Hey, Traveler!
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take... Hey, this is my job. The homie Yannis pay me, not you. You... fine, alright? Anyway, watch yourself.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit your...
That's close enough. Feeling
Windblade
today.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Freeze! Dodge this! Don't get frostbite! Freeze!
Where do you think you're going?
Freeze!
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys? You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to... Oh, and speaking of her, remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad. She said it was because she had forgotten something. Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. Yeah, even if it's only a tiny... This is the place! It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate time... Hey! The windows are unlocked! Okay. Paimon's gonna take... This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much... Should we open... Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was, even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her... She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her. Hey! Where are you off to now? It's Dunyarzad's puppet. Traveler? You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago. Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about...
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is...
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Yes, Traveler. What is...
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now... what? Where are we going this time?
Ja, jetzt kommt der Professor.
If you you continue to resist, we will have to order an... The Grand Sage is...
Oh. Traveler? You don't have to get involved.
Traveler?
Traveler? What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the Academia, that's an... Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff? Oh, of course! If this is the Sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage? Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the goddess?
Yeah. What's going on here? Huh? You guys are acting... Hey!
They disappeared! So Nilu's the host. What if purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore? But in Nilu's subconscious, it's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there will be food on a plate, and Nilu is... So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu? But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host. How should we make Nilu?
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanagi?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point, as far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that.
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all that. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home. The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if his wife lying next to him said, You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the Academia.
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never...
Yes. But his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon.
I see. Well, it just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over. Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can. The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the dance of Sub-Zero's.
Nice,
I'd be
nice.
lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilu's dance.
Good morning, traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep. Paimon's head feels super heavy. Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival. Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara? Quick, take off your Akasha terminal. She's not in her room. What happened? Huh? What?
What's the hurry?
Oh, endlich, ey. Und sie ist wieder gesund, oder was?
Well done, traveler, and thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sub-Zero's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who?
Dunyarzad! You're okay!
Oh, Traveler Paimon. I have something amazing to tell you. I just had a dream, and I saw Nilu performing the dance of Sub-Zero.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met, and
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's
What's the hurry?
let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a
After we parted on the last day of the Sub-Zero's festival, I left the city and saw what among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing faint. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to... Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its... where both will gradually fade until they complete... I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end. Not a...
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily?
Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After got it. I hope it... to be honest... Oh, and you will go and get some sleep. What a relief.
Traveler?
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime.
We've spent quite some time in Sumeru City, but ever since we last said goodbye to Lesser Lord Kusanali, we haven't heard anything.
Astra Avisa.
Hi, Catherine. Do you have any
commissions, huh? Oh, how about this? Please attend the Academia's... and if possible, please also use your camera to capture the
Huh? What kind of commission is that?
I see. In that case, please go to Port Ormos and convince the Eremites there to spend...
Hey, that's not any better.
I'm sure the mercenary...
Paimon's gotta ask. Just who exactly...
Oh, the commissioner? Well, actually, I just wanted to see the two of you in action.
Was it so obvious? I was hoping you would actually take one of those commissions.
So it's Nahida. Paimon just knew Catherine wouldn't crack those kinds of jokes. When did you get into her head?
From when she said, "Ad Astra Abyssosque."
So it's been you this whole
Are you done? Yes. I've been sleeping ever since we parted ways, and I even had a really, really long dream. It was another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival, except in my dream, I was sitting in the middle of a flower terrace, and everyone in Sumerus... I also got to sit on a gigantic flower carriage. Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, raised me real...
You know, Nahida, maybe your dream is how the Sub-Zero's festival really should be. It's meant to be a joyous time where everyone gets together.
Huh? Wasn't I describing a...
No! We aren't pitying you. That would only make everything worse. We just don't want you to feel too... By the way, have you had a chance to visit Dunyarzad? How's she doing? The Homianis haven't allowed any visit...
Yes, I paid her a visit right after I woke up. Her condition is stabilized. However, since Elazar is a manifestation of the withering on the human body, but for the moment, our top focus should still be figuring out what the sages are up to and what they're planning.
Right. Who knows what'll happen if they manage to pull off another scheme like the Samsara...
So our first priority should be investigating and putting a stop to the sages' activities.
Oh, good point. Sorry, adventurers. We're gonna be borrowing Catherine for a little while.
Let's continue our chat.
Okay, so do you have any ideas on how we can investigate the sick?
Actually, I've already done a little bit of work on that. No way,
That you mean it'd be too...
No, it's not that. Doing that would be...
That's a good point.
I've already tried that. But all the key members of the Academia, it seems that from the very beginning, they've been guarding against info.
Have you already caught this?
I'm guessing not yet, but distrusting... In any case, we're in the dark as of now. Since we still don't know anything about... After all,
Nahida, you're super smart, so you already have something in mind, right?
According to a popular theory from the Vahumana Darshan of the Academia, rejecting impractical motions at the beginning of a planning session will...
Okay, but aren't you the god of wisdom? You don't have to use that kind of...
Well, I've been thinking that if I can't directly possess the leaders, then I should find someone who's already involved, but hasn't decided...
You're saying we should recruit a spy? That does sound like it could work. Oh, before coming back, we met someone named Alhaitham. He seems like he acts alone, and he likes doing stuff but...
Actually, I already have someone in mind.
Sitaria. Paimon remembers now. We ran into her basically every time the Sub-Zero's festival repeated itself. Paimon still remembers the smug and mean...
I've always liked observing all kinds of people, and Sitaria has always stood out from the crowd. She was born in the desert, and was hailed as their greatest genius. Her academic gifts...
Oh, Paimon didn't know she was from the desert. She must be pretty special then. The name Sitaria means star. When she lived in the desert, later on, she was chosen by the sun. Soon after, the star began to waver. Instead of staying beside but in the end, she couldn't give up the radiance of daytime. To cope with her shame, the star buried her guilt and closed her eyes. From the sound of it, but she doesn't really support the academia. She still feels guilty about Indeed. When they are presented, she's suppressing a lot of guilt. But before she realized it, she had already become the sage. Right. We must somehow make her face her. That way, not only can we get useful intel from her, but she can also use it as an. From my past observations, Sitaria will take a day off from the academia. Tomorrow afternoon just happens to be a shopping day for her. That'll be our chance. To prepare, let's go check out some of her favorite spots, and to have a quick chat with a few. This should be Sitaria's favorite fortune-telling spot. So should we ask the fortune teller about? No, I already have enough information on Sitaria. The talking style? My poor lost lambs. Have you become troubled over your The divine voice of wisdom often echoes between mine ears. Huh? Really?
Shh. My friend here has some doubts regarding his future. Can we get a fortune reading for him?
It would seem that Harut and Marut are quite wary of you.
Only mocking the god of Animo, questioning the Lord of Geo's financial savviness, and brawling with the god of Electro. Do those count?
Oh, nothing. Go on, pick an aspect for her to divine.
Health prospects. Oh, the gods have spoken. The truth shall be revealed. Your life shall continue on for... Huh? Harut, Marut, did you two spoil my divination? I've never read a fortune so absurd.
Actually, Paimon thinks this is probably...
I admit that the orientation of today's celestial matrix...
Is that so? Well, that can't be helped.
If you were to bring some food offerings for Harut and Marut on your next visit, perhaps...
Is this another one of Sitaria's favorite stalls? Yep. It belongs to a king. His father helped Sitaria a lot when she first moved to Sumeru City. When I start talking with him, listen carefully.
Ah, dear customers. Would you like to look at some pot?
We caught wind of your great craftsmanship, so we specifically came to take a look.
Oh, I recognize you. Aren't you Miss Catherine from the Adventurers Guild?
Speaking of...
I suppose you could say it all started with my dad. He's a mason by trade, but I picked up an interest in clay while... After that, I began making pottery by myself in secret. And I simply changed trades when my works turned out well. Although it's a pity that I'm no longer making...
That's nice. You're making a living doing...
So is your father still work...
Oh no, not anymore. A few years back, he fell from a roof and broke his leg. Since he had already saved enough Mora over all these years, he's just enjoying the retired life in Port...
I see. We wish him peace and happiness in his retirement. I'll have someone in charge of logistics at the guild come by another day for some goods. We'll leave you to it.
No problem. Rest easy, all our goods...
Okay.
What's the hurry?
This should be our final stop. Sataria's always thinking of this restaurant when she's working at... Nahida, you've really... It's my duty to protect Sumeru's citizens, after all.
Hi there. I feel like I've seen you down by the docks before.
Huh? Sorry?
If I recall, you were
Ah, that's right. After all, I grew up in Liyue Harbor and spent my entire childhood staring at the ships going in and... But I'm still discussing all kinds of problems with different scholars. And I'm continuing to study and perform.
What an admirable spirit for learning. So this restaurant has a basement as well?
That's right. It's not usually open to patrons. Most of the time, employees use it for break.
I see. Yes, that makes sense. Well, good luck with your studies, Miss Chishan.
Thank you so much.
So, was that everybody? Mm-hmm. 3 familiar faces. What's the point of all the information we've collected? Nahida, Sataria's already used to avoiding her problems. So we must find... I remember you mentioned that the Eremites in Port Ormuz are all... Although it's all just a boatload of nonsense, the faith of her home... Oh, Paimon gets it now! You want to take advantage... Although she knows she should return home to help the people of the desert, all she's done is conspire with the sage... Well, King Deshret is long gone. And Sataria is also too smart to fall for anything. If we simply engaged her under the guise of King Deshret's believers, she would definitely be weary of us. But if we were to borrow some of her close acquaintances to... So, you mean you're going to possess those... Yep. Possess them through the Akasha. Imply they've already converted to the faith of King Deshret, and then convey her. As long as everything goes smoothly, we'll get through to Sataria for sure. She'll never guess that we... Ah, so that's how you're going to use all the info we collected on these people. It's so that you won't slip up and break form. Possessing them will only work if you can manage... Exactly. So, best of luck with... Huh? Best of luck? But... That's no problem at all. I'll just share all their senses with you once I've possessed them. As long as you're also... Huh. That is pretty convenient. Although I've been observing humans for a while, I've never been good at... You're not wrong. It's always been painful. If it was at all possible, I would have preferred to leave these people alone. But seeing how things are now, Yeah, don't beat yourself up over it. We're only doing this to have... Alright, then let's give it a go tomorrow.
Erst 12 bis 18 Uhr.
This moment will be frozen in time.
Das wollte ich nicht.
Here she comes! Sataria's here! Let's quietly follow her. Once she starts talking to her acquaintances, we'll find a safe spot. As for how we'll sway her to our side, I'll leave that to you. I trust... Looks like they've already started talking. Let's find a hiding spot and get started.
That's right. You really can't force anything when it comes to love. And besides, everyone around me has a very different background and outlook. Are you still listening to me, Nabia?
Oh, of course I'm listening. You were talking about troubles with your love life, right? I heard everything you said.
Okay then. You just seemed a little distracted for a moment. Strange. Your cats seem pretty worked up. Is something? I always thought they were quiet, happy kitties. Oh, what are their names again? Ah, that's right. They're just little darlings, aren't they? Haru.
So, which fortune do you want me to read for you today? You must have come.
I'd like to get another reading on my love prospects, but to be perfectly honest with you...
A mess?
Well, could you do a reading on how long...
I hear you. No problem at all.
Sorry, your new laugh is just so hilarious. I could...
Please pay no mind. The gods are asking. Sitaria, why haven't you gone?
Why haven't I gone home? To the gods?
Sitaria, why don't you just go home? It's a demand now instead.
I'm sorry. I know I failed the gods. And if I may ask, Nabia, is there a specific god who speaks?
What an inconsiderate and naive question. The god who is speaking to me is, of course, the wisest and mightiest of all, King Deshret.
King Deshret? No wonder he would make such demand of me. Even though news of King Deshret's resurrection has been spreading like wildfire, it's all just a misinformation campaign from the academia. How can King Deshret's...
What insolence! I am King Deshret's most loyal believer. Do you wish to refute his voice?
Oh, no. As a child of the desert, I am only reveling in his power upon learning that his divine glory... I will think very carefully about his demand of me. I'm sorry. I must go now.
Wait!
Whoa! She just... Well done. Sitaria didn't seem to suspect anything amiss. To have something she's been trying desperately to avoid show up out of nowhere and berate her, that must have shaken her to the core. Aw, Nahida. All I know are some abstract Harabatot theories. Anyway, enough of that. She's out of games now, right on cue. Let's get ready.
It's okay. I just got caught up in something. Oh, actually, didn't you ask me to help you look for work? What kind of work were you looking for again? Oh, right. Your old man's craft. How could I forget? Speaking of, how's he doing? Is he feeling any better? Oh, that's good to hear. I have been thinking a lot about him. Actually, while we're talking about him...
Yeah, he's been retired there for a while.
If you could find the time, please write him a letter. Let him know that recently, faith in King... He has a quick temper, and has always been a devout follower of the Dendro Archon. I don't want him...
Oh? So, who are you siding with in all of this? I'm so jealous of you. You were born a child of the desert, yet you chose to betray King Deshret, and now you spend...
Akeem, you don't mean... You've also become a believer of King Deshret?
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one...
Can't pick a side? Me?
Whoa! Paimon had no idea you'd be so good at this. You really zeroed in on the issue and put it right in front of her. But once everything is over, I'll be sure to pay her a visit to... Come on! Sataria's...
So, Shishan, like, as if someone was trying to preach to you about something?
Oh, right. I celebrated the Sub-Zerus Fest.
Wait, how could you be aware of that? That should be impossible.
Are you still failing to realize that the Academia's lowly tricks could never deceive all...
Shishan, don't tell me that you've converted to King...
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret. In reality, shouldn't you be the one who is ashamed? You, who works side by side with the Academia, and treated people as nothing more than experimental subjects?
Please, please stop!
Even now, Sataria's still trying to run from her problems. She can no longer justify everything to herself. Hey, she's trying to talk to the guard! This is the most important part of all.
Mercenary, you're a member of the Corps of 30, correct? Please help me pass a message.
Please, try to remain calm.
Heretics are infiltrating the city, and they've already converted many residents to their side.
Heretics?
What kind of King Deshret? Many people I know have suddenly started believing in him, but he's long dead.
Miss Sataria, nothing...
You know my name?
King Deshret is immortal, and all who defy him will one day... You must face the truth, Sataria. You tread a treacherous path, and the long child of King Deshret. Never forget that the desert that belongs to you lies elsewhere.
What's so strange about becoming a believer of the wise King Deshret? In fact, aren't you the strange one? The one who still can't pick a side?
What an absurd question. You make it sound like I should be ashamed for becoming a believer of King Deshret.
Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
It seems that no matter where I run, I only keep finding more believers of King Deshret. I have to say, this is a familiar... I've also been running from my guilt this whole time. Guilt over my... But no matter how much I may try to ignore or get rid of it, my guilt always comes back.
You won't necessarily lose your research opportunities by facing the truth. Besides...
How do you know me so well? Are you truly just a believer of King Deshret? Or...
That's not important. The important thing is to pass judgment on the Academia and its sages, and to correct their mistakes. If you could provide some assistance in this matter...
I've actually never believed in the gods, but I've always believed in serendipity. Your appearance must be a fated... Please tell me, what can I do?
How much do you know about the sages'
I was just one of the designers for the masked dream harvest scheme, which is what happened around the Sub-Zerus festival. But I know very little about the full scope of the overall project. I'd assume I've just been working to meet the Grand Sage's specified requirements. However, there's something that's been really bothering me. I heard that a scholar who was previously expelled has returned to the city. And
to fight against the Academia, we will need to figure out the nature and the purpose of their work. Is there a way for us to get access to the confidential documents you mentioned?
It should be possible if we're willing to take some risks. After all, I'm an assistant to the Grand Sage, and I've been working on many tasks out... One thing, though, I won't be able to transfer the documents to you through the Akasha once I get my hands on them. The sages have always... let me see... let's use the most primitive method.
The Academia entrance. Wouldn't that be...
Don't worry about that. I assure you, this won't be... I'm only suggesting this location because it'll draw more scrutiny for me to leave the academia again. It'll be safest for me to distract the guards long enough to hand you the documents.
All right, I trust you.
So, if I were to successfully complete this task...
That'll depend on the judgment of the Dendro Archon.
The Dendro Archon? That's right. Her people are the ones we have endangered. As the god of... Maybe it's time for me to find a god to believe in.
Just as Nahida predicted, we've managed to... The Traveler's execution was ingenious. He's the one who deserves all the praise. Well, now that we've made plans to meet again tomorrow evening, all we can do is pray for... Pray? But if we're going to pray to the gods, aren't we just praying to you? God of wisdom and guardian of the scholars? No. The truth is the true guardian of scholars. I've always believed...
I didn't know you were such a slacker. That's right. I suppose I'm the other Catherine in your mind. Shh! We're on a secret mission tonight, so we need to protect... Yep, Paimon's right. We cannot fully rule if something were to happen. My existence, after all, the academia should still be unable to confirm the existence of my consciousness in the outside world.
Yep. Exactly. Just what Paimon was thinking. Anyway, enough about that. Let's just make sure to be on our guard. Off? What do you feel is off? It's the middle of the night.
No, I think he's right. If you look around, there seems to be fewer people on the streets. I'm not sure if this is...
Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe Sataria figured out a way to not only distract the guards, but also to get...
I also can't quite figure out why things feel a little off. But now...
Well, regardless, as long as you're here with us, there really aren't many people out right...
What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
This hour of the night.
Ah, the triumphant hero returns at last. And to a rather spectacular welcome, even if I do say so myself.
You're the outcast, expelled from the Academia.
Indeed I am. Although these days they tend to call me the Doctor. If you're looking for your researcher friend, she has already been taken into confinement. With some basic caution, she could have discovered the listening device on her person. Clearly, she lacks the degree of rigor expected of a true scholar.
The people of Sumeru City. What have you done to them?
I simply made some minor adjustments to their Akasha terminals. Now they can deposit information directly into the subconscious. As you can see, all these lovely people now believe this traveler is a hero who has just saved the world. My experiment is a success. And now it seems they can no longer hold back their sheer adoration.
No, what should we do? These are all just regular people.
Leave now. You need to get out of here.
What? That guy's a Fatui Harbinger! We can't just leave you here!
Nor can I abandon the people of Sumeru! Don't worry. We'll meet again outside of the city.
I see. You appear to have overridden their mental faculties with your own consciousness. To possess such a powerful mind, you must be the God of Wisdom.
This should be far enough. Is the Hida going to be okay? We only made it out because of her. Paimon wasn't counting on running into a new Harbinger here, let alone such a high... He called himself the Doctor. Remember, Tainari told us about, and that even the sages are wary of him. Yep, sounds like she must have been talking about the doc... Yeah, now that the Doctor's in the picture, we're no longer... But what are the Fatui after this time? Yeah, things would be a lot easier. Nahida said we'll meet again outside of the city. But we can't just keep waiting around, right? You mean... Oh, right! Wasn't he invited by the sages to work on some... Even though he turned it down at the time, he might still know... There's no time to lose. Look...
Der zweite Elf. Der Fatui. Wer war nochmal der erste Elf, ist die Frage. Also ich glaube, diese dieser Elf des Eises, also wie hieß sie nochmal? Ich habe es schon wieder vergessen. Keine Ahnung. Auf jeden Fall diese Hexe des Eises oder so. Die war ja die 7. Das heißt, sie war die schwächste der 11. Der 6. war in dieser Fabrik. Und der 2. keine Ahnung.
Hold it right there. A blonde-haired traveler and a floating fairy. We've got you all right. Take a look around.
Are you mercenaries from the Corps of 30? Did you...
Corps of 30? We're nothing like those government lapdogs who don't... We are an elite brigade that commands the highest commission rate in all of...
The outcast? But why wouldn't the Doctor just send the
Ratatouille after us.
Still wasting time on idle chit-chat.
You're up, Traveler.
Following orders.
What's the...
With the wind!
Nice and spicy.
Dodge this! That!
Cool it!
I'm the frying pan.
Take that!
Freeze!
Nice and spicy.
Dodge this! Don't get frostbite! Cool it!
It isn't over yet. Here comes reinforcements. Stone as a dutiful maid woman.
Try to keep up! Windblade! Disappear!
Dodge this!
I'm the frying pan. It's
Cool it! This moment will be frozen in time.
That was pretty rough. Is that what elite mercenaries are like? Yeah, looks like what? But this doctor guy seems like a pretty tough opponent. He knew exactly where to set up an ambush. Going up against smart people is tough. Anyway, let's keep...
What's the hurry?
Oh, it's the Traveler. Kale! It's nice to see you. To be honest, I'm not doing too well. As a result, Master Tainari is taking me off the patrol schedule. Oh, Kale. Speaking of Tainari, did he go off on patrol? We're here to tell— Oh, Master Tainari? You just left the Avidia Forest a little while ago. He left? What? Isn't Tainari always saying that he never wants to leave the Avidia Forest? I thought it was weird too. Master Tainari always prioritizes his work as a forest watcher above everything. No, I only found out that he left through a message he left. To leave in such a hurry? Master I know that before he became a research base, huh? Oh, we don't have a lot of time, so let's go look for him at Party's DI. Don't worry, I'm fine. Got it. Will do.
Catch the wind.
reunion.
Actually, it's very smart of the Traveler to be wary of me right now. After all, plus, it's not like you could have known what happened after we split up, and I was facing even a pool of stagnant water after a torrential storm.
Paimon feels like only the real Nahida could come up with such an obscure analogy.
Huh? But I wasn't trying to win your trust or anything.
Well, we understand that point now. Please, Nahida, tell us more about what happened.
When you left, I was still in the middle of restoring everyone's minds. Thankfully, when the doctor mentioned depositing information into the subconscious, he didn't mean in Greek instead. He did something closer to creating hallucinations. Luckily, I managed to finish my restorations and mind jump away from him just as he was about to capture me.
What a relief. The doctor
I wouldn't be relieved. I gave away my true identity when I restored everyone's minds, which means we've also. The doctor is already an expert at modifying Akasha terminals. Maybe it's only a matter of time until he captures my
Would that mean you'd no longer be able to jump between minds? Then how do we stop him? He's still at the academia, so it's possible he already started messing with... It feels like he's toying with us. Plus, the doctor's combat ability alone is apparently enough to make him worthy of being number 2 of the Fatui.
We shouldn't give up hope just yet. Let's try to find...
Actually, Nahida, how did you know we were trying to get to Party's Di?
Yes, I have. I can see the Traveler's elemental... You didn't come here for sightseeing, right?
We're looking for a scholar we know. His name is Tainari, and the sages once tried to reach out to him. Why don't you come inside?
Okay, let's just hope we...
What's the hurry?
Traveler?
It's Hypatia!
What a pleasant surprise!
Who's this?
She's a scholar we met in the Avidia Forest. When we last saw you.
Oh, I see.
That's right, we're old friends. You've come at just the right time. Ever since...
Hypatia, you're way too excited about this. Actually, wait, no. Did you already finish your train?
What do you think? My consciousness has already managed to...
You did it? Congratulations!
It's so exhilarating to share this when my consciousness made contact with the gods.
That sounds incredible!
Oh, all right. Remember? I promised to help you understand what you saw from Irminsul once I gained deeper insights. My current self has not only gained true insight...
You can do that?
I've never heard of anything like that, but... If you want to give it...
Hold on. I brought some spirit borneo with me. This is still... All right now. Hold my hand. I'll help you...
Okay.
Ready?
It took 3 betrayals for me to finally understand. The world is just an elaborate tapestry of lies. My fury will never be quelled. The first to betray me was a god. My creator. My mother. Valuing strength above all, she saw no worth in me and I was discarded. The second was a human. My family. My friend. Consumed by fear, he saw me as an abomination. The third was one exactly like me. A hope for the future. A fledgling barely out of the nest.
powerless before his mortality? He broke his promise to me. Humans, they can't be trusted. And the gods fill me with pure loathing. So I said good riddance. I denounce the world and laugh in its face. My chest will never again be defiled by worldly filth. I will scrub away every last trace of human emotion. Then it will be empty, a blank slate, and ready to receive a supreme gnosis, brimming with pure divinity. There is no need to fear. The pain will be brief. Your era is coming to an end.
What was that? Did we actually just see the Baladier's memories? Everything matches what we know about, but how is he connected to the divine consciousness that Hypatia was talking about?
You saw it, right? You felt it, right? Such a majestic... Alas, shame. If only that which beats within my chest wasn't a filthy mortal heart.
Do you understand now? I'm afraid this is no Periporno life, but rather...
You... Why are you so mean to me? What if I found divine wisdom? Shouldn't I receive praise?
Hypatia?
That's how I always... Wait, have I... already lost my mind?
Wait, something isn't right.
Oh, the Traveler's back?
Nahida was controlling your body for a while. It seemed like she jumped over to you as an emergency measure after that. Tainari heard the commotion and came over. He helped us defeat the mercenaries and then he ran with us all the way here.
I never imagined that an individual's consciousness could be transferred around like this. Also, while we were running, the consciousness in your body told me to pass on a message. The doctor has found a way to trap my consciousness, so I can't journey with you but even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still...
Oh no! Nahita's trapped in the sanctuary of Surasthana for good. Was that message all she left for us? It's pretty vague. Oh, that makes sense! Since the doctor captured her, she won't be able to say anything. Even in a moonless night, a shower of starlight can still... Huh. Paimon knows the moon illusions and... Didn't Nahita use a starlight analogy before? It had something to do with Sataria. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Huh. But she isn't with us at...
Paimon, you said Sanctuary of Surasthana, correct? Does this mean that this Nahida you're talking about, the consciousness who would...
Your guess is correct, but the...
That's all right. A scholar's curiosity doesn't need to be appeased right away. As for... I've spent some time with you, and it looks like the Dendro Archon's also on your side. So...
Thank you, Tainari. Oh, actually, we came here to ask you a question. What do you know about the project?
Ah, that. While I was indeed invited to join that project, the sages were always... All I know is that the project has something to do with the restoration of Irminsul.
Huh? Did you see something when you were in Nahita's body? What?
Do you have any evidence? So that's what happened. That explains why Hypatia's symptoms were different from those of the other scholars who went mad. It's because she made contact.
Tainari, did you leave the Avidia Forest because of Hypatia?
I did. I noticed Hypatia's mental anomalies, but since her symptoms were rather atypical, I secretly took her to Pardis. If I didn't take action, Hypatia would have already been taken by the Matra to the desert, doomed to a life of... Now that you mention it, I knew the Academia has never thought particularly highly, but I still didn't expect them to do something as arrogant as creating a new god. Looks like I made the right decision by not accepting their invitation. The Doctor and the Balladeer. We have 2 Fatui Harbingers in Sumeru. From your description, I don't think they've completed their project. There may but then, what is the connection between creating a new...
Yeah, it feels like we're still nowhere close to figuring out the Sage's goals. Right, we've pretty much gone over everything we need.
I'll stay here for now. If you're planning to go into the desert, start by... Come find me here if there's anything else I can do to help. May the spirit of wisdom...
Thanks, Tainari. Hopefully Hypatia will feel better soon.
What's the hurry?
Ja, mal gucken, ob wir in diesem Stream noch gegen den Elfen kämpfen werden. Gegen den Elfen der Fatui. Ja.
What's the hurry?
We finally made it to Caravan Rebot. So, just past this oh, wow. Paimon remembers hearing people call this the Wall of Samiel. It's made to block sandstorms from the outside. Oh, if it's this tall...
Enough gawking. Come on, follow me.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Haven went that way! Let's hurry up and follow him. Wonder what he's up to.
What the... Where did he go? How did we lose him? They were just here a second ago.
More Aramite mercenaries? Who are they working for this time?
You were too careless. You should have noticed those hopeless amateurs trailing you a long time ago. There's no need to thank me. I've never cared to keep track of personal favors. All I did was correct a mistake I happened to come across. It's a habit I developed at the academia.
You really gave Paimon a scare, Alhaitham. We never thought we'd run into you. Last time we met at Port Ormos, didn't you say you were going back to the academia?
Oh, so you've already landed yourselves on the academia's hit list. However, had I wished to turn you over to the academia, don't you think you'd...
Oh, right. You do have a point.
I have no interest in running errands for that project. As a scholar, I've always belonged... And these days, you're more fascinating than anything that... Not quite. To tell you the truth, I'm still investigating. Everyone says the capsule originated in the desert and was eventually moved to Port Ormos. If I am to get to the bottom of... Which brings me back to you. The leader of Ain al-Ahmar used the Divine Knowledge Capsule right in front of you. And upon seeing him, your expression became perplexed, and you were lost in thought for... To have that kind of reaction, I think you must have realized...
Alhaitham, you really have a ridiculous eye for detail. What kind of person even notices...
So that's your answer. Well, I do work for the Acad... But that does prove you do have some undisclosed information about the... No matter. Rather than simply learning the answers from you...
That's right! We have the same plan as you! But...
Then I'd suggest starting with Aru Village. It's the largest settlement in the desert, so it'll probably have more resources and intel than anywhere else.
It's always better to travel with someone you know. What?
Wie interessant.
Before us lies Aru Village, the safe haven.
Whoa, this landscape is right.
Sino. Unless my memory fails me, we have barely spoken 2 words to each other before now at the Academia. Would you care to enlighten me as to when and how—
Oh, Hatham. Do not think you can escape my judgment, just because—
Judgment? So that's how you'd characterize your actions here, is it?
Had I used my full strength, not even this traveler would have been able to stop me. Though styled like an assassination, I sought only to ensure that my target would be unable to flee or resist. Standard practice
seemed to me more like your own personal
Who is that, Al-Haytham? Did you—
Yes. General Mahamatra Sino, head of all the Matra at the Academia. He's a formidable hunter.
You seem to have placed a lot of trust in Al-Haytham, to the point of blocking an attack for— If I were you, I'd never choose to side with him. I have been pursuing this scribe for a long time. I urge you, stand back and do not seek to defend him any longer. Otherwise, there will be consequences.
Has Al-Haytham done something wrong? Paimon doesn't think he's as bad as you've made him out to be.
I won't waste my breath explaining things. Al-Haytham, take it out. The divine knowledge capsule you're hiding on your person.
Very perceptive of you. Nothing escapes a Matra set.
Wait, the divine knowledge capsule? Didn't it fall into the Matra's hands in Port Ormos?
No wonder you speak with such confidence, Sino. But I must admit, I'm very curious. And why, as General Mahamatra of the Academia, are you— As far as I'm aware, the other Matra have been speculating about— Have you been given a mission that's— If I was the real target of your mission, what was stopping you from simply using your authority and resources to jump—
I should have known you'd be difficult.
You two? Ugh! What you would do, Traveler? Paimon feels like we can—
Well, look at you two, acting all tough and self-righteous over there.
Wait, Dia? Great! Finally, someone that we can— You gotta help us out here, otherwise—
Yeah, sure looks that way. 2 giants from the Academia duking it out once and for all. Listen, I know you academic types love to fill up your big brains with but how dare you bring your petty disputes into the safe haven of Aru Village? It seems like someone's gonna have to beat some sense into your thick skulls until you finally learn to Hey, did
Whoa, what's going on? The wind's so strong!
Another sandstorm? What's up with these recently?
Hey! All of you, over here, quick!
Someone's calling for us! Oh, this wind is...
That sounded like Candace. Come on, you two. Jeez, are all of you academia folks sud...
All right, stop.
Well, this... Hey, wanna play sardines with 3 people who wanna tear each other limb from limb? The air is so thick and heavy. Paimon can hardly keep floating anymore.
My sincere apologies, everyone. This is the home of our village chief. I will have to ask you to make do with this small room until the sandstorm dies down. Please, let me introduce myself. I am Candace. Protect...
Our savior has... Nice to meet you, Candace. The name's Paimon. Thank you so much for helping us.
There's no need to thank me. It's only right to help each other when the weather...
Wow. She's so gentle and caring. Like a nice older sister.
All right. As a guardian charged with the responsibility to protect my fellow villagers from harm, I was observed, and now that you have set foot within our village itself, it is all the more my responsibility to make absolutely sure. So please, have an honest and sincere if anyone dares to start anything again while they are under this roof, I will not hesitate to send them out for some quality time.
Oh,
And that goes for you too, Miss Dia. Do I make my...
All right, we got it, Candace.
That's what I like.
I was supposed to be a mediator, but I might have gotten a little too involved just now.
Wait!
I have nothing to hide, so there's no shame in explaining myself. While Alhaitham wasn't wrong about the other Matra not knowing my whereabouts, it's not because I've been assigned to... Rather, I've... A little while ago, I discovered that there was data missing in the Academia's project planning and development. As General Mahamatra, I had the responsibility and authority to request an audit. However, I tried to investigate the issue myself before submitting a formal audit request. But I began to realize that, unsurprisingly, the Grand Sage rejected my audit request as soon as the submission The power of the General Mahamatra is granted by the Sages.
So they...
I realized then that to the Grand Sage, the Matra are nothing more than tools for the Sages to assert the vows that we took, the principles that we strive to uphold. They are meaningless to the Academia of today. I believed it would be wise to flee the Academia before the Sages had a chance to take action against me. This way, I will never give up on this investigation. There's no need for someone else to get...
Sino seems to have the same goal as us. We're all investigating the Sage. Plus, now that he's no longer the General Mahamatra, he somehow feels a lot less scary. Well, Sino, if that's your story, then why did you see Alhaitham as a target?
When I was investigating the matter in the Academia, I overheard a conversation. The Sages asked you to investigate a blonde-haired traveler. Do you dispute this, Alhaitham?
What?
Like many parts of the project, this assignment was undocumented. Now throw in your suspicious behavior with the Divine Knowledge Caps.
Yes. I was indeed tasked with investigating the Traveler.
Alhaitham!
After all, the promised reward was so great that hardly any scholar could have refused. The Sage told me, once you've completed...
A most enticing offer.
Unfortunately, those academics don't know me at all. Their words contained one key piece of information. Namely, that divine knowledge indeed exists. From my perspective, the Sages are far from trustworthy. Think about it. Isn't it a little... So, I began my own investigation following the lead of the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In the end, had I been less guarded, I probably would have ended up like that Ain al-Ahmar mercenary, incapable of remaining sane for long...
You mean that the Sages originally planned to dispose of you? Using one of those capsules that drive people insane?
I'd already given up on the assignment by then. I only told the Academia I was waiting in Port Ormos for you to appear so they wouldn't suspect anything. So it came as quite a surprise when I encountered my erstwhile target while investigating.
Criminals do love to talk about coincidences.
Even though I ran into the Traveler by chance, I had no intention of providing assistance to the Academia. You were the ones who decided to follow me and strike up a conversation after I left that tavern.
That's true. Alhaitham helped us out at Caravan Rebot as well.
I'm willing to apologize I took the Divine Knowledge Capsule behind your back because I judged its existence to be a significant risk. I felt that it would be best for no one to interact. After all, curiosity often proves to be the most dangerous.
You should be well aware, Scribe Alhaitham, that curiosity can also lead. Answer me this. Did the sages share any information?
Have I not made myself clear? You and I are both distrusted by the Academia.
Fine. Although you haven't completely proven your innocence.
As you wish.
Mm-hmm. Good. I'm glad to see you two. And now you, Dia. I believe it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. Whatever the boys were talking about must have been so boring that I spaced. My situation is pretty straightforward. My employer, Dunyarzad of the Homayani family, is friends with... I had nothing going on, so I decided to return to Aru village for a visit. I was actually looking for... But then I saw these two random guys in the middle of a pointless argument. It ticked me off.
Is that all? Well, I will admit that
That's more like it. I missed you all so...
Whoa! What was that?
No need to worry. Now that you're no longer at each other's throats, please make yourselves at home.
Creatures?
Fighting in a sandstorm is not for the faint-hearted. Anyone without extensive training in these conditions is at...
Yeah, just leave them to Candace. Don't worry, she's as tough as they come.
The winds died down. That means Candace still isn't back yet, though. Is she alright? Maybe we should go...
When you put it that way, even I'm starting to feel a little worried. Alright, let's go.
Yeah. Oh, Candace, you're still fighting? You've been out here
Yes. They just keep coming in waves. I've lost count of how many I've defeated. Before I realize...
Here comes another one!
Leave this round to us. I got interrupted earlier, but...
It's been quite a while since I've seen the Flame Maid.
I'll be sure to put on a good show. Let's go!
Dodge this! Freeze!
Boba, get them!
Leave it up to me.
Nice and spicy!
Cool it! Freeze!
Frostbite.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! You're in toast! Papa, get them!
Windblade!
The creature stopped appearing.
What we fought just now was probably the aftermath of the sandstorm. So we should be...
Well fought, everyone. No injuries, I hope.
Huh? Who are you?
Ah, my apologies. I haven't had a chance to greet you yet. I had my hands full. I am the chief of Aru Village. Everyone usually calls me...
Sir, I am also originally from the desert, but I have not been...
I can't say they've always been common. Besides sandstorms, we also occasionally get earthquakes. According to an investigator...
Another of... So, Irminsul's withering causes withering zones in the forest.
Everything in the natural world is inextricably connected to
Everyone in Aru Village needs to take... speaking of which, why haven't I...
Village Keeper? Who are they? Village...
Does your curiosity know no bounds? Village Keeper is how most of them are scholars who lost their sanity. After a period of... The academia believes that their crazed mutterings may have a negative effect on the psyches of other scholars. So, they're forcibly exiled.
Alas, that's exactly what we've been trying, but no one in the village has ever seen them leave. If you're planning to stay around the village for the next few...
I've had encounters with those people in the past. I'll see what I can do to help.
The Matra are the ones responsible for their exile. Now that you're no longer with them?
Mock me if you will, but if you are guilty, I will eliminate you.
Oh, you're the former General Mahamatra. You must be an expert in these kinds of...
Is it because you're reminded of Hypatia? Oh, these poor scholars. First they lose their sanity, but is it really a good idea to tag along with Sino? You seem like you really don't trust him.
I'll be grateful for the assistance. Let's start by finding a spot to share what we know.
What's the hurry?
Although I've sent myself into exile, I'm still doing essential. Do you still have any questions for me before we start our investigation? One of my former subordinates told me that this title, the Academia, has long exiled mad scholars to Aru Village. A mysterious phenomenon exists here. When mad scholars first arrive, they are as incoherent and deranged as before. But after spending some time here, they invariably begin to calm down. Initially, the people of Aru village greatly resented having to take in the mad scholars. But a strange incident one night changed that.
So, Leute, ich muss kurz was essen.
Aru village was struck by the strongest earthquake in living memory. Seeing buildings on the verge of collapse all around him, the then chief of the village, suddenly, he noticed a mad scholar crouching in a corner, caressing the ground with his hands. Despite the powerful tremors that ripped through the ground that night. After that, the people of Aru village treated the
Soft green light? A mad scholar protecting Aru village? Paimon thinks so too. Actually, Sino...
In theory, they would continue wearing them so the academia could still monitor their activities. With that said, the main Akasha system would no longer have any interaction.
Oh, no wonder! Everything makes sense then! Add in the fact that they calmed down, it was
If you are able to draw a conclusion from this one story alone, so, what do you make of the story? Really?
What? You don't believe us? Lesser Lord Kusanali was...
No, it's not so much that I don't believe. Lesser Lord Kusanali, the current Dendro, the academia has always placed far greater importance on the late Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. In addition, I've never heard any stories about Lesser Lord Kusanali and her deeds. To me, she...
No way! Nahida definitely exists! She's a... How should Paimon put it? She's a good Archon who's kind and wise. Even if she says weird stuff sometimes.
I've spent many years interrogating criminals.
Good! Then you should know that we're...
That look in your eyes. I've never seen that from a lot. How can this be? To think. Our Archon has been...
Alright, now it's our turn to put our skill... But easier said than done. Especially since we don't have any leads.
Excuse me, are you here to help?
Huh?
By the sounds of it, a resident of this village.
My name is Isak. You'll help me find my grandpa, right?
Is your grandpa a mad scholar?
Hey, don't say that. Grandpa is just Grandpa. Why do you have to call him that? It's not like he's a bad person or anything.
The person you're referring to is not a local. Yet you are. Why do you call him...
Grandpa is just Grandpa. I heard everything you said to the village chief. Please, you gotta take me with you. I want to find...
Ah, so you're the one who was eavesdropping on us around the village chief's house. I was planning to go out and take care of whoever it...
Whoa. Hatham wasn't kidding about Matra having sharp senses. Sino, he's...
Sorry. I was only listening in because I wanted to know where Grandpa went. Honest. If you don't believe me, you can...
All right. But...
back already?
He just wanted to confirm something with you. Do you know?
I had a feeling he'd go.
Huh? You?
Yes. Although he tried his best to stay hidden, I still noticed him. Isak's parents were both Aramite mercenaries who rarely returned to the village after finding employment in the city. He was raised by his grandfather. Unfortunately, it was only a few years before his grandpa passed away. Isak was still very young at the time, so various families in the village took turns caring for him so he could survive. Later, an elderly mad scholar arrived at the village. Isak thought the scholar bore however, the scholar was unkempt in appearance and incoherent in speech. One summer night, the oft mumbling and bumbling grandpa suddenly calmed. So grandpa walked up to Isak and patted him on the head. He even took Isak to the entrance of the village. The next morning, Isak woke up and wanted to go find his It's said that those who saw the scholar claimed he no longer appeared to be Isak was thrilled that his grandpa was able to find peace and would follow him all
this somehow just makes Paimon feel really sad.
Perhaps. Nearly everyone who lives in the desert has some form of hardship. It's also my reason for fighting.
Maybe the people have always had a considerate god watching over them.
Huh? What did you say, son?
No, nothing. As long as Isak keeps his word and does—
Perhaps you are more compassionate than I gave you credit for. Please accept
Hey, Isak! Oh, it's you guys! We've cleared everything up! Let's go find your grandpa! Really? What? Yeah!
Alright. Let's ask the local residents some questions first.
Excuse me, did you happen to see what—
You mean the village keepers? When I was eating dinner the other day, I saw one of them by the side of the— Anything else?
The scholars that have gone missing.
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes.
Don't change the subject.
Right. You were asking about the mad scholars. I think it's been a few days, but honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange.
Do you also think Grandpa and the others are good people?
Grandpa? Oh, hello there. It's little Isak. You mean that nice man who looks like your grandpa's long-lost twin? He was actually the one who protected my house. I saw it with my own eyes. It still feels pretty surreal now that I think back on it. Did someone— well, whatever the case, I'll always be thankful to him and whoever taught him to look out for others. I'm pretty sure—
Gotcha! Sir,
Have you seen my grandpa recently?
Oh, well, if it isn't Isak. Oh, your grandpa. The last time I saw him, he was spacing out by the road as usual. I went and asked him if he'd like any of the food I had prepared, despite my wife's protests. Like many people, she's really... And speaking of my wife, she's still always complaining about how I don't make enough mora.
Oh, thank you.
It was nothing. You're looking for him, right?
Yeah.
That's no good. Well, once you found him, I've known you since you were very young. So as far as I'm concerned...
Wow, what? Okay.
Huh? Don't say anything. Let's head over there. Listen, see if you can make out what they're saying.
Have you heard? The mighty King Deshret, the sovereign of our faith.
Yes, of course I have. King Deshret is the one and only true... Still, you say he's coming back, but it sure doesn't feel like...
Haven't you noticed? The village has been getting more deranged skull. Delavar was saying that many people also went insane just before the fall of King Deshret's civilization in ancient time. Isn't it a sign of King Deshret's power that all the mad scholars have disappeared? If you ask me.
Huh. Now that you say it, that does make some sense.
Exactly. Those city folks will get what's coming to them.
Now, repeat everything you've just said from the very beginning.
Huh?
Who are you? Where did you come from?
My patience is running thin. You heard what I asked.
Yeah, bro, this guy's something else. Just look at his eyes.
Let's not get on his bad side, okay? I am no match for this.
Oh, okay, good sir. What is it you would like to know?
Tell me about King Deshret's resurrection.
Well, I only know a few things from hearsay. I went for a drink the other day and heard others talking about a rumor that the madmen will disappear and that King Deshret will return to this land.
Hey, go on. Keep talking.
It's true. It's all true, sir. We desert folk have had more than enough of those people at the... Would you want to live like this if you were in our place? The radicals were even more thrilled than me when they heard the news. We're all... Delavar also said that once King Deshret returns to our side, it's only a matter of time before we conquer the land on the other side of the wall.
Is that so?
Seems like he still wants to...
Got it! At first, I told myself it was just the drink talking, but then all the mad scholars vanished without a trace. Please don't beat me up just for mentioning these rumors. If I'm guilty, then
The people here really like King Deshret, but dislike the Dendro Archon.
Where is this radical person you talked about?
I haven't run into him over the past few days, so he...
No, not at all.
Sounds like you're not too close with the radicals.
No, of course not.
I have many ways to stop you from talking. And many... So you'd best just stay home and hope I don't hear of you trying to contact anybody. Don't do anything until I've gotten to the bottom of this. Try something...
Yes, got it. We'll do just as you say.
That scared Paimon half to death. Sino is pretty terrifying. He didn't try to reassure us at all. It's like he's used to hearing that. Oh.
I heard that.
Sorry.
It's part of being a Matra. The rumor we heard just now seems like a strong lead. But we need to check a few more places. Very well.
I'm here.
Where's your grandpa's house?
Well, I can take you there. Just follow me. Grandpa? Oh, he likes to be alone. Sometimes he stares at the sky in a daze, and other times he just pokes at the ground with his fingers. Every now and then, he yells out at the top of his lungs, so a lot of people are really scared of him. But he's a good person, really. I know he is. I swear, he's just like my real grandpa. This is where Grandpa usually stays.
There sure isn't much here.
No.
Incense? Please don't say it's this, but are you okay?
There's a scent that you can sense, but I can't.
A certain traveler here once passed out from that smell. Thankfully, Tainari see.
So.
Huh? You know him too?
Yes. Now that I concentrate.
Wait, surely Tainari didn't.
No. No need. Did you first encounter this scent at Tainari's house? In the forest. From a sky.
What are you looking for?
Here it is. Take a look right here.
Paimon doesn't seem.
Although the traces have been completely buried in the sand from the size and shape, they belong to an adult male. The scent is quite faint, but still extant.
But who would come looking for Grandpa?
We'd have to ask whoever lured him away with the incense.
Huh? So you can lure someone away with just a scent? Hey! What's wrong with liking good food? Everyone's got some.
Exactly. Most scholars are fond of incense, since even deep within the clutches of madness, they still yearn for their knowledge-seeking days.
No. So someone's taking advantage of their weakness? Are the rumors really true? Could the disappearance of all the mad scholars have something to do with the rat?
It's highly likely.
Please, you have to save my Grandpa. Grandpa's never done any.
Sounds like we'd better help get him back. Don't you worry, Isak. We won't.
Let's head to Aru Village and inform Candace and the others about what we learned here.
Good.
Right. The darker fabric definitely looks.
We're back, Candace! We've got a lot to tell you.
Ah, welcome back.
Sounds like everyone.
Oh, dear!
You bet. So.
Reasonably.
Alhaitham didn't go with you?
We haven't seen him.
Huh. I saw him around the village entrance earlier and figured.
Did you find out anything useful? I see. So.
The resurrection of King Deshret? First I've heard of it. Far as I know, the kind of incense you just mentioned is only popular beyond the wall. Scholars are fond of it, but as you can see, there aren't many scholars still studying around these parts. Not to mention making incense is a labor-intensive process. You won't see anybody in the desert. It seems someone from beyond the wall must have been supporting.
Makes sense.
So what should we do then?
If it was any other day, that would be your next logical step. Didn't you say that the villager got his news from the tavern? Well, I also like to drink at the tavern, so I know...
If Paimon remembers correctly, the leader of the...
Ah, yeah. Delavar, the scar-riddled bandit, Engur, the wide-eyed butcher, and Jabari, the duck-tailed, bearded... These guys have one thing in common, and that's being broke. The rougher life gets, the more they want to believe in King Deshret. Way they see it, King Deshret's resurrection is their only chance at overthrowing. Throwing all of Sumeru into chaos is the only way to change the way of life here in the desert. Anyway...
Tia! You're amazing! You really know
this... No merc can afford to slack off on gathering intelligence. Every mora I've spent in the tavern has been a valuable investment.
Let's head out.
Now hold on, you're staying right here, Sino.
Why?
Aru Village is not a big place. Outsiders stand out here like a sore thumb. I'd bet word about you is already... The desert is unforgiving, so the way of life here is also a lot tougher than on the outside of the wall. Compared to you, mercs like me are just third-rate amateurs. I've got no actual fighting skills to speak of, but that also makes it a whole lot... I need to go around and ask some questions, but it'll be
Fine.
Good, then we've got a plan. The Traveler and Paimon will go to Caravan Rebot with me, and we'll try our best to figure out where the Mad Scholar...
Alright, sounds like a plan!
Sounds like you're starting to get familiar with the area.
Paimon's amazed every time we see the wall of Samiel. How can
I know what you mean. I had the same question every time I walk. Also, why is this high wall here? And can a wall really block sandstone? It was only after I grew up that I realized. The wall of Samiel isn't just there to keep out the sandstorms. Sumeru is run by wise and mighty sages. To them, us desert dwellers are nothing but tools that can be used. We're cheap labor, like livestock, but even if a child from the desert got the chance to obtain an Akasha terminal, almost all their requests for knowledge would be denied. The academia believes we're underserving. Geniuses like Sataria are 1 in a million. The other children never get a single chance to try and rewrite their fate. Even though the academia...
That's terrible!
I would tear down this wall with my own hands if I could.
Hey, Dia.
No, not at all. This place just gets me. Besides, we're here to procure information, aren't we?
Yep, we gotta catch those...
Shh! Caravan Rebot is crawling with people, so be careful what you say. We don't want anyone to... Our mission started the moment we arrived here. Let's go check out the tavern. Maybe we'll find someone I know.
Ja, diese Episode ist irgendwie langweilig. Also dieser Stream ist irgendwie ein bisschen langweilig, finde ich. Ich weiß nicht, wie es euch geht, aber... Ja, weiß nicht.
Just our luck. None of them are here today.
You mean, you don't see anyone you...
Dia, is that you? What a coincidence. You here for a drink too?
Zaki. Fine.
Oh, and who do you have with you here? Guests from another land? Hello, hello. I'm Zaki. Dia's,
We've had drinks together a few times. You could say, anyway, as far as my friends here, they aren't too shabby, are they? You rarely see any out.
Absolutely. Much better than those people on the other side of the wall.
Yeah. Have you seen Enger, Delavar, or Jabari recently?
Of course I have. Matter of fact,
I've got a spice trading deal from another nation. I thought maybe Delavar and his friends might be interested.
ah, how thoughtful of you. Then I assume you also know that Delavar's been having a...
Hey, keep it down. Let's just say I prefer to keep this deal a secret. Y'all at Caravan Rebot are like family.
Yes, how considerate of you. Delavar's my friend too, so of course...
What's the hurry?
Are we there yet?
Yep.
This place is practically deserted. What are they doing in a place like this?
Ein Hinterhalt.
Why don't you take a guess? Go on.
Oh no! It's an ambush!
Ein Hinterhalt, ja.
What's this all about, Zaki?
Come on, Dia. You really think we didn't hear about what you said back in Aru village? The boys have kept a close eye on you from the moment you set foot there. Not only do I know that you're looking for Delavar, I also know that you've teamed up with people from the Academia to look for the missing scholar.
So, you've been watching us from the very beginning?
Uh-oh. Paimon knew leaving Sino behind was a mistake.
And you left the strongest one in the village, didn't you? Who do you think you are? You really thought we'd fall
So you and Delavar have been partners all...
Dia, I guess it's only natural for a traveling mercenary like you to be out of the loop, but you got one thing right. We're all looking forward to an uprising in Sumeru. There's nothing more we'd like to see than the...
If that's the case, then I'm sure Delavar wouldn't miss a second of it.
I'll be honest with you. If it weren't for what you said in the village, your little monologue about the Wall of Samiel would have convinced me that you're one of us.
Delavar. And Enger. You're here too, huh?
Long time no see, Miss Mercenary. You should have known the traitors are what us followers of King Deshret despise them.
Dia, I thought that you, a fellow desert dweller, would understand why King Deshret is greater than the Dendro...
Yeah, gee, what a missed opportunity. Adopting radical views and kidnapping innocent scholars. All because of some...
See? There you have it. Mercenaries are just a bunch of faithless scum with only one thing on the...
You're not wrong. Mercenaries are driven by Mora, and my faith lies with whoever's paying me. As long as there's a profit...
Enough talking! Get him!
Just as I expected. Let's teach him a lesson, traveler.
Following orders.
A new punching bag.
Jo, ein New Punching Bag, sagt er. Alles klar.
Oh, so sorry. Cool it. Disappear. Dodge this. Take my
Ja, die waren ja easy.
Impossible! How could you?
So, what do you think about your meticulous network now, Zaki? How did you say it? It's only natural for a traveling mercenary like me to be out of the loop. I'm guessing your informant told you that I'm just an incompetent merc with no real fighting skills, correct? I mean, that is what I said after. And of course you would believe everything he reported. The only thing you know about me is that I'm a mercenary. But even though you heard we went to handle monsters together, you believed that Candace was the only one doing all the real fighting. That so-called Flame Mane is just a fraud. She admitted it herself. She just uses her connections to gain the trust of others. That's what you thought.
Ugh. You lied in the village.
And you were stupid enough to fall for it. I figured as much the first time we drank together. You all thought you were so smart. Okay, that should be all of them.
Whoa! So you've been planning this since we were in Aru?
No task can be done without preparation. I just happened to notice a couple suspicious-looking people while you were out investigating.
Oh, but instead of catching them right away,
Those two who were snooping around were just a couple small fries. If we want to get the real catch, we have to be patient and give it some time.
Oh, you mean the funny name she mentioned back in Uncle Ampu's house? The wide-eyed butcher, scar-riddled...
That's just a bunch of drunk talk. Edgar and Delavar like to talk themselves up when they're drinking. Edgar, alcohol has a way of making people share what they really think. So Edgar and Delavar are always rambling in the tavern about how King Desh...
What about Zaki?
He's just a numbskull who fell right into our trap. Zaki was probably the best hidden of them all. My initial plan was to find Delavar first, and then try to track him. That's what you wanted to ask when we were at Uncle Anpu's house, right? Jabari is one of the villagers you talked to. You know, the...
Wait, so he...
No, he isn't. I just needed to tack on a random villager name to make the eavesdropper think that I was making some
Wow! What a genius idea!
Ah, you're too kind. It was straight from the usual playbook.
So, that thing you were saying before...
About what?
About how mercenaries only care about Mora. And that anyone's a friend as long as they're...
Does that bother you? What makes you so sure?
Dia? Do you dislike the Dendro Archon like the...
You two are pretty sharp. No, I don't have anything against the Dendro Archon. I've heard a lot of nice things about the Lesser Lord from Dunyarzad. I can understand her devotion. Dunyarzad's just an ordinary person. There's no way a god would be so involved in the lives of everyday people, unless they were truly compassionate. I've begun to realize that the sages are behind everything that's happened recently. The Radicals' blind belief in King Deshret, making the Dendro Archon out to be... But I see through it all. And unlike them, I can never be hostile towards anyone who's...
Dia...
Anyway, looks like we're done with business here. Traveler, lend me a hand. Let's tie him up and bring him... This should be all of them. I'll let you...
All right. I'll be in touch.
Candace?
Candace will be okay on her own. She's been guarding Aru village for quite some time now. If anyone is qualified...
While I'm questioning them, why don't you pass some time by exploring the area?
I'll meet you back here tomorrow morning, Traveler. As for these idiots, let's just hope they live to see another day. Right on time. We'll know any moment.
Paimon's been wondering, You seem to know Candace pretty well. Have you?
We've known each other for some time now. She's a pretty interesting person, even though she's an extreme.
Oh, Paimon knows what you mean. Like a lot of Marsh.
Yep, I guess you can put it that way. It takes strong convictions. Us mercs, on the other hand, we...
Well, Paimon thinks you're great.
Really?
Oh, Cyno's
Yes. I was here yesterday to help out a little.
to help out? By doing what?
Sharing some interrogation technique.
Oh, you mean you...
Right.
Come on in, everyone.
Come on, let's go inside.
Candace, where... Whoa, you look furious.
Do I? Huh. Oh, there's no mask that can hide true bloodlust. Cover up your eyes, and it'll still show its...
Perhaps I need to work on my composure. Still, it's perfectly understandable why I'm angry.
Yes. Please, don't beat us anymore. We're gonna die.
Well, looks like Cyno taught her well.
You fear death yourselves, yet you do not hesitate to place the lives of others at risk. The ones you call mad scholars are known to us as the Village Keepers. They are vital members of our community. And you come here to my village, and you treat...
Mercy!
You've made your bed.
We may all be desert dwellers, but there is one thing that I understand better than you. The people of Aru Village care little about which god is in power. Life may be tough and tiring, but we wish to preserve... A war would only cause us to lose all that we have.
We understand. We're sorry. I'll tell you everything I know. Please, just let us go.
I'm listening.
You might not believe this, but it wasn't us who came up with this idea. Someone was spreading rumors in the tavern. That's how we... Some mystery man told us that mad scholars will make the perfect sacrifice to usher in King Deshret's resurrection.
They're called Village Keepers. Slip up again.
Yes, sorry. It was all that mystery man's doing. He told us to spread the word about King Deshret's resurrection and talked us into helping him. In return,
That's one.
Huh? One what?
Strike. You get a total of 3. Then, you die by my...
Wait, I'm telling the truth. We don't...
2.
He got us to lure them out of their houses in the night with some kind of incense. We take them to a junction outside the village. Then the mystery... You gotta believe me, please. I'm telling the truth, I swear.
That was indeed the truth. Traveler, go on.
You have to believe me. If I knew that, I would have told you his name right away. I'm not risking another beating to keep his secrets. No, that guy, he wears a cloak, and he's always careful to cover his face.
I believe I may know what's going on.
Uncle Anpu. Smooth.
Okay.
If my suspicions are correct, this mystery man they speak of could be... Some time ago, people from the Academia attempted to take the Village Keepers away. I refused, insisting that they are part of our community. It strikes me now that this secretive character...
Which means it's highly likely that the Academia was purposely spreading a false rumor to trick the... They were the ones who brought them here to begin with. Now they're trying to take them back? We aren't gonna let that happen.
Not the Academia again.
Just as I... But what could they want with the Village Keepers?
People are nothing but tools in the eyes of the Academia. A change in their plan... Regardless, our top priority now is...
You're right.
Isak is still... Time to go. Let's leave the village and try to track them down.
Yes. Pack up and get...
You got it. Candace, I'll let you deal with the radicals. Leave everything outside. All right.
Let's meet back here once everyone... Let's get some food in us and then we'll... Whoa! Where did you come from?
Well, as you can see, I am...
You were gone for ages! And now you're suddenly sitting here musing to yourself? Hey, what's with the...
You never think things through before asking questions.
Paimon's so mad! Paimon's gonna give you an ugly nickname! Never mind! Paimon's got nothing. There's just nothing super obvious to pick with this guy. It makes it so hard.
Well, you've heard nothing to suggest I left this whole time. So clearly, I stayed in the village to investigate. Anyway, you plan to leave Aru village and keep searching for the truth.
Yep. We're not gonna find... Enough with the silent treatment!
No. I'm just surprised that you decided to team up with him.
Alhaitham, you haven't helped us out at all ever since we arrived at Aru village. Bold of you to question.
Yeah, you're all tough.
While you were investigating, I had my own work to do.
Really? Paimon doesn't believe...
To be honest, we aren't really a team, so I have no obligation to... Not to mention that going separate ways allowed me to find some important information.
Huh? Right here in the...
Correct.
What did you learn?
I'm going to take you to someone. But...
What is that?
How do you think the residents of Aru village feel about what we're doing? In other words, do you truly believe every single word the villagers tell us?
You mean, some of them...
Hiding the truth does not necessarily equate to lying. Again, remember what Candace said. Most people in Aru village don't necessarily care which deity is in charge of Sumeru. That's because whether King Deshret or the Dendro Archon has... By contrast, the perils of their daily lives are ever-present concerns. They won't simply Glad you're following along. Among those you have talked to, there's someone who was consciously keeping you out of the loop. In fact, she's been observing your every... The reason being, to someone who only wants to live their life...
Those eyes. Those fierce eyes.
Don't change this.
It's quite obvious that she's intimidated by Sino's authority and strength.
Right. You were asking about the
She corrected herself mid-sentence because she's aware that there are King Deshret fanatics in the village. If she sounds too friendly towards the village keepers, she could easily make herself the radicals' next target.
I think it's been a few days since I last saw them. I usually go to bed pretty early, so...
Remember? She made a point of denying her involvement in...
But honestly, I feel quite sympathetic towards them. Even though they act a little strange.
After speaking to the village chief, it became clear that the village keepers had protected Aru village at night. In other words, the young miss would...
Then, why would she...
By getting involved with an outsider, she risks drawing unwanted attention to herself. As for...
I'll pass on this one. You said that she is afraid of me. If so, it's best if I stay up.
We're on it!
Miss Shawnee, as we discussed earlier...
Mr. Alhaitham, I'm aware of where you...
Huh? What do you mean? We need to...
Go ahead and talk to her. You'll get the answers you want. Go on. Earn her trust.
Is it really that simple?
May I call you Traveler? Hi, Traveler. Do you think the resurrection of King Deshret can truly change Sumeru for the better? Why's that? That's very similar to what Miss Candace says. I know you two are friends. That's why I'm willing to talk to you. Before, I wouldn't even have the courage to ask. Traveler, do you believe our lives will get better?
Yeah! We came here from another nation, so it isn't wrong of you to be weary. But even so, we've met lots of people from different places. We have friends in Sumeru, and we want to help them. That's why we decided to stay here for a while.
I want to trust you. My apologies for posing my questions like that. To be honest, I didn't expect you to come back for more information.
Alhaitham told us you have your reasons. It's okay. We understand.
The fact is that only one side of my family is desert folk. I don't really fit in. Some believe in the Dendro Archon, while others believe in King Deshret. I don't belong to either side, and neither side would want me.
Speaking of which, the Radicals mentioned that they despise traitors. Do they just think that anyone who's...
Yeah. Some people can be so narrow-minded when it comes to bloodline and beliefs. It makes no difference. Slowly, I just stopped talking to people. I pretended not to hear or see anything. And then it happened. The village keepers who had helped me disappeared with no explanation, and I didn't dare...
You can tell them. I'm sure he'll keep your secret.
All right. I'll tell you what I told Alhaitham. I actually have a sharper sense of hearing than most. Sometimes, I hear strange crying sounds in the night.
There are ghosts?
Perhaps. I'm not sure. It's faint, but it's definitely the sound of crying. It used to be louder and more frequent. But ever since you arrived in the village, it doesn't seem to happen as often. And
I confirmed this with the guards on night duty. They also have someone with a good ear, and he's heard similar sounds at night. But, because we're in the middle of a desert, you would rather believe that they are the cries of beasts than ghosts.
there's really nothing around these parts, except...
I think they used to use it for treating Elazar, but it's been abandoned for years.
Yeah, let's go!
Auf einmal werden da irgendwelche Experimente gemacht. Im Krankenhaus. Das wäre ja krass.
Oh, is this the place? It's in terrible shape. Ah, monsters, watch out! Nice and spicy.
Steady as stone. Leave it all to me. As a good knight should.
Cool it. Don't get frostbite. Freeze.
Boba, get them!
Cool it.
Windblade!
Nice and spicy.
Dodge this! Cool it! Oh, so sorry. Freeze!
It's the fire! Eat this!
With the wind! Don't push your luck! Freeze!
I must leave no stone unturned. Time to clean up. I'll catch up. Boba, get them!
Dodge this! Freeze! Don't get frostbite! Cool it! Dodge this! Wind blade!
Nice and spicy!
Cool it! This one will be frozen in time. Don't push your luck. Dodge this! Freeze! Dodge this! Wind blade!
They were easier to deal with than Paimon had expected. Super strong bandits? Or monsters towered? He looks super serious. We gotta stay on our A game too.
This is the one. Let's go in and take a look.
Hey,
Patience. Shawnee says she only hears the crying at night. We have time to burn. Until then, I'm taking a break.
And just like that, he sits down. What are you reading? Let Paimon see.
Okay, sure.
Huh? The natural position.
So,
Oh, Paimon gives up. You keep reading your book. See ya. How is he so relaxed? Look at him, reading an impossible book in a creepy place like this. Hey, Paimon's your Tibet travel guide. Paimon knows. And anyway, it's not Paimon's fault that the books people read in Sumeru are so complicated. Paimon's getting so sleepy. Huh? What was that sound?
there it is. It's coming from that direction.
Is the sound coming from here? Huh. Paimon's not seeing anything.
It's from below.
But there's no way we can get down there.
Something is off about the interior here.
Orden des Abgrunds.
As
Nice.
I thought.
Whoa. It's like they tucked another... Oh, it looks like there are other mechanisms around here.
Like a lamb to the slaughter.
Out of the frying pan, it's the fun.
Where do you think you're going? Where do you think you're going?
Everything's ready. Let's...
Oh, so sorry.
Freeze!
Disappear!
Cool it!
Catch the wind.
Dodge this! Cool it!
Leave it all to me.
Just like we rehearsed.
Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Windblade!
Cool it!
What's the...
Freeze!
Steady as stone. Someone needs assistance. As a dutiful maid would. Leave it all to me.
Freeze!
With the wind!
Don't get frostbite. Cool it. Dodge this.
I'll bring my seasoning. Look, there's someone over there. Good idea. Let's.
Wait. You're...
He can't speak, and his eyes are unfocused. But he looks too young to be a. Also, why?
Didn't expect to see him here.
You know him?
He's Razak, a senior of mine at the Academia.
He's a scholar too? Is he the kind that holds up in a forest and.
No. And Razak was never involved in any of those things. He never trained in the forest, let alone reach Satyavada life. Leaving that question aside for the moment, him being here alone means that we might be too late. Looks like they've already taken everyone away. For whatever reason, they left Razak here. Perhaps they simply didn't have time to come. There are drag marks on the ground. They're clearer by the doorway. Someone was forcefully drawing a cart that was loaded with something heavy.
Loaded with people?
That is one possibility. It looks like they were in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being caught. The symptoms are identical.
Huh? What?
Allow me to jog your memory. Recall, don't you think his symptoms look familiar?
Oh, now that you mention it, they're.
Correct. The Academia is behind all. It isn't difficult to deduce their rationale.
First, the Academia spread a false rumor of King Deshret's resurrection,
emphasizing the role of the village keepers, the Mads. These rumors were all the persuasion that the radicals needed, and those based in Aru village leapt into action. Unbeknownst to them, of course, through rounding up the skull, as well as being able to exploit the radicals for their own ends. This scheme has one further advantage to the Academia.
all the risks and responsibilities are offloaded onto life for the desert dwellers has been brutal ever since King Deshret's death all those years ago.
Beneath the many would give everything they have for the prospect of something better. Anyone looking to exploit that for their own ends simply needs to make a few.
Even if complications arise, people will see that those involved are all followers of King Deshret,
and look for no further explanation than differences of belief. A deep-seated... The notion of an academia plot wouldn't even cross their minds. It may seem like a simple strategy, but...
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. It's in line with the village, but there's still one very important question. Wasn't it the academia that brought the scholar?
Throughout this process, one thing has changed. First, they were scholars. Then, they became lunatics. After that, they were exiled. An exile is still patently a living, breathing human being. But when someone if you can't find someone, you have no way of knowing what exactly happened to them. That
Resource? For
one possibility is that the information in their brains could be extracted into knowledge capsule.
extracted? You mean...
With the technology of the Sumeru Academia, it's entirely possible. Perhaps the process caused them great suffering, which is why they cry out in the dead of night, when no one is...
So, the human brain... Nope, nah, Paimon doesn't want to think about this.
I'm the Academia scribe, after all. I'm familiar with the... Anyway, judging by Razak's state, the contents of a divine knowledge capsule were extracted from his mind. But something went wrong in the process. Or perhaps his curiosity got the better...
Paimon's a little confused.
The look on your face tells me you've realized the answer. That's right. To some scholars, gaining knowledge about the gods is their entire... However, I can't help but wonder. What the Academia is going out of their way to look for forbidden knowledge. I've spent quite some time trying to analyze the contents of the divine knowledge capsule, but to no avail. It seems...
You mean you're not even slightly interested?
All scholars seek to expand the horizons of knowledge, but I'm not particularly interested in gods. Extracting information from people as if they were lifeless objects? If this is the direct...
Sounds like you're really against...
Of course. The Academia's whether it be academics or knowledge, everything has its boundaries. This matter needs to be corrected. Just like fixing...
Wait! Didn't you step in to help because you felt sympathy for those poor people?
Not to be callous, but no. There is no shortage of suffering in Sumeru, and the same can be said...
Probably not. Paimon's not...
You can say that. Simply put, I don't blindly place my faith. The divine knowledge capsule is something I want to investigate in full. That doesn't mean I'm willing to take action.
Paimon's been wanting to say this for a while. There are a lot of bad guys in the Academia, but you're not one of them. You're the...
Though I must say, uniqueness is also an asset, is it not?
Wow, that's a great way to think about it. Paimon's really impressed. If only Miss
I'm just a more likable person than her in general. There's nothing more... He won't last long if we leave him here. We'll work out our next step after we return to Aru Village.
We're back!
You must be tired.
What's the situation?
Unfortunately, somebody who's too young to take on the role of Isak's grandfather.
So, at one point in time,
Yep, pretty much.
their plan must have been implemented at some point before we arrived at Aru Village. Yet, they fled once we were headed to the village.
We may have a mole in our midst. One of us could be secretly revealing our whereabouts to...
Huh? Are our friendships that shallow?
Looks like none of you have realized wherein lies the issue. Sino, you're the reason why they can predict...
Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Choose your next words very carefully.
It is simply a logical inference. I have my reasons.
So what you're saying is... Interesting. And here I thought you were the most suspicious one.
I know. You have a point. But I realized something as we were returning from the hospital. Sino isn't like any of us.
What are you trying to say?
Do you still remember who you are, General Mahamatra? As a Matra, you are no doubt privy to certain kinds of information. Before you can take action against someone, You are required. Simply put, the academia has traditionally allowed you access to a wealth of sensitive information. If you want to raise a vicious wolf, you need to make sure that you can avoid its bite.
The academia is monitoring me?
It's not that simple. The academia has eyes all over Sumeru, but they have a special... Every so often comes a Nyagarbaha Day. On this day, the academia enters new information into the Akasha through knowledge capsules. I remember seeing a thick notebook next to the control panel once. Its contents were all about the...
You're saying that the academia entered my information in... But what's the point in doing that? My actions aren't important enough to be added into the Akasha.
The Akasha is capable of computation. The Akasha's algorithms are entirely capable of predicting your movements using the data entered. When you would depart, the route you would follow.
It predicted my every move.
The academia has been watching you longer than you think. However, the fact that you resigned is proof that their suspicions were well-founded.
So that's how it is. Sino adheres to his tenacity of will and steadfast faith are worthless to the academia. They need scholars who are easily pliable and mindlessly go after anything they can profit from. Sino, don't take it to heart. This just proves...
They escaped because of me.
Don't blame yourself. It's not like any of us would have known.
I have an idea. If they predicted my movements, then I might be able to guess where they went.
Whoa, you bounced back fast.
There is always an opportunity for safety after danger passes.
Oh, so that... If the academia is trying to avoid Sino... Yep, that's right!
They'll want to proceed in the direction opposite of where I'm going. I must go.
There's also something I want to investigate.
Let's go, guys! After him!
Please, wait! I want to go too!
You want to go too?
I want to find Grandpa. I promised.
Everyone, I leave them in your hands.
Yay! Let's go! Paimon feels like we're missing someone, though.
Yes. After leaving the village, we should head straight toward the desert.
I know the desert like the back of my hand.
Is that because you play here a lot?
Yep. One time, Grandpa almost got lost in the desert, but I was the one who brought him back.
There's something here. What's this?
It's buried in the sand. Looks like...
If Paimon thought running around everywhere was already enough work. Okay. So, we have to dig it out?
These are likely fragments of an Academia-developed device. Something akin. Looks like there were more than one village keeper. They must have been escorted this way, because there are Let's split up and search the area. Chances are that we'll...
Is this what we're searching for?
This is definitely a device used to extract divine knowledge.
How did it end up buried in the sand? They must have been attacked along the way.
Wait, what?
Grandpa, I hope you're okay.
Don't worry, your grandpa's gonna be fine.
Razak didn't display any signs of starvation or dehydration, which means that they left fairly recently.
We should be able to catch up.
One more thing. Given that the device had been entirely covered by sand, I believe the attack must have happened prior to the sandstorm.
Let's keep going. They can't have gone far.
But running on sand is so tiring!
But you're flying, aren't you, Paimon? Is flying over sand tiring too?
Of course it is!
Voices, over there. It sounds like an argument.
Whoa, you have really good ears!
Don't get any closer. They'll notice us.
Dia's talking with the Eremites? Very interesting. Let's listen in.
If you had informed me sooner, there'd be plenty of room for us to...
You're one of us. We would never lie.
Scholars. You don't know as much as I do. Need me to...
I knew it.
Dia? Why would you... Dia!
Oh, das war so eine schlechte Entscheidung, ihn mitzunehmen.
Hey, what are you doing?
Huh? Didn't you say you'd help me find Grandpa?
Well, look who's here.
This complicated...
You've betrayed Aru village?
So, this is the great General Mahamatra. Dear, you'd be better off as my assistant than hanging around with this motley crew. Seen for yourself. I have the means and methods, and my ideals are far more admirable than theirs.
I'm not the type that's easily swayed, Raman. You of all people should know that.
Wait, what's going on, Dia? Whose side are you on here?
Shut it, Paimon.
It doesn't matter. Whichever side you pick, nothing can deter us from the grand mission of resurrecting King Deshret.
Face the facts, Raman. It's not gonna happen. You should understand that more than anyone. Have all your years as a merc taught you nothing about placing hopes in a ruler?
I'm a desert dweller and a proud follower of King Deshret. Whether I live by the edge of the sword or in peaceful comfort, my soul will always carry.
It's not too late yet. The village mad scholars aren't gonna bring King Deshret back to life.
You don't understand, my dear lady. Pursuing our faith is our purpose in life. Even if the chance of success is 1 in a million, we must be willing.
Even if it'll expose you to the academia? Even if they end up disbanding the Eremites, your Eremites, which you've worked so hard...
Yes. We've waited a long time for this day to come. The sun and the moon no longer... With these scholars in our custody, we'll stomp the Academia's forces and fight our way beyond the wall.
Ridiculous. Think about it. The Academia controls the entirety of... If you still don't believe me, then try asking these two men. They're also against the Academia, but...
They look more like pawns of the Academia to me. Why would I listen to any filthy traitors? Your god abandoned all honor and betrayed King Deshret. We desert dwell.
It's impossible to perhaps we should...
Do you really believe that by kidnapping the scholars, you'll be able to negotiate with the Academia? These people have no value as bargaining chips, but I could be persuaded to take their place as your next hostage. These scholars were exiled from the Academia. I, on the other hand, am their current scribe, and will be a much greater
Wait, you can't be serious.
So, you want to trade places with the hostages?
Precisely. Any wise...
What are you thinking? What if they decide to kill you instead?
Well, that would be bad luck for me. However, I'd get the chance to observe the scholars. Perhaps even find out the truth.
Think you can talk me over with that confident...
I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm using this as a...
You are the scribe. What do you have against the Academia?
Not all desert dwellers believe in King Deshret, and the same applies to the Academia.
You Academia scum. Every last one of you is nothing but a hypocrite, just like everyone else on...
Not so fast. I'll hate them. Do you stand by everything you just said?
I never make it.
You know you're making a dangerous decision, right?
I do.
Good. Raman, hear me out. These people are my friends. Maybe you can't take the followers of the Dendro Archon at their word, but what about me? Do you trust...
We've known each other for years. Of course I do.
In that case, I'm willing to vouch for their honesty with my right arm. Come on, Raman, don't be a coward. If you're serious about taking on the Academia, you need to steel yourself. You can't be afraid.
Huh. An arm from the Flame Mane. But what if you refuse to oblige? What should I do then? No one's a fool here, Dia. We're merc.
You're not wrong, but this is different. I promised my friends that we'd bring back...
Let's do it right here, then. Give me your right arm as proof of your resolve.
Naja.
Don't listen to him!
Nein, nein,
He's
nein.
not even trying to negotiate! He just wants...
That's fine.
Are you crazy?
We came here to save lives. One arm for that many people is still a pretty good deal, if you ask me. Raman, I'm holding up my
Ich
end
hätte
of
es
the deal
niemals
here.
getan.
You'd better...
Sure. Go ahead and cut off her right arm.
No! Dia! What are you gonna do? Think of something!
Kämpfen.
You don't have to go this far.
That's not for you to decide.
Do it!
Sino, mach irgendjemand.
Stop!
What's wrong? Can't do it?
Flame Mane, you and I are both desert folk. Cutting off your arm is no different than cutting off my own fingers. You've shown me that you're serious. Go on now, take your friends and leave.
Phew. I was really counting on him not going through with it.
Dia! That was crazy! Have you all lost your minds? What if he'd actually cut your arm off?
Then I just have to hold my claymore with my left arm. Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't ever make a promise like that again. I can deal with the likes of them. If it came down to it, you would not lose.
I don't doubt it, Sino. But this is about more than me and them. There's a lot more where they came from. Even if we got rid of one bunch of radicals, there are others out there. Wiping them out would do...
I'm sorry, Dia. I should have stayed put and listened.
It's okay. I promised you I'd help find your grandpa, so I'll do whatever...
Whatever it takes? You just might be scholar material.
Huh? Are you serious?
The Eremites once said that I was a lunatic. Perhaps a little madness is essential to be successful in...
Why does it feel like he's using his praise for me as an excuse to brag about himself? Okay, let's get moving. We should head...
Also ich bin ehrlich, ne? Wenn ich zum Beispiel mehr Wissen erlangen könnte oder so, wenn mir jemand einen Chip ins Gehirn einpflanzen würde, ganz ehrlich, ich würde es machen. Wenn ich dadurch produktiver wäre, warum nicht? Ja. Ich würde es machen.
Race you! You're all here so early.
Looks like we have everyone here. Isak?
I'll watch from a safe distance. Dia, I wanna...
Okay, let's...
Dia, wait.
What's the matter?
I heard that you were quite reckless yesterday. No more of that today.
Fine.
Das wird ein langer Weg.
Close enough.
New punting.
Race you! Race you! Race you! Race you!
Huh. They got here before us.
Uh-oh. Is it because Paimon overslept by 5 minutes and held every...
Is everything ready?
Absolutely. You brought fewer people than I imagined.
Bring him over.
Grandpa! Why is there only one of them?
Rahman, I've always thought of you as a man of his word. What's this about?
It's a one-for-one exchange. And let me put it this way. Agreeing to any kind of deal with the Dendro Archon's people is already a huge
You stay right there!
Kämpfen. Let's go.
What do you think
See this blade here? You coward. Why are your hands shaking? Wait a second. It's a earthquake!
Alter, der Weiser scheint ja übertrieben stark zu sein.
Paimon's dizzy.
Ugh, this day's going just...
What a... The sand dune collapsed. I saw an energy field. The village keeper protected us. It glowed green with dendro. Just like you said, it may well have been the dendro archon.
Grandpa? Grandpa?
Hey, look around.
Did there used to be a temple here?
It seems that when the sand dune collapsed, it exposed these underground structures. The symbols on the gate belong to King Deshret's civilization. This structure must be ancient. It could have been an underground palace in the distant past.
Oh, a miracle. Praise King Deshret!
What's he doing here? And his men too?
They must have fallen down here with us. Pretty lucky if you ask. Most of them seem in really bad shape. Except for him. He got...
Mind your head.
No, this isn't the time for conflict. Our exalted lord has shown us the...
He's not actually gonna go in there, is he?
As it happens, I want to take a look inside too.
What are you doing?
Don't you think it's curious? 1 minute, Lesser Lord Kusanali's power protects us from harm, and the next, 2 major deities are vying to showcase their power to us. It would be a shame.
Paimon thought you weren't interested in gods.
Indeed. In my view, gods are just a higher form of living being. Or new discoveries are always worth investigating, whether they have anything to do with God.
Raman, what are you gonna do about your men?
I'll just let them lay here. King Deshret will take care of his people. Right now...
Warte, waren hier Schätze? Nee, ne? Okay. Oh. Truppenstufe 61 in Polen. Das geht schon.
It's full of life here. This defies comprehension.
Yeah, and there's so many plants. It's so pretty.
Sir Raman.
What? Huh? Are you mocking me?
Interpret it however you want. But there's something I'd like to draw your attention to. While this structure is clearly left over for...
Whatever you say. It's not like I have a vision.
There's nothing to be angry about. Think of this as an...
It does seem kind of strange. If that's true, then we might have to explore this whole area to find an explanation.
Race you!
Dodge this! Oh, so sorry.
I'm the frying pan.
Cool it! Dodge this!
Bubba, get them! Eat this!
Wind blade! Cool it! What's the hurry? Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
Have a good night, show.
Nice and spicy!
Cool it! Freeze! Cool it!
I'm the frying pan.
Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it! Disappear!
Bubba, get them!
Freeze! Cool it!
Nice and spicy!
Leave it all to me.
Bubba, get them! You're toast!
Freeze! Oh, so sorry.
Nice and spicy!
Dodge this!
I must leave no stone unturned, as a dutiful maid would.
Was? Der Hause fährt auf dem Boden hin und steigt auf den Aufzug, bevor er wieder nach oben fährt. Wie soll ich das denn schaffen? Psst, das ist unmöglich, Bro. Ich will mal was versuchen. Ne, geht nicht. Scheiße.
Nice and spicy.
What's the hurry? Dodge this!
Bro, das ist doch nicht möglich, Mann. Das ist unmöglich. Wie soll ich das machen? Tja, Leute, ich habe keine Ahnung, was ich da machen muss.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen in place after all. I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Okay. Dann. Warte mal, fahre ich mal nach oben. Vielleicht habe ich ja irgendwas übersehen. Ah, da ist so ein komisches Symbol. Aha. Let's go.
Race you!
Don't push your luck. Don't get frostbite.
Boba, get them!
Cool it.
Leave it all to me. I'll catch up.
Right, Pip, into the fire!
With the wind! Dodge. Dodge this! Don't push your luck.
Nice and spicy!
Time to clean up.
Boba, get them! Eat this!
Wind blade! Freeze! What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
Now that's a sight to see. King Deshret's splendor surrounds us.
There's so much vegetation here. It's different than what I expected.
Sure are a lot of plants for a desert.
That's what I call divine providence of King Deshret.
Oh nein, lass mich. Ich will da nicht rein. Okay. Finally.
It's getting brighter! Oh, it looks so beautiful!
Wait. What's that?
A load of flowers. And it looks like there's something among them.
These are King Jack.
They left something behind.
What does it say?
Here lies our faithful priest Kasal. His wisdom is a miracle among the people.
You can read ancient King Deshret's?
Of course. Every student needs to master at least 20 languages before they graduate.
He's not serious, right?
There's still something off about this place. The elemental energy here is to the scent of life.
Is this it?
Analyzing.
There seems to be a hidden message among these skeletal remains. Excellent. There's a device from King Deshret's civilization in this gravesite. I'll transmit the information over and project it for everyone to see.
Isn't sharing knowledge against the Academia's rules?
Yes. However, under the circumstances, I prefer you to see this for yourself. You'll understand after watching it.
Civilization is born of knowledge, but so too can knowledge be its demise. A disaster caught us unaware. It was knowledge that did not belong to this world. King Deshret brought this forbidden knowledge into our world, and it quickly spread like a plague. People's minds were filled with crazed whispers. Dark gray scales spread across their bodies. Even the land was stripped of its vigor. Only a desperate, deathly silence remained. Were it not for greater Lord Rukkhadevata from the forests, the damage would have been irreversible. She summoned the priests to build temples and infused into them the divine power of life. The disaster was miraculously tempered, and the embers of our civilization were preserved in Aru village. Alas, the miracle could not last. As long as forbidden knowledge continued to exist, it would forever blight this world. In the end, the proud king of the desert, my eternal lord, chose to sacrifice himself. I have spent my whole life since guarding one of these many temples. But now, my duty is coming to an end. As I close my eyes for the final time, the sight of that noble deity will appear in my vision once more. In helping King Deshret to eradicate forbidden knowledge, she exhausted her strength, and her form became that of a small child. How strange. Now that I think of her, I no longer have any fear of death, for I sense that the spirit of life will abide with me during my eternal sleep. Children of the desert, cling no longer to past grievances, but hold tight to the memory of this act of benevolence.
What was that?
The priest's memory.
No. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
But this doesn't make any sense.
Was that the former Dendro Archon? She became so tiny.
You might be distrustful of the Akasha, but there's no reason for you to doubt King Deshret's technology. You've just witnessed his priest's last words.
I've never heard about any of this. The surviving followers of King Deshret all gathered in Aru village. Our god did not make King Deshret's death, the all but total annihilation of our civilization. We saw her as nothing more than a traitor who stabbed us in the back in our moment of crisis.
You were blinded by your prejudice.
If I hadn't seen this for myself, if I hadn't witnessed, how could I ever begin to accept this? The truth is so far from what I've always known.
Rahman, that's enough. Give it a rest. You're starting to make a fool of yourself.
Dia, tell me, my Eremites and I...
Hey, how you doing?
I'll live. Thanks. I should probably go. Can't just...
What's your next move gonna be?
Oh, I know what you're going to ask. I feel deeply ashamed, but please, give me some time.
It's not gonna be easy.
Well, I guess that's for me to deal with. Dia, this is where our camp's located.
When would be a good time for us to go?
Tomorrow. I'll convince everyone that we're all on the same side. And I'll return every last one of your your village keepers. We'll share our other resources with you, too.
You seem to finally understand that our true enemy...
Yes. The gods never gave up on anyone. It's the people responsible for all this that need to face the consequence.
That must have been rough, but...
Rahman's no fool. Being the leader of your own faction in the desert is no easy feat. It's too bad he was held back by his belief in King Deshret. But now that that's changed, I guess we have a few more people on.
The outcome, at least, is
We should get going too. Let's head back, have a proper meal, and... Sino, we're leaving!
Stop yelling.
Ich dachte, da wäre so ein krasser Gegner oder so, aber das war ja komplett easy. Ein bisschen enttäuscht, muss ich sagen. Aber gut.
Raman, we're here.
Everything's been arranged. Someone will bring the village keepers back.
I guess all I can
Don't mention it. I think we can both agree you went to hell and back. But we share a common cause now.
Where are the perpet?
I'll bring you to them.
So these are the people who kidnapped the village keepers.
Oh no, it's the scroll.
There's no need to yell. No one...
We've been all over the desert trying to find you.
That's right.
General Mahamatra? No, no. Make it quick, please. Swift and...
Whoa. The moment they set eyes on Sino, they turned pale.
You should have known that I would be coming for you.
Wait, we were just following orders. You know what I'm talking about, right? There's no way we could have done all...
No, not Sino. He's gonna tear us limb from limb.
I could do...
Please have mercy.
Start talking. Otherwise...
So, your superiors have kept you quite busy recently. Why?
They, wanted to
Don't play dumb. They extract divine...
I really don't...
Well, you better start talking or you'll be sorry.
You don't want to make things any more difficult for yourself, do ya?
Be my guest.
Uh-huh. That sure didn't sound like a fancy metaphor or any...
How did you know?
There's no use hiding it now. Yes, you're right. The Academia is working on an important and potentially world-changing project. It may seem as if Sumeru's academics are thriving, but ever since the death of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, scholarly breakthroughs have been... The withering of Irminsul has been getting worse recently. The sages have tried everything they could think of, but nothing's worked. I'm always hearing them say things like, if...
Continue.
And then, someone from the Fatui showed up. They called him the Doctor. He brought a gnosis. The Doctor was previously expelled from the Academia. At first, the sages looked down at him in disdain. But when he said those words, he asked them, do you wish to...
This is what the arrogant ignorance at the extreme end of academia looks like.
First, the Academia spent a long time constructing a divine vessel, which was based on an After that, they harvested dreams via the Zeb-Zerus Festival Samsara. With the Doctor's help, and the Akasha now functioning at maximum efficiency, they were able to use it to... Next, they decided that their new god needed to possess divine wisdom. For that to happen...
It adds up.
But how do you determine whether the knowledge extracted is of divine origin?
Call it an educated guess? The Academia has been trying to figure out the exact source of the Scholar's madness for centuries, but nobody can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Surely you can see what... If it's knowledge no mortal can comprehend, then it must be something only gods are able to decipher. In other words, it's the source of the God of Wisdom's omniscience and omnipotence.
You must have noticed by now. The Academia doesn't care about who their god is. It's the ability to exercise control over knowledge. It is as if they are cursed with a desire for omniscience. Some organisms demonstrate phototaxis, and thus orient their entire lives in respect to sources of light. This is but a form of phototaxis. For many scholars, the absence of a god of wisdom means...
Then what does Lesser Lord Kusanali mean to you? Is she not a true god present in this world? If you already have a new god, why try to...
From the beginning, The Academia has never treated... When the Academia first discovered Lesser Lord Kusanali, the newborn god of wisdom, the sages hoped that she would be as wise as Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But upon evaluation, they found that at the time, she possessed no more intelligence than any ordinary human child. The sages never had a ruder awakening. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali's gnosis had been used to power the Akasha this entire time. By herself, she has neither an Archon's raw power, nor slowly but surely people be...
So...
All right, let's try to keep our cool. If everyone's in a bad mood, then let's change up our scenery. Raman, give me a few men to help us escort the village keepers back to the village. And these two scholars, they're coming.
Sure.
The village keepers you found have all been returned to their homes, and each one has a dedicated caregiver to look after them. The two new scholars are being kept under close supervision, too. Really great work, everyone.
The atmosphere's... Hey! Say something! Stop spacing out!
Come on, is there nothing left to talk about?
Or I can go fetch some...
Oh! Paimon's so coming with...
Do you have any plans, Traveler?
Gods above, you're not talking about work, are you?
So you were still withholding some information?
Even though we lived through all of this firsthand, it's still...
What a whirlwind of a story. I felt...
It seems like there'll be more issues to face in the days...
Still, now's a good time to make our next move. Now that Raman's joined...
It's time to make a...
Indeed. These events are a flagrant transgression.
So, everyone.
Crush the sages and rescue our god. That...
Well, let's brain...
The next time we gather here, we must have a...
Yep, it'll work.
Everyone is already waiting in...
Well, what are we waiting for?
Please, wait a moment. Before attending the meeting, I hope you can promise...
What do you need?
Promise me that you won't commit to anything too reckless.
What do you think?
Okay.
We already discussed things a bit.
Hey, where have you been? I've missed you too.
Are you ready?
Very well.
Are you sure this is gonna work?
I gotta admit, it's bold.
The point of discussion is to arrive at a solution. Let's cut the small talk and move to the next point.
You're making Paimon nervous.
You're finally done.
I have some other stuff to take care of. Come on, don't give me that face. I know what you're...
That's what I wanted to hear. Take care. Well, Traveler, Paimon, judging from your expressions, the meeting...
You can tell?
I'm not that good at scheming or strategy, but I can sense people's emotions. And based on your reaction, things must have gone...
Paimon's a little worried.
To be honest, I feel the same. But you're already some of the most capable people.
Candace gave us a cup.
Your deeds speak for themselves.
Candace, we stayed behind to tell you that, although you won't be coming with us, we'll be sure to remember.
I'm very glad to hear that. I've said the same thing to everyone here today as I said to you when you arrived. Your safety is the most... Only when you're safe can the plan be successful. So, you're welcome. And thank you for taking my advice. Good luck. With that...
Sounds good. I'll go.
Okay.
I'll hit them!
Have you finished saying your goodbyes?
Yeah! Also, Candace told everyone to be careful.
Yes, she did. But our plan is not child's play. We won't be able to achieve I hope this is clear to you.
Huh? Shouldn't you be...
Didn't we already do that during the meeting?
You can never have enough words of
In that case, Candace can cuddle you to your heart's content while I continue to remind you of the We all have our jobs to do, after all. It's like how some people can be put in charge of logistics while others will fight on the front.
Speaking of the front lines...
Of course. Compared to the mercenaries, I'm merely a feeble scholar. But the advantage of not being a mercenary is that I get to stay in a safer place and offer my strategic... Just think about that mercenary who lost his mind. Mercenary groups are facing...
Well, being a scholar is also a high-risk occupation, and you are a scholar!
I'm not like the rest of them. Even among members of the same species, some will exhibit far more potential than others.
This guy. Hyman still remembers when those mercenaries in Port Ormos called you...
All intellectuals are lunatics in the eyes of fools. Well, do you remember the record we saw in the King Deshret ruins? It mentioned forbidden knowledge. You have a good memory. Forbidden knowledge has the power to drive people insane, but this fact has never been shared with the public. Even, I think, those mad scholars and mercenaries we encountered may have all fallen victim, but the academia has always held a different view. They've always believed that symptoms of madness are Come to think of it, perhaps the academia has also never understood the true nature of forbidden knowledge, and thus always the Withering, Elazar, and the Sandstorms. Don't you think what is happening right now across Sumeru is rather similar to the forbidden knowledge pollution that occurred in the desert thousands of years ago?
But Hyman thought that Irminsul's disease... At least, that's what Tainari... Wait a second.
Ah, you've connected the dots. The cause of Irminsul's illness...
But if that's the case, what should we do?
Wait. Why do you think Lesser Lord Kusanali would have a solution to this situation?
You mean, it's related to the scene you saw when you passed out in the Avidia Forest?
In that case, It's imperative that we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Only by working to make sure we're still on track. I would like to check on the state of some—
Where are we going?
to an Aramite base. Ah, they're here.
Huh? What are they?
I gave them some technical work to do.
Ah, it's the scribe. And is that the traveler I see?
How's the work going?
Ah, yes! We have fixed the devices according to your instructions. One of them is already ready for use.
Aren't those devices for canned knowledge extraction?
Look here.
Huh? More canned knowledge? Are you going to put more weird stuff into his head?
What's that look on your face? Are you—
Paimon's a little scared, but...
That's an— Anyway, we're not going to use— As I mentioned during the meeting, this knowledge capsule contains a decree I drew up in the past. The Traveler, I want you to record something into this. Do you believe we can save Lesser Lord Kusanali? Good. Conviction is the most— Now, please get ready and put on this device.
You want us to record our conviction into the knowledge cap?
Yes.
Paimon is...
I understand, but trust me, Paimon, this is something— Because, to achieve this impossible task, it sounds like you'll need to fool your own heart first. Although it may feel like a trick,
Paimon can see the point you're trying to make.
Imagine this. We have orchestrated our plan and successfully rescued Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything went without a hitch, and everyone recognizes and praises our— Now, open your eyes. Here.
What's this?
Read it out loud. It's done.
Is your head okay? Does anything hurt?
It's just a recording. There should be no negative effects.
But what was the point of doing this?
And that's perfectly fine. In any case, these capsules aren't meant to be used by you.
Huh? What?
Have you forgotten? Our plan needs to account for those who have long relied— You may find it hard to believe, but for those people, everything the Akasha transmits to them is nothing short of absolute— Imagine if you've been using a device like the Akasha since the day you were born. And this device has always supported— After all that time, what do you think you'd become? A slave to orders. And that's why rules are so important. In addition, those who understand the rules can delineate boundaries.
But why would you need to identify—
You could say that those kinds of ambiguous zones can be very interesting. One might even—
Things you're interested in are really out there. Are also—
Anyway, I'm going to take those two to work on some small projects. You can head to Caravan Rebot and start preparing for the next step.
Small projects?
We're going to tinker with the Akasha terminal and make a few mod—
I thought we agreed on a plan. How could—
The plan is too radical and carries a high risk for casualties. I've given it a lot of thought.
But it's still the best plan we have. As a former Matra, you of all people should be able to see the bigger picture.
I did. And that's how I saw the danger behind these so-called advantages.
Huh? Why are you guys arguing?
My friend, you're just in time. Why don't you help me?
We agreed to work out a plan at the meeting. As mercenaries, You're familiar with the local environment, so you'll take care of the specifics. Had I known all Hatham would give you those kinds of suggestions, I would not have agreed to the
Look, you already know that we're all on the same side here, don't you?
Mercenaries place a lot of importance on their bonds of friendship, but also will not hesitate to make sacrifices if they deem the situation to be...
Seems you really do understand the way...
Traveler, Paimon, this is also something you should know. Ramon's plan is to have me work with the Caravan Reebok guards in my capacity as a Matra. We will arrest the mercenaries and escort them into Sumeru City.
Wait, how can we work with the guards?
We can't get through that wall easily, remember? Caravan Reebok would never let so many unregistered members of the Eremites enter Sumeru City. My plan will clear us of any possible suspicion, and also let us enter the city as a big group.
That also sounds like something All Hatham told you.
Doesn't Al-Hatham know how dangerous this plan is?
Of course he does. He told me, there is no perfect plan, but this can get the job done. He also said that with the help of Sino and the Traveler, our chance of success... I never blindly trust anyone, and I've always had a good eye for people. I think he made a number of valid points. It's my own...
If I make the arrests alone, I can control myself and prevent you from getting hurt. But I can't guarantee that kind of discipline from the guards. To make the whole thing more convincing, you'll need to resist to some degree. Casualties aren't... I'm okay with the deaths of enemies. But now that we're allies, I'm against the meaningless loss of our own.
I can't believe a Matra would actually care about us. I've lived a hard life, and I can say that people like you...
I've always treated my allies with honesty and respect. They have the right to know important things like that.
Now you're making this hard for me.
Hey, is there something we can do to help? We can help fight some of the mercenaries, which should reduce the number of times you'll have to struggle directly with the guards. That should...
Sino, on behalf of my people, I thank you for your kindness. But this is a mission we cannot turn our backs on. We strongly value the... We have no fear of casualties, because we crave the spoils of victory. So please, lend us...
Well, now that you've put it that way, I can... But remember, you need to follow the plan and not do anything reckless. Candace made it very clear that we could... Since you and I both recognize the significance of this operation, there should be no more animosity between the followers of the dead.
Okay, you have a deal. Let's do...
The guards should be stationed in the courtyard nearby. You can find them there. Guards!
General Mahamatra! To what do we owe the honor?
Keep your voice down. This is a secret operation. I'm going to arrest a large criminal gang near this location. According to the Academia's Guide and Regulations on Secret Operations...
Ah, of course. Mahamatra Sino's order is the Academia. But who exactly are you planning to arrest, and how many people are you expecting? Depending on the scale of this operation...
They're a squad of Eremites whose number is comparable to Ain el Akhmar in Port Ormos. They're involved in the theft and resale of supplies from the Academia.
As many as Ain el Akhmar? This should definitely be classified as a joint operation.
Then I suggest that you report this to your superiors as soon as possible. And treat it as a top priority desert operation.
Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll contact them immediately.
Because this is work. Because I trust you.
Paimon can't believe you're still in the mood to chat. This whole thing has Paimon scared. Aren't you even a little worried? What if these guards already know that you have... Even if that guard doesn't know, their superiors might run...
We discussed this, remember?
The Caravan Rebot operation is of great importance. But don't worry, the guards...
How can you be so sure?
First, the other Matra still don't know why Sino has left, which proves that the Academia has been covering up the matter. Second, this is a crucial moment for the Academia's God creation plan. If something were to happen to the General Mahamatra, it's bad no matter how you look at it. They don't seem interested in sharing the news of Sino's departure.
A reasonable inference. I agree.
Which brings us to our next issue. I'm sure some of you have been wondering if the prediction function of the Akasha will affect our...
The Akasha is still in operation, so I must remain on... Actually, considering the power of the Akasha, it's quite...
I've given that a lot of thought. For now, I don't think you'll need to worry. If you remember, when you first came to Aru Village, all your actions and routes were predicted by the Akasha. It even gave that information to those who kidnapped the village keepers. But things like that never happened again after we met up with the
That's true. But why?
Look at it from a different angle. Why do you think the Akasha will predict your actions?
Because my personal data has been entered into the Akasha.
That's true, but the key to this question is, haven't you ever thought about it? Just how can it do this in the first...
Because the Akasha controls the entire...
The Academia firmly believes that all human actions can be explained through logic. By sorting and analyzing entered data, the Akasha can derive behavioral logic and predict the actions of those who fit. However, at the risk of sounding like an advocate for emotions are part of our behavioral logic. But can you guarantee that Sino, in the past, you've always worked alone. In the absence of another person who could decisive and principled, you were used to solving problems alone. That's why the Akasha could figure. But now, you've joined a team. And our thoughts and logic have intermingled and weaved themselves together to become a complicated, chaotic The Akasha lacks data on these interactions, and it's impossible for it to predict your actions in the future based on your decisions in the past. After all, so, in my opinion...
Makes sense to me. I agree. The Akasha is not alive, and I don't think we can be completely controlled by something without a mind of its own.
Is that so? I guess there are things that even the Akasha cannot calculate. And people will not be forever trapped by...
I'm so glad that this is...
Next time, pay attention during our meetings.
Will do.
Just remember to stay vigilant.
Footsteps!
General Mahamatra! We were not expecting your presence here. I'm the security officer of the Great Red Sand District.
This is my assistant, the Traveler. He will be working with me. The construct next to him is for his work.
Beep! Construct, beep!
What a great honor to meet you. Your golden hair is as bright as the sun. And, is this the latest tech...
Have you made a decision regarding the matter I mentioned to your subordinate?
It seems to be a dire situation, so of course you will have our full cooperation. To be perfectly honest, I've always...
There's no need for flattery.
Yes, sir.
Take your most elite platoon and follow me to the eastern side of the district.
Understood.
Map.
Hurry, bring the map!
In 2 days, we will engage Rahman's Eremites and capture all of them. Any questions about the time or
None at all, sir.
Good. See you then.
Yes, sir.
Maybe hanging around the General Mahamatra isn't so bad after all. Everyone's so respectful towards us.
This is all due to the absolute authority of the Academia. And now, get ready. We will move out in 2 days.
Vielleicht sollte ich was einkaufen. So. Mein Früchtequark habe ich jetzt auch aufgegessen. Dann kann es jetzt losgehen. Zwei Tage, okay. Das passt, ne?
It's time for the operation! Let's go meet Sino in the desert! Look! Over there! Our helpers have arrived already! Let's hurry over!
Wait a moment.
Ah! Oh, it's you!
You're my assistant, remember? Being my assistant, you must stay with me.
It's General Mahamatra and his assistants.
We meet again.
You're here early.
It's to show how important we think the operation is. Since this is a big case for the Academia, we are prepared to give it our best.
I'm glad to hear your sense of resolve. Remember, we must capture them alive. They are our only leads for the case. If they die, we will be unable to continue the investigation.
Understood.
Everyone! The Eremites are approaching from the west!
Make preparations and be ready for combat. Halt!
Oh? What a warm welcome! Judging from those shiny weapons in your hands...
Rahman, the Academia has caught wind of your smuggling and illicit sales. If you vow...
Who are you supposed to be? A Matra from the Academia?
I'm not here to talk.
Oh, nobody's given me this much time of day since I became a mercenary. Brothers! For that slight, let's wash our blade.
What's the hurry? Oh, so sorry. Dodge this! Cool it! Dodge this! Don't get frostbite. Freeze! Cool it! Dodge this!
Right, Pip, it's the...
Wind blade! Freeze! This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this! Cool it!
It's over.
Ah! We have subdued them. The operation is now over. All Aramite mercenaries and related personnel in the air.
Ah, you pitiful Dendro Archon dogs!
I'm afraid you'll regret it first.
King Jeshret will curse you, and you will...
Silence!
Oh,
Restrain them and take them back to Caravan Rebot. Count their numbers and send them to the Academia as instructed by the General Mahamatra.
Yes, sir!
Mahamatra Sino, I will now take my leave. If you need further assistance, please come.
Understood. You are dismissed.
There they go.
Let's talk elsewhere.
This part of the plan went really well.
Yes. Things went perfect.
That's fantastic. And that punch you gave Ramon there sure looked convincing enough.
Once we're done here, I'll return to Caravan Rebot and oversee the group's transport.
Yeah, you're the reason why everything went so...
It's not the time to celebrate yet. Go join up with her. She will need you to introduce her to Tainari.
Speaking of which, is it really okay for us not to share the full plan with Tainari? What if he'll feel
I have a very close relationship with Tainari. Given how well we know each other, I believe my message alone should be enough to bring him to our side. If we need help, Tainari is the best. Get ready for the next phase of the plan.
What's the hurry?
It's about time. Didn't you say our part of the plan is the most important of all? And here you come. In the time it took you to get here, I already did 5 laps around the place, downed 7 drinks, and even did some clothes shopping.
Sorry. We didn't mean to keep you waiting.
I just wanted to fix your attitude and rub it in a little. After all, you took your sweet time getting here, and we've got important stuff to take care of. I just like seeing that serious look on your face. All joking aside, I'm glad you're here. Let's get moving and take care of this. Our responsibility is to get a status update on the Fatui Harbinger known as the Doctor. We need to make sure he won't get in our way when we rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dealing with an institution that controls all of Sumeru is already hard enough. If the Doctor were to crash the party, it would be next to impossible.
Yeah, we sure don't want him showing up. Ooh,
Right? Hearing his name just reminds me of those stuffy old geezers in the academia. I'd rather not have to deal with someone like that. According to the plan, we should first go to Pardis DI and ask for Forest Watcher Tainari. If all Hatham and Sino's sources are solid, then we can be sure. So, we'll find Tainari and convince him to get us the latest intel on the doctor. Then, depending on what the sages have placed spies everywhere on the other side of the wall. I'll follow you as a bodyguard. You should be honored. I don't offer my services to just...
But Paimon thought mercenaries would do anything for Mora.
That's certainly true. But when multiple employers are vying for your services, you should always go with the best offer.
How much Mora do you want? Paimon's not sure.
How much do I want? Hey, how about paying me with a smile? What do you say? I haven't seen you smiling much recently. If you ask me, someone like you must look lovely when they smile. Come on, give me a smile so that I can be less worried. Looking good! I hope this pretty smile will become our lucky charm. There are many kinds of smiles, but only a truly joyous one can bring blessings to others. Let's consider this smile a down payment. Let's go. It's time to pay a visit to Pardis.
Traveler, Paimon, and you are?
Hey there.
This is our friend Dia. She's an Aramite mercenary.
A mercenary? You must have some big news for me.
It's something really important, please.
All right. This place is better. We won't be disturbed by... Okay. What is this important thing you want to ask me? The doctor...
He's that strange-looking Fatui Harbinger with the mask. Paimon thinks he has blue hair.
Yes, I know him. Actually, he left Pardis DI just a little while ago.
He left already?
Yeah.
Can I ask what it was about? Sorry to ask you like this after having just met, but for now... all we can share with you is that your friend Sino is working with us.
Sino, you said? I see. So that's why he hasn't been at the... Okay. I'll answer your questions and will assist you any way I can.
Sino's name really does work wonders. You're not even a little worried?
Despite having just met you, I can sense that you're the serious type. But you don't need to tell me anything you don't want to. I'll also get straight to the point. The Harbinger you mentioned came to me because he wanted to take the scholar Hypatia away.
Hypatia? Why would he want her?
And what do you mean by take away? Is he planning to leave Sumeru?
Yes. He told me his return to Snezhnaya is imminent. So you mean you're leaving this place soon?
Indeed. Otherwise, we could have perhaps talked a little more. I was just about to set out when I remembered something important. To that end, I made a final trip to Pardis DI. Let me ask, have you been taking care of a scholar?
Your sources are accurate. No doubt because you've recruited many informants. But...
Forgive me for asking, but how's the treatment coming along?
Given the way you're asking, I assume...
Since you asked, I'll be frank. I would like to take Hypatia...
It's incredibly difficult to transfer a patient. As a scholar yourself, shouldn't you...
Oh? I can't believe your utter lack of faith in me, to the point of even questioning my general level of knowledge.
Well, you're the only one who's ever made such a request.
I have my ways of keeping her safe during the journey. In addition, I can also promise that under my care, Hypatia will receive the most advanced and effective treatment. I will personally supervise her treatment and see to her recovery.
Hypatia was born in Sumeru and remains a scholar of the Academia. Her situation has not become... Transporting her to Snezhnaya is risky, and the potential benefits are unknown. Your suggestion is rude and reckless. I'll pass. I don't know much about the doctor, but after talking with him, I realized that just like many other scholars, he possesses an aura of error. It's not so much that he's looking down on others, but more that he's confident in himself and his abilities to a point of near insanity. I would never refer a patient to someone like him. I prepared myself for a protracted battle of wits, and was really surprised to see him just give up on the top.
I see, I see. Of course, your opinion makes perfect sense. You're still young, but already quite stubborn. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't just let you off the hook like this. But unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today. What with her Luckily, there is still some time left for me to take care of everything before I leave. It's just as the Academia said. You're a responsible and gifted scholar. Sadly, and that's also why people like you can never realize that sooner or later, everyone must pay the price for what they've learned.
Paimon can't help but feel like he's hinting at something unpleasant.
He asked a question, yet didn't care for my answer. Perhaps I'm nothing but a talking rock in his eyes. He never came off as malicious, but an utter lack of compassion permeated throughout our conversation. From his tone, I can sense that he's always...
I can barely believe it myself. But if that's true, the situation...
I don't think I missed any details. Frankly speaking, I don't want you to do anything too risky. Now that you know a little more...
Sorry, we can't tell you everything. We appreciate that you helped us anyway. I won't forget your kindness.
It's okay. I have an obligation to do so. To be perfectly honest, all of this may have started Recently, my master wrote several letters to me, asking me to return to the...
Hasn't he already asked you several times before?
Yes, but there's something off about this most recent batch of letters. The handwriting and the tone... My master will occasionally leave a few dots on the back of the letter. 1 dot means that he wrote the letter on a sunny day, and 3 dots stand for a rainy day. This has been a habit of his for many years. But I didn't find any dots in his recent letters.
I get it. Since you are always at Gandharvaville, you would like me, someone already working at the Academia, to invest...
I'd like to ask you to do that for me, if you can keep yourself safe. Please withdraw immediately at the first hint.
I can do that, but I have a feeling it won't be that simple. The Academia has been working on a big project. I'm not quite sure what it is, but your master might... If the higher-ups really are hiding something, then it will be difficult to remove myself from the situation once the investigation starts. If the situation becomes critical, I'll leave the Academia. If you don't see me there for an extended period...
All right, we've got a plan. I'll stay at Gandharvaville to support you.
If that scenario comes to pass, you must be extra vigilant. And be wary of any messages or...
I must say, I didn't expect a warning like this from the General Ma...
Being loyal to the Academia doesn't mean blindly doing whatever the sages say. On that note, aren't you also being quite distrustful of your alma mater?
The Academia, yes. But my master is a man of integrity. Even when I was a student, I was worried. I suppose he's lucky to have lasted so long. But in the end...
Es ergibt alles Sinn.
So you noticed something was up with the academia from the very beginning.
This may well be how Sino became involved in all of this. Also, if you run into Sino again, please help me pass on a message to him. I think this may be something he needs to hear right now.
Okay, we'll find a chance to tell him.
Thanks.
Right. Now let's go hunt down this... Oh, by the way, which way did the doctor go when he left Pardis DI?
That way.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. We'll be on our way.
Dann müssen wir wohl gegen ihn kämpfen.
According to Tainari, the doctor is leaving Sumeru soon. I want to check if the doctor was actually telling the truth. He also said that he'll take care of everything before he leaves. What did he mean by that? Just to be safe, let's chase him and see what we find.
But we have no idea where he went! How can we start chasing?
We'll do it the mercenary way. I'll find leads as we go. That Harbinger may have tried to cover his trail, but he still left some traces. Or perhaps he never even thought about concealing his whereabouts. Maybe that's just how arrogant he really is. Yep, we're headed in the right direction. The traces are still fresh, but there's no sign of his entourage. Clearly they're in a hurry. It's just as I thought. We can stop here. I think I know where the doctor went. To the south of here is Port Ormos, which seems to be where they're headed.
Port Ormos?
That's right. Let's go to the port and have a look for ourselves.
Oh, ich konnte mich die ganze Zeit teleportieren, ey.
Look! Fatui soldiers! Thanks to Dia's tracking skills, seems we found the right...
Shh! Don't draw their attention. The port is crawling with Fatui soldiers.
Let's keep going and see what we can find.
Now this is a proper farewell ceremony for a Snezhnayan Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving.
I used to...
Look! Fatui soldiers! Thanks to Dia's tracking skills,
Shh! Don't drop. The port is crawling.
Let's keep going and...
Now this is a proper farewell ceremony for a Snezhnayan Harbinger.
The Lord Harbinger is leaving. I've still only seen him once or twice.
I used to hold a position in our homeland, and back then, the doctor spoke in a very different way from the way he speaks now. Maybe the way people talk in Sumeru has rubbed off on him? It's always like that when you spend too long away from home. When he gets back to Snezhnaya, perhaps it will also take him some time to get used to the life there again.
Huh? But, sir,
That can't be right.
No, I remember it like it was yesterday. Both his expressions and tones are now very different. Also, for some reason, he seems like he's all smiles now.
You must be mistaken. Nobody's supposed to look happy when they're on a business trip.
The doctor is on that boat. So he told the truth after all. He is actually leaving Sumeru. Let's get closer and find a place to hide so we can observe him. This place will do. We can hide here while we keep an eye on the boat.
Uh-oh. He saw us.
Huh? Is he waving at?
It's time to say goodbye.
Wait, is he the only...
You mean...
And where are all the soldiers we saw on the port just now?
They were all here just a few minutes ago. But now...
So this was a trap. Wait, don't tell...
Er hat wahrscheinlich einfach nur das Land
There is still
Lebewohl
some
gesagt.
time left for me to take care of everything before I leave.
Oh no. They might be after Hypatia. Let's get back to Party Steve.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm afraid that she's seen something that she wasn't supposed to see. If I were the Fatui, I would also...
Oh no! Are you saying...
Let's go!
Ah, genau deswegen wollte er sie mitnehmen.
Pardis Di is not a place you Fatui can just show up and do as you please.
I believe we've already made ourselves quite clear. Our superior gave us permission to search for and collect medicinal herbs in Pardis.
But you've been in Sumeru for some time already. I find it coincidental that you chose to only come here today.
Even the Grand Sage himself may not have the right to question our research, much less an ordinary. I've done my duty to inform you. Don't make things difficult for yourself.
It would seem that my words have fallen on deaf ears. You can keep trying to deny it, but coming to Pardis Di now, I'm pretty...
With all due respect, your baseless speculations will only lead to unnecessary trouble.
Well, you only have your Harbinger to blame. He knows nothing about... I may be staying at Pardis Di as a scholar, but that doesn't mean I'm no longer a Forest Watcher. It is still my duty to protect the peace and safety of the scholars who have contributed so much to
Then it seems our conversation has hit an impasse.
No one will lay a hand on you, Hypatia. Not on my watch.
Hinari! Are you alright?
I'm fine.
These Fatui have really crossed the line. Time to teach them a lesson.
Dodge this!
Get them!
Cool it!
It's a beautiful made wound.
Roasted frog. This is trouble. You need to hurry up. This one's well done.
This! Oh, so sorry.
Disappear! Hurry up.
Freeze!
Steady as stone.
You need to hurry up. This was well done.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
You need to hurry up.
Wind blade! Dodge this!
I must leave no stone unturned.
This one's well done. Counterattack. to hurry up.
Dodge this! Frostbite. Freeze!
You need to hurry up.
Nice and spicy.
This one's well done.
There's no use resisting! Give us Hypatia! Keep dreaming!
Yes, Kainari, beat him up! Time to clean up.
Let's move. Stay right there. Listen this quickly. Eat up. Roast and fry. You need to hurry up.
Nice and spicy.
Big blade!
You need to hurry up.
Freeze!
Listen this quickly. This one's well done.
Cool it! Spicy so soft!
It's the fire.
Freeze!
Steady as stone.
You need to hurry up.
Nice and spicy.
Roast and fry.
Disappear! Dodge
You need to
this!
hurry up. This one's well done.
What's the hurry? This moment will be frozen in time.
You need to hurry up.
Cool it!
I must leave no stone unturned, as a dutiful maid would.
This one's well done. You need to hurry up.
Dodge this!
Fry.
Wind blade! Cool it!
You need to hurry up. This one's well done.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
You need to hurry up.
Freeze!
Roast.
Oh, so soft!
Steady as stone. I must leave no stone unturned.
Wind
You
blade!
need to hurry up. This one's well done. You need to hurry up. Roast and fry.
Cool it!
Nice and spicy.
You need to hurry up.
Freeze!
Well done.
This moment will be frozen in time. Dodge this! The doctor's orders are absolute!
Yeah? You've been someone's lapdog for so long that you don't know anything else now!
Eat this! Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Freeze!
So soon.
Dodge this! What's the hurry?
Steady as stone.
Don't get frostbite. Cool it!
No escape. Let's end this quickly.
frozen in time. Windblade! Cool it!
Leave it all to me. Steady as stone. Yep. I missed a spot.
Don't push your luck.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Prepare yourself. No escape.
We're not getting anywhere. Traveler, Paimon, please go to Hypatia. We
got it. Hypatia's still here. Well, how is she? Oh, that's good.
So, you think this is over?
What? The Balladeer...
I've missed that look of abject horror. You've given me that look every time we meet.
But, where is he?
I can hear all of your thoughts, you know. Don't you remember? I already saw you the first time you came to Party's DI, and I didn't need to do anything. It is her honor to be able to connect her consciousness with me.
Who are you talking to? It can't be the Balladeer, right?
I know you must be curious. I might as well tell you that I decided to enter Hypatia's consciousness the moment I sensed your touch. I wanted to observe you on a fool's errand.
Hey, Traveler!
My deification is nearly complete. All that's left now are just some final Do you understand? Even if you manage to rescue Lesser Lord Kusanali, it will be impossible for you to defeat a bona fide god like me. Is it wise to force that childlike god in... Scholars consider the god of wisdom to be the sum total of their faith. It's how they can justify reverence. But this also shows that humanity's worship of gods is a combination of blasphemy and exaltation. It's... Yes. Yeah, I'm in a good mood, which is why I'm talking to you like this. What do you mean? Those words almost make... But you're wrong. I'm different from all of you. I was born to become a god. My entire life up until this point has just been a meaningless routine. Just think about a sheet of paper. By itself, it holds no meaning. All I had recorded down before were some painful memories and boring human feelings. Such senseless drivel should... Indeed, to me, the sight of you fools in your futile struggles is far more amusing. Tell me, just what has this world done for you to protect it with such zest and conviction? I'm connected to your consciousness.
so I can hear what you're thinking and sense that this is a good conversation we're having. So here's a word of advice. Let go of your misguided guardian complex. You know nothing about it. It'll be for your own good, as well as everyone else's. Ah, you've seen my affection for her. If you were in my position, she peered into my consciousness and saw my past. All gods need followers. So Hypatia has been chosen. Her appearance heralds my imminent arrival at the throne of divinity, while her worship shall become... You're doubting me again? No matter. Soon... Who wants to hurt my devout follower? The doctor wants to hurt my first follower? How very amusing. Has anyone ever told you that you're not good? The doctor has never known his place. Even now, the puny human thinks himself You're still too naive if you think a few words will be enough to convince me to destroy the doctor. But I'm willing to give you a gift. It is an honor for you to be able to stand here and speak with me. As my listener, you will be rewarded. Both good things and bad things can be called gifts. After all, gods have never needed to be.
Ah! Paimon hears thunder! That person Paimon couldn't see was the Balladeer? Oh, he sure chapped. Where is the storm headed? That means anyone outside is in danger! Let's go! Tainari and Dia still... Oh! Have the Fatui retreated? Hey!
He's hurt.
I'm fine.
Don't move. I've seen Eremites get struck by lightning before. You need to rest.
Struck by lightning?
We were fighting, and just as things started looking grim, the weather suddenly became extremely strange. Lightning started attacking everyone. Luckily, there were only two of us, and both of us were nimble enough to dodge most of the strikes. There were a lot of Fatui, though, and they were being torn...
With that, all the Fatui soldiers were forced to retreat. Why are you sorry? It's all right. I'm sure you also never expected this to happen. Don't blame... My wound aside, you look like you've seen something unpleasant. Is Hypatia all right?
Hey, didn't I
Just in case, let's go to Hypatia's place and...
I'll catch him!
Thank goodness, she's fine.
Hey, how about taking care of your...
I understand my condition. The wound is not fatal. I'll be all right.
Ugh. The more you understand medicine, the worse of a patient you become.
I know. They always think that...
Oh, he sat down.
Let me rest for a bit.
So that's what you were talking to the Balladeer about?
The Academia's God creation plan.
That sounds, ambitious, I guess? Anyway, this is as long as I can enjoy every day with a drink in my hand, tasty food in my stomach, and a good night's rest, that's enough. I must be the least ambitious person who's ever set foot in Party STI.
Don't say that. I haven't even thanked you for your help back there.
Don't mention it. Well, if nothing else, all this proves that the doctor really did have some urgent matter to attend to, and left Sumer... Maybe the Fatui want to cover up...
You said the Balladeer claimed that Hypatia has seen his past. So...
Have you noticed? The Balladeer is not happy with the doctor's actions.
So, if the doctor was to show up again...
Based on what the Traveler has said, I think he would. Having the doctor gone benefits him as well as us. In other words, we've successfully completed this stage of the plan. The doctor is out of the picture now.
Yay! That's a big accomplishment!
I'm also happy for you.
Thank you for the help, Tainari. Make sure you rest up for now.
Yeah, all right.
Okay, that wraps things up for us here at Party's DI. Traveler, it's about time we rendezvous with the others. Let's continue to keep a low profile. You can head there once you're ready.
Ad Astra. Ad Astra.
Someone needs assistance.
All right, everyone is here.
How did everything go? Any luck with your...
Let's report back one by one. I'll start first. We've made the necessary modifications to the Akasha terminal. In addition, the props required are also ready.
I'll go next. The Traveler and I went to Party's DI. The situation was a bit complicated.
Who was behind it?
Well, that's the tough part. What should I say, Traveler? The Fatui or the Balladeer? After some back and forth, we confirmed that the doctor has left Sumeru by boat. He has something urgent to attend to back in Snezhnaya. So, we've successfully removed the doctor from the picture. Also, Tainari's already resting, so he'll be okay.
Oh, Tainari also asked us to tell you this message. Trust your own sense.
Everything also went smoothly on my side. The Eremites should have arrived at their destination by now. To avoid alerting the quarry, they will stay there for now.
I can't believe you actually got so many Eremites into Sumeru City.
It's all thanks to Rahman and his brave team, as well as their bold strategy.
It appears to have been very effective. I'm glad to... Well, is that everything?
Huh? Wait, you mean...
Well, what else?
Shouldn't you end with some words of encouragement? You know...
Personally, I'd rather we all go home and get some rest.
I'll hate them.
Oh, and if you wanted someone to say something to that effect, then I must reiterate that I'm here to strategize and not to lead. So you should find someone more suitable to do that.
But I thought all of you academia big shots were great speakers.
Then I should remind you that I'm the scribe.
I know that. So what?
A scribe is responsible for recording meetings, not speaking.
Fine, whatever. Well, Sino doesn't seem to be much of a talker either. I guess that leaves it to my employer.
Employer?
Yep, the Traveler hired me. That's right. So come on, boss. What do you have to say?
Yeah, say something to boost morale. Huh? What are you all doing here? Oh, it's Milu! Hey, everyone.
Not at all. I was actually just about to go find you.
Judging from the group, but you also look like you're up to no good. Seems pretty
Welcome, Nilu. Would you like to join us?
Huh? Join? You mean... you also want...
Yes. Something very... Nilu, are there any breaks in your performance?
Huh? Wait, you're... I can't believe my ears. You... Oh, right. The Traveler and Paimon are not from Sumeru, but you... That's right! I must admit that I'm a little scared. But I'll try my best for Lesser Lord Kusanali. If I can...
Remember.
Okay. I'll get my friends at the Grand Bazaar to help us
Just remember not to say too much.
Yep, you got it.
All the preparations are done. Now, can we finally...
So, have you thought up what you'd like to say, boss?
Yep. It's a grand plan and we're all super awesome.
Well said. A good night's rest before an operation can be the difference.
Thankfully, I've had my place to myself recently. It's been nice.
Uh-huh?
Oh, nothing.
Alright, let's all go home and get a good night's sleep so we can... Okay. So I guess that means it's time to say goodnight now. Yep! Good night, everyone! Today's the Academia's Nia Garbaha Day. We can finally put our plan into action. Alhaitham should be waiting for us. Let's go to the Academia and find him.
Hello, you two. Sleep well?
Not really. Hyman got too nervous thinking about today and didn't fall. What about you, Alhaitham?
Naturally, I slept just fine. After all, a good rest should be considered part of the plan, since energy isn't...
You just want to show off how calm you are.
It's crucial to dissipate any tension before we execute our plan.
The only thing you're doing is being annoying.
Anyway, do you need me to go over the game plan again? Our target is Grand Sage Azar's office. Everyone in the Academia knows that's where the Grand Sage's console is. Many restricted commands and operations are executed via that console. I'm sure that console has a way to free...
You know, Hyman's been thinking, what kind of technology could let the sages imprison even a god?
That isn't something they could have accomplished with their scholarly talents alone. In the sanctuary of Suristhana, there's a device of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's that she once used to isolate herself while meditating. 500 years ago, the Grand Sage at the time modified the device so that it can no longer be controlled from the inside. They were effectively trapping one god with the power of another.
So, how?
Don't forget, today is Nyagarbha Day, arguably the most important day to the Academia. The sages and core Academia personnel are busy loading the latest batch of research developments and legal decrees into knowledge capsules so that they can be entered into the Akasha. All the Darshan's researchers have their noses to the grindstone, and the Academia's grounds are flowing with all sorts of people. When the Grand Sage leaves his office to supervise the entering process, that's our cue to access the console and free the Dendro Archon. Well, yes. That's just the visible side of our plan. If precedence holds, the Academia should have already started preparing for Nyagarbha.
Everyone should be in position. All that's left is for us to lead the charge.
Let's go.
So are we just gonna walk in through the front door?
Yes. Were you...
Paimon can't think of a good comeback.
Scribe? Please, wait. Are you Scribe Alhaitham?
That's me. Is something the matter? I'm in a hurry.
No. I was just surprised to see you here. I had heard that the sages were looking for you not long ago, but I didn't know. And, also, please don't bring outside guests into the Academia.
Outside guests? How did you arrive at such a conclusion? Your groundless inference shames the Harab...
What did you say? I'm the top student in Haravatat, and I earned 3rd place at the last Inter-Darshan debate. Don't look down on me!
That wasn't my intention. As your Haravatat senior, I just assumed that you possessed a greater aptitude for critical thinking. Look, based on what you already know, the purpose of my return and the reason they're here should be obvious.
Is that so? Wait a moment. The sages search for you, a blonde-haired traveler, so, from the start, the sages weren't looking for you.
Hey, shh. Yes, you've proven yourself as the top student in Haravatat. I surmise you've arrived at the...
As I expected. Please, forgive me. I wasn't thinking clearly just now.
It's nothing. We'll be on our way.
All right. Thank you for your contributions to the Academia, Scribe.
What the heck just happened now? What did he...
I'm afraid I don't know either.
You have no idea?
Mm-hmm. He convinced himself of whatever truth he came up with. That is the so-called pride of a scholar. If someone questions their academic facility, they will instantly feign understanding to keep up appearances. Nowadays, the Academia is rampant with this type of scholar. Their obvious farces of intellect only serve to...
Wow. So there are special ways to deal with smart people. We don't even need to make up our own excuses.
We shouldn't waste any more time. It would be problematic if we missed our window of opportunity.
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
Is this the Academia's library?
Indeed. Known as the House of Dana, it is quite possibly the most extensive special collections library in Teyvat.
There are a lot of students going through here.
The Academia marches to a fast beat, especially since it's Nagarbaha Day. They're all occupied with their own matters. Just act natural. Now, hurry along.
What's this platform?
It's a lift that Academia personnel use to access higher...
Are we gonna take it then? The Grand Sage's office is up.
No, not right now. We can't guarantee that we won't run into the Grand Sage. Let's step back and observe for...
You think the Grand Sage will exit from there? And after he does, we'd sneak past him?
Who knows? However, if we can confirm Azar's current location, our operation will be much safer if we...
Allow me to offer you a hint. If you wish to know his location, look behind you. Do not tell me you believed the Academia would not grow suspicious of you after such a prolonged absence, scribe. An eyewitness had informed me of your whereabouts, so I came to...
Grand Sage, I didn't expect you to care so much about me. I'm truly flattered.
I'm sure, but compared to you, I am far more interested in these two unexpected... It's a pity that only now have I been afforded the opportunity to formally meet two of Sumeru's most esteemed guests. I do apologize for my lack of decorum. Excellent. You immediately initiated discussion instead of attempting to prepare some perfunct... The foot traffic here renders this place unsuitable for discussion.
This place is crawling with guards. There's no way out for us.
All right then, traveler. What did you wish to discuss with me? Today is Nagarbaha Day, so I still have many responsibilities to attend to. There is little time for idle chit-chat. You seem to know... If that is so, then you should be praising our great work, rather than using your trivial misgivings in a...
Trivial?
Then tell me, what do the Fatui want from me? Those are all completely worthless. Benefits, divine power, these materialistic words, creating a god. Yes, we are you. If humanity cannot attain omniscience and omnipotence, then we shall create a god to reveal them. This is the pinnacle of human wisdom. We shall regain a god's guidance at long last. No longer will we flounder in the interminable void of consciousness and knowledge. Even Ermin's soul will be freed from its plight. For our nation of scholars, this is the ultimate aspiration. No cost is too great to realize it. You will never understand the rapture of having a god be born within your very hands. With your degree of knowledge, you cannot even comprehend such... Gods exist on a plane that far eclipses humanity's. Lesser Lord Kusanali. Care for the people? Fend off sandstorms? Fabricate silly fairy tales? These are but child's play for the Academia. Does that make us equal to the gods? We are a people favored by Greater Lord Rukadevata. Though I may have personally not seen it, our forefathers bore witness to true wisdom. The ascension of the Lesser Lord has brought nothing but bewilderment to the scholars. They all ask, is that truly what true wisdom? With that in mind, it is better to keep her isolated in the sanctuary of Suristhana.
What a pathetic justification. Do you really think that only the super smart or powerful should be able to call themselves gods?
As per your judgment, Grand Sage, they are indeed dangerous. Not only are they acting against the Academia, but their ideologies have the potential to lead scholars astray. Looks like...
I'll hate them? Are you talking...
Anyway, I've brought them to the Academia as ordered, but it took some time and trouble. Oh, That reminds me. Here's the investigation report. It's a summary of my time spent with the Traveler. An array of information about him ready for your perusal.
Oh, Haytham! So you're still... We finally started to trust you!
Excellent. Detailed contents with no errors. I would expect nothing less than an immaculate report. As it is Niagarbaha Day, I'll enter the information on you into the Akasha. Surely you know what...
We'll be monitored.
With the Akasha's calculation prowess, all of your actions will be predicted with an accuracy of at least 98%. Furthermore, your data will be up... To put it into words you can understand, wherever you go, you will be walking under an invisible leash. This is Sumeru's greatest penalty for dishonest persons. Are you not familiar with the concept that great responsibility begets an equally great suspicion? In any case, you are Sumeru's most concerning external variable. Locking you down will greatly decrease the chance of an...
You're despicable!
Despicable? Perhaps from your perspective, but I suppose you had mentally prepared yourselves for this. Your ploy was to sacrifice...
Lord Azar, I know what you're trying to say, but I've been following your plan this entire time. Why are you...
Must I delineate your entire plan? Very well. I will... First off, I received an eyewitness report that you were spotted with the Traveler to Caravan Rebat. However, judging by the time, you all likely encountered the truant General
Maybe Paimon shouldn't have mentioned Sino.
The Academia had not received correspondence from its scribe for a prolonged time. You were also in the with their instigation. What was the probability that you would betray the Academia? Rationally speaking, 50%?
Regardless, that's only a guess. The facts are that I've brought the Traveler right before you, and I gave you my report.
Indeed, your boldness deserves praise. To think that despite status as an outlander, if I'm correct, you have a contingency plan to save Lesser Lord Kusanali and ruin up. Sneak into the Academia on Niagarbaha Day, using Alhaitham's status as the scribe. For there is a good chance that, should your intentions be discovered, Alhaitham will turn traitor and sacrifice the Traveler, thus proving his innocence. As for Sino, according to the Akasha's calculations, he will soon return to the Academia and confront me in person.
You'll see me as a traitor regardless of what I say. Even if you impugn me, it would have little effect on you all.
You misunderstand. Losing our scribe would irreparably damage the Academia's regular operations and the development of Sumeru's... However, under the current circumstances, even that is trivial.
You said that I betrayed the Academia, but you, Azar, you've betrayed all of Sumeru.
So flight is turned to Well, what do we have here? So you stole that divine knowledge capsule.
Traitor! You traitor!
Even the most rational scholar will yearn for the power of a god in a moment of desperation. Aren't you doing the exact same thing as me, Alhaitham? Unfortunately for you, no god will lend you their power.
Azar!
He has gone completely insane. Take him to the Matra and exile him to Aru village. Then find someone to take these two to the confinement room. I'll deal with them later.
Grand Sage, we've finished all required preparations for Nyagarbha Day. We may begin to enter the capsules now.
Excellent. You may begin.
Ach so, das war der Plan. Interessant.
Paimon got a bit carried away there. How was Paimon acting just now? Great, huh? Everything's going according to plan so far. We made it into confinement, and Alhaitham's probably done with his part too. We even managed to trick Grand Sage Azar. Alhaitham sure knows how to cook up a plan. What are we doing next? Paimon has trouble remembering things when she's worked up. Right. Paimon thinks it...
Apart from that, we still have yet another goal in the first stage of our operation.
What? Why do we want to get him locked up?
He's always been the person the sages are most afraid of, as well as the greatest obstacle to their successful implementation of their plan. Once the traveler is imprisoned, the sages will likely think that everything is under control, and with their guard down, the next phase of our plan will have a much higher chance of success.
I can already see the pompous looks on their face.
Oh, that's a super tricky plan. But Paimon still thinks it's not really...
That isn't the only reason, of course. He has a more important task. According to the Academia scholars in Ramon's custody, Lesser Lord Kusanali has sealed off her consciousness in the Akasha ever since she was captured by the Doctor. That way, they can't pry any more information from her. Even if we break into the sanctuary of Surasthana, it will take time to awaken Lesser Lord Kusanali's...
So our job is to wake up Nahida!
The confinement room is inside the Academia, close to the sanctuary of Surasthana. It's a completely... I'll work with Ramon's scholars to make some modifications to your Akasha terminal. Once you're in, get as close as you can to Lesser Lord Kusanali. However, as for whether she'll actually wake up...
Terminal today. It's the one that Alhaitham modified. Paimon thought they'd take our Akasha terminals when they locked us up in here. Were they being careless? Alright, so what now? Sounds easy enough. We can finally talk with Nahida after all this time. There's a light flashing on your Akasha terminal. It's almost like... the faster it blinks, the better the signal! Here? No signal again. Is it getting jammed? Here? No signal again. Is it getting jammed? Whoa, it's Mora! Ooh, Mora! No, Paimon, we're not here to hunt for treasure.
Nahida! Hey, Nahida!
When did it first start? Oh, right. It started from the moment I was born. I wanted to become a worthy Archon. So I've kept studying, kept listening to my people and their hearts. Kept looking for a way to save Irminsul. So I can catch up. Catch up to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But I'm stuck in the sanctuary of Sarasthana. The sages are creating a god to replace me. And I'm forced to lock my consciousness in this boundless...
Nahida! Nahida!
It's so quiet here. Now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever... Do Archons have them? Should Archon... Have I been doing the right thing? Am I... How do I... It's so quiet here.
Since you've known the answers to all these questions,
You're right, though. I won't...
Nahida! Nahida?
Did you wake me up? Thank you.
We're here to rescue you. Are you...
I'm fine. When I think of everything that's happened to me, I feel real...
You should have been angry ages ago.
Huh? Oh, you're back! How's everything? That's wonderful news! Great! We weren't locked. When you went to wake up Nahida, Paimon was listening for any... You were out for a long time. There are fewer and fewer scholars going about now. You think everyone's done with their Nya Garba Had Day stuff? Yep, so that means our next act is...
Nilou, are you sure about this? You're taking such a great risk for them.
I'm sure, and I'm going. You know that I don't like to pass up any opportunity.
All right. You seem to have a... But if anything happens, the few of us here may not be...
Don't worry. They've been through worse. Everything's...
All right. You know, if you really do get arrested,
Thanks, Mr. Zubair. You're so very kind.
Nilou, how's it going? No.
Definitely more than usual. But it's because I'm...
It's okay. Just focus on your performance. We'll take care of...
You sure know how to talk. Taking all the credit, even though we came here together to help out.
Well, thank you both. I'll have to treat you to a meal after all.
Ooh, that sounds great. Huh. How can we say...
All right, let's get back to business. Nilu, we'll be here to keep people from going to the academia, so they don't interrupt your...
I was planning on telling them something like, the Academia's been conducting a weird experiment, and some of their test subjects escaped. It's really dangerous there, so stay away.
Oh, you couldn't think of anything better? Oh well, I guess it does sound like something the Academia would do.
I think it sounds great. I'm counting on you guys.
Don't worry, it'll be a piece of cake.
Hey, Nilu! Sorry, it's great to see you, but I'm really busy right now. Do you want some candy? We have more than we can give out.
Vihar, thank you so much for doing all of this. And even dressed up as the Knight of... I'll pass on the candy, though. I cut back on sweets in the period leading up to a performance, and I'm about to...
You have a point. The stage is cleared and everything's ready, so...
Yeah, thanks to you. I'm really grateful. All right.
You're welcome. The honor's all mine, since I'll have such a great view of the show.
I've never seen a performance like this. This is incredible.
Yeah, but I heard that public performances like these have been banned. I can't believe she's doing this here.
Grand Sage, there's some commotion outside. How uninteresting. Issue the new Prohibition Act from the Akasha to the guards. They'll know what to do.
Do you think we should, like, stop her?
Let's just watch for a little bit longer.
Did you hear that? It sounds like a lot of guards just ran by. Does this mean the plan has moved on to the next stage? Yep. It's great that everything seems to be going well. Come to think of it, when did Alhaitham replace the knowledge capsule that was about to be entered into the Oh, so that's when he did it! Paimon was too nervous to notice. Speaking of, didn't Alhaitham also yoink the divine knowledge capsule from that mercenary? It's a time-tested trick of his. Why are we complimenting him? Yeah, he's smart and all, but he's still... Let's review our plan for this stage again. It's not like we have anything else to do right now anyway. Paimon remembers that Milo's task was supposed to go a bit like this.
Now that Lesser Lord Kusanali's consciousness has been forcefully sealed, the core figures of the academia and with the Doctor's technological support, they think they have nothing to fear.
How despicable of them to rely on such a person.
But this is also... I was originally asked to draft the knowledge capsule for the Artistic Performances Prohibition Act.
It should be on the Grand Sage's desk right now, and will be entered into the Akasha during the next Nyagarbha Day.
Are they really going to stop all artistic performances? That's horrible!
I'll make an identical knowledge capsule, but this time, I'll smuggle some misleading information into it. We only need to find an opportunity to switch the capsules. Once it's been entered into the Akasha on Nyagarbha Day, if someone were to be seen, the sages would definitely use that opportunity to announce the ban. And so, the misleading information will be disseminated amongst the guards.
Sure sounds complicated. But it seems like if everything goes well, we'll be able to get rid of all the guards in the academia without any effort. That's pretty clever, getting right into their heads. I just have one question. Even if we manage to get the misleading info out to the guards, how can we be sure that
people who are used to relying on the Akasha become less inquisitive, and their ability to distinguish truth from misinformation is significantly reduced?
The Akasha will turn humans into machines. I've seen it.
Yikes. Good thing I didn't wear it for long when I was working in Sumeru City. At first, I thought it was a good thing too. By the way, this plan still requires a performer, right?
Do you have someone in mind?
Nilu of Zubair Theater. I know her really well. We can trust her. I'm kinda hesitant to ask her to participate in a dangerous plan like this, but we can ask her in
All right. After the guards in the academia are gone,
then it'll be time for me and my stowaway brothers to shine. Here they come. Did you see that, Raman? They came out from the
After laying low in the city for so long, this is the moment.
We couldn't do anything to them inside their coop. But outside the academia,
With a lioness like you, the prey sure won't be able to run far.
we still need to eliminate the guards as soon as possible. If we give the sages enough time to realize what's happening, the plan's...
All they've done is to sit on their cushy salaries and twiddle their thumbs all day while we fought and struggled every day in the desert. The only advantage...
Speaking of which, most of the guards who report directly to the Six Sages belong to the Corps of 30, but they have a completely different reputation. Following those blasted sages every whim, throwing away all the principles of being a mercenary. As someone in the same profession...
Indeed, the trap has been set. All we need to do is lead them there.
All right, let's each take a road and herd those scattered guards back into one place. Make sure to attract their attention. Isak will be the key.
You gave such an important task to that child. Will he be okay?
It'll be fine. Isak was so determined to help, so let's... Besides, even if he's caught, the guards would be too scared to do anything to him. They've never seen Lesser Lord Kusanali in person, after all.
You've got a point. Anyway, I think I see them coming. Let's head out.
Good luck.
This outfit.
Hey, do you remember what you need to do, Isak? When the guards get here, you'll pretend to be Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Of course I do. I'm just,
Relax. Don't think about getting caught. Even if that happens, we won't leave you behind. You only need to think about getting the guards' attention and leading them to the Grand Bazaar. Leave the rest to us.
Okay, got it. I'm here to pay back Lesser Lord Kusanali for helping Grandpa. I won't get...
Hey! They're here! I can see the Academia guards!
All right, it's time, Isak. Take a deep breath and go. You can...
Why is there a guard over there? Did he already run ahead of me? This is different from our plan. But there's no time. I need to make a choice.
Let's have a look behind the house.
What should I do next?
Huh. Looks like nothing's here. A wasted time.
Luckily, he didn't check behind the tree. The guard looks alert. What should I do next?
Hey, stop! I saw you. Don't try to...
The guard looks alert.
Doesn't seem like anything unusual's around here.
Looks like the guard finally left. I need to...
Hey! Lesser Lord Kusanali is over there! Stop!
What? Lesser Lord Kusanali? How did I not notice that?
They found me. This is bad. Where should I go?
Hey! Lesser Lord Kusanali is over there! Stop!
What? Lesser Lord Kusanali? How did I not notice that?
They found me. This is...
Hey! Lesser Lord Kusanali is over there! Stop!
What? Lesser Lord Kusanali? How did I not notice that?
They found me. This is...
The target suspected to be Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped into the... Where did she go? How did she disappear? Did we lose her? Hurry up and...
Hey, why is your team here? Didn't we say to split up our search?
Hurry! Hurry! This place is... Why are you all here?
Yeah, isn't it one heck of a coincidence? Everybody's here. What on earth is going on? I suppose that's all of you?
Who are you? Did you set us up? What are you
Phew, that was rough. I almost got caught.
Little brat? So you're not actually Lesser Lord Kusanali. Who exactly are you all?
Just some colleagues. Think of this as a business competition. Or, after stepping into our traps, stop thinking of yourselves as hunters. Behave like the...
An ambush? How's that possible? This is Sumeru City, but...
You've spent all your time hiding away in the academia. This place has long since become our hunting ground.
This is odd. The academia has quieted down after the conclusion of the Niagarbaha Day ceremonies, but it's much quieter than usual. Where are the guards? Why have I not seen a single one? Guards? Guards!
Grand Sage, how may I be of assistance?
I called for the guards. Why did you come?
My apologies, Grants. Right now, all Academia guards have entered the city to perform the ordered arrest.
Arrest? I have an ominous feeling.
Arrest Lesser Lord Kusanali, right? Is that not what the order was?
Lesser Lord Kusanali? You mean she has disappeared?
Yes. I wouldn't dare make up something like that. Right now, everyone is in a panic, and many are saying that Lesser Lord Kusanali will...
What happened? Just what is going on? Lesser Lord Kusanali somehow escaped? Was it Alhaitham and his party that freed her? That's impossible. The Academia is heavily guarded today, and any order to release Lesser Lord Kusanali would be strictly confidential. Besides, Alhaitham and the... What manner of trickery did they employ? How could Lesser Lord disappear? Wait. How was the arrest order distributed to the guards?
It was issued by the Akasha earlier today. Only you have the authority to send messages like that, so I thought it...
Let me check. Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of... The Akasha indeed contains this information, and it clearly appeared in my mind. How did they bypass my permissions to issue this kind of message? Was it the report about the traveler that Alhaitham submitted? No. I specifically checked that knowledge capsule before entering it into the Akasha. Could that have been? Well, even if I figure it out now, it won't make any difference. The important thing now is to confirm Lesser Lord Kusanali. Have you been to the sanctuary of Surasthana to confirm that Lesser Lord Kusanali is indeed...
Confirm? No. It may be a bit offensive to say this, but... Grand Sage, how can the information in the Akasha be inaccurate? What the Akasha decrees is... If we have to confirm the information and knowledge from the Akasha are... Then how is that any different from us learning that information ourselves? Wouldn't Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's legacy lose its meaning that way?
In the beginning, it was I who asked you to believe in the Akasha, to believe in the legacy left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Are you trying to
No, Grand Sage. I'm merely confused because I believe in you. I never meant to refute you.
Stay here and see if there are any suspicious people around. I'll go to...
Yes, Grand Sage.
Lesser Lord Kusanali has escaped from the sanctuary of Surasthana. Go to the city and arrest the escapee immediately. How can that be? Stop thinking about it. Stop. It must be a trick of theirs. As long as I personally confirm it. Ah! Impossible. That's impossible. There must be something wrong with... She really appeared again? What is the meaning of this?
What a comical sight, Azar. Once the Akasha has put certain thoughts into your head, even the Grand Sage can no longer see what's right in front of him. You all can only see the world in your mind, the one you think you know. And precisely because of this, she has been a wise...
Sino, have you been waiting for a chance like this? The Akasha predicted that you would return to the Academia to confront me, but I didn't...
No, you were blinded. Your faults stem from your reliance on the Akasha.
I truly did not expect a proud person like you to cooperate with Alhaitham and the...
People change, Azar. Admit it. The Akasha can't
Then tell me, what have you found during your...
You want to buy time? This is the sanctuary of Surasthana. Under your own regulations, even Academia staff are forbidden to come here. No. As for the investigation, I've at least confirmed that you are guilty of
So what? Did you do all of this so I would plead guilty in front of you, General Mahamatra?
No. I want you to plead. You once said that I had no standing to judge you. So now, how about judgment in the name of a god?
Paimon hasn't heard any sounds outside for a while. Hopefully something bad didn't... Yeah, but aren't you scared that we might be locked up in here for the rest of our lives? Thinking about it, at least Paimon has you. When Paimon thinks of Nahida being imprisoned alone in the sanctuary of Surasthana, Paimon can't...
Here comes your savior.
Yeah! Paimon just knew you would come to rescue us!
You two really owe me some big thanks. I had to search through who knows how many guards to find the key here. It felt...
Thanks a lot. Need Paimon to rub your shoulders?
No, that's, I'll pass.
What are you afraid of? Oh, are you ticklish?
Now isn't the time to talk about being ticklish. Things in the city and on Sino's side are both going well. The Corps of 30 is in charge of the city's defenses, but we already talked to Asfand. As long as it doesn't break their employment contracts, they'll turn a blind eye.
That's probably because you've been super great friends with them for a long time. So, how's Sino doing?
The Grand Sage is in his custody. Even I know how terrible it is to fall into Sino's hands, so he probably does too. Sino forced him to release Lesser Lord Kusanali. So, hurry to the sanctuary of Surasthana. Assuming nothing weird happened, we should have already rescued our Archon. Honestly, I didn't expect our ragtag bunch to do this well. Alright, you two better go. I still have to clean up some messes in the city. See you around.
Okie dokie.
They say it's nice to... This is the first time we've met in real life. Before, we've only met in dreams, consciousness. Thank you so much for coming to rescue me. But during this time, I did some self-reflection. My sense of inferiority and yielding to the academia left... Exactly! We're here because you're a good Archon and... Thanks, you two. Amazing. So this is how it feels to walk out of the... It's like I just had an endlessly long dream. I can't even tell if I just woke up or is only now... My concept of self has become so clear. But now doesn't seem to be the time to indulge in this feeling. This is really embarrassing. You all just rescued an Archon, and now she needs her... It's okay. With you here, Paimon's sure that everything will work out. There's one more... What is it? For all the things the Academia did to me, and for all the folly it committed in the name of wisdom, as their Archon, I will make them pay. Ah! Wow! That's the spirit! You're finally standing up for yourself and not letting people walk all over you! I understand now. To be a better Archon, I first need to better myself. If you haven't even figured out how to be a caterpillar, how can you be a butterfly? Yes, true. That reminds me. We need to hurry and prevent the birth of that false god. I need to make some preparations. Since I'm now free, I can establish a direct link to the Akasha and control it. First things first, I need to remove the restrictions that the doctor put on me in the Akasha. After that, I'll make some adjustments and revoke the Sage's permissions. The Akasha will then be like how it originally was, only operable by the... After all, the Academia betrayed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. This might take some time. In the meantime, you should also work on your own prepper. If we don't stop the God creation plan in time, we'll be in for a tough fight. we could take a walk around. After all, we missed out on a lot of stuff when we were locked up. How's it going, Nahida? I'm done with the parts that needed my involvement. Although it's my first time working with the Akasha like this, its internal structure and operation procedures are easy for me to understand. Oh, also, this is for you. Huh? What's this little floaty thing? It's a small device I put together just now. You can think of... You may not need it right now, but it should be helpful. Wait! This thing has the same characteristics as Paimon! We're both small things that float! Oh, all the things that make Paimon special got copied! When Paimon appears with the Traveler from now on, people won't remember Paimon because she is a unique... It's alright, Paimon. It's only a flying device. But you're the Traveler's... You're so good at comforting people, Nahida. If only the Traveler was as smart... I was simply telling you what I feel to be the truth. Nahida, you're a natural at this. What you just said made Paimon... By the way, even though I'm the Archon and in control of myself again, you may have heard that an Archon's power is derived from their people's faith. However, if we get into a situation where combat is our only option, I'll have to count on you, and I'll do my... I'm glad I can... So the God of Wisdom isn't good at fighting? I've located where the false god is. Time is of the essence, so let's skip to it.
Okay.
What is this place? Wow. Who would have... The sages wanted to realize their god creation plan without being discovered. The safest and most that's true. They were already... Judging from the structure here, the project is a huge undertaking. But this place doesn't look like it could have been constructed. The Fatui under the Doctor sure didn't hold back. They provided a lot of technological support. Yeah, or else they wouldn't have been that... Is that it, though? I've always felt that this Doctor is different from the Academia Sage. Instead of being interested in the end product, it's like he's enjoying the experiment. The Fatui Harbingers are all such weirdos. So... This Fatui that they're trying to turn into... We had previously come into contact with his consciousness. One is the desire for a gnosis, since he was created to be the vessel for one. The other obsession is probably related to his past. Paimon knows that he was a prototype puppet for the Raiden Shogun before he became a Fatui Harbinger. That's why he wants a gnosis so badly. There's no way he'd willingly be a test subject. Now with that, it sounds like you know the Balladeer quite well. I see. So, the more we know now, the better we can plan for and... I see. Alright, time to go. Let's get through here and meet him.
Work time! No more words! Put your back into it!
Booba, get them!
Disappear!
I will end this! Judy! Almost.
You're
It isn't time for a break yet! Let's
Freeze! This is bad.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Cool it! Oh, so sorry. Freeze!
It isn't time for a break yet! Boba, get them!
Dodge this!
Let's not waste time. Let's end this quickly.
Cool it! What's the hurry? Don't get frostbite. I will freeze!
Let's end this quickly. Not
Dodge this!
Out of the frying pan! That really hurt!
It isn't time for a break yet.
Freeze! It's bad.
Boba, get them!
No slacking off.
Dodge this! Oh, so sorry.
This is bad.
Out of the frying pan!
My duty.
Freeze!
Let's end this quickly.
Boba, get them!
Steady as stone.
Dodge this! I will wind blade! Freeze! I slipped up. This moment will be frozen in time.
As a dutiful maid would.
This isn't good.
It looks like we can climb up these pipes. The pattern on the ground seems all messed up. Let's go around and see if there's a way to fix it. It seems to have stopped. Let's continue.
No more words.
Leave it all to me.
I will end you. Cool it. Dodge this. This is bad. Freeze. Don't get frostbite. Dodge this.
What's the hurry?
Cool it!
Nice and spicy.
Freeze!
Let's end this quickly.
Cool it!
I guess this is it.
You'll get frostbite, frozen, crushed.
Gooba, get them!
Wind blade! Oh, so sorry.
Freshness preserved.
Freeze!
Nice and spicy.
Disappear!
It's no problem.
You're toast!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Flash frost.
I'll catch up.
Cold cut flower.
Cool it! Frostbite! Freeze!
Pale dues.
As a good knight should. Steady as stone.
Leaving so soon. Prepare yourself.
Gooba, get them!
Dodge this! Wind blade! Freeze!
I must leave no stone unturned. Steady as stone.
Out of the frying pan! Nice and spicy.
This moment will be frozen in time. Cool it!
Can't run from death.
The cart is stuck. Maybe there's something wrong with the tracks. Let's try adjusting the direction of the device to clear the tracks.
Let's move.
I must leave no stone unturned. Someone needs assistance.
Three. Let's begin. Problem. Don't push your luck. That's what to work.
Steady as stone.
Let's not waste time. Let's end this quickly.
As a dutiful maid would.
With the wind!
Leave it all to me.
This is trouble. Don't get frostbite. Let's end this quickly. This is bad.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Wind blade. Cool it. Freeze. What's the hurry? Dodge this.
Boba, get them!
Freeze. This isn't good. Come at me.
Nice and spicy!
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun. Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time. All you got? You can't run. Dodge this. What's the hurry?
You need to hurry up.
Freeze.
This one's well done.
Killjoy. We've only just begun. I see through you.
Roast and fry.
As a good night
You need
should.
to hurry up. This one's well done. Roast and fry. You need to hurry up.
Disappear.
Run.
Boba, get them!
Way too far.
Steady as stone.
You need to hurry up. This one's well done.
Dodge this.
You need to hurry
So
up.
sorry.
This one's well done.
I must leave no stone unturned.
You need to hurry up. This one's well done. Roasting.
You're toast!
You need to hurry up. This one's well done.
Steady Steady as stone. I must leave no stone unturned.
You need to hurry up.
Dodge this.
This was well done.
Cool it.
You need to hurry up.
Leave it all to me.
This was well done. You need to hurry up. Roast and fry. This was well done. You need to hurry up. Roast and fry.
Nice and
This
spicy.
was well done.
Freeze.
You need
I
to
must
hurry
leave
up.
no stone unturned. Leave it all to me.
Roast and fry. This was well done. You need to hurry up.
Dodge this.
Fry. This was well done.
Out of the frying pan. It's
You need to hurry up.
Freeze. Oh, so sorry. Dodge this.
I must leave no stone unturned.
You need to hurry up. This was well done. You need to hurry up. Roast and fry.
Freeze.
Unfortunate fault.
Dodge this.
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
nice and spicy.
With the wind. Cool it. This moment will be frozen in time.
Now, eat this.
Freeze.
Leave it all to me.
Gooba, get them.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Disappear!
Freeze.
Nice and spicy.
Cool it.
Looking at its operational status, we must prepare for the worst. The god they wanted to create is likely close to completion or already completed. Oh no! What should we do? Paimon can't imagine how hard it would be to sorry. If you really want to know...
Yes, I am. This is probably the first time I faced with I feel not just nervous, but curious as well.
Curious?
Curious about our fate. To me, everything we perceive in this world, everything we learn, and if it's a form of knowledge, however, only fate is about that which has yet to occur. So to me, fate is the ultimate knowledge. That's also why I love observing humans and all the things that happen to them. It all brings me great satisfaction. And now, at long, I will personally experience my own fate with you, but...
Ah, so that's what you mean. Paimon thinks she understands what...
Agreed. Okay, let's continue on. I can sense his aura from here.
Who would have thought the world would be so eager for my birth? I remember you, Booer, the god of wisdom, and standing beside you, the traveler.
Is he all-knowing and powerful now like Greater Lord Rukkhadevata?
No, I can't feel the same kind of divinity I felt from the Greater Lord. It seems that the sages didn't get the chance to infuse the divine knowledge capsules into him. But even still, he has undoubtedly become a true god now.
So we're too late? The Balladeer has already become a god?
The Balladeer. A long bygone title. When my spirit ascended to divinity, I felt as if I had existed for the same number of epochs as heaven and earth. Looking back, the existence of what once called itself Kunikazushi appears infinitely small and ugly.
This imposing aura. You really feel...
A body that capitalizes on the Balladeer's original construction as a mechanical puppet, with the Gnosis serving as a constant power supply. How much effort and resources did the sages put into it? From a purely technological perspective, it's a commendable achievement indeed.
You sure are something. Dishing out compliments at a time like this?
But I don't think he's reached the spiritual height of a god.
Strife is engraved upon every god and every gnosis brought forth into this world. Can you feel it? The exhilaration of such power.
Nihito wouldn't feel the same things as you!
Do you not realize that you are interrupting a conversation between gods? Lowly...
The strife engraved upon a gnosis. You're talking about the Archon War. Tevat's current peace was not easily won. I didn't personally participate. All those losses were meaningless, driven by the demands of the laws.
Is that so? Yet this is a first. Encountering a god in this world who does not crave power. No wonder your own people have abandoned you, god of wisdom. Your judgment is as your existence, unsubstantial. This is where everything ends, Booer, the god of wisdom. You should know that wisdom cannot solve every problem. Like now... Come! Let us reenact a scene of the Archon War. Come... Freeze! Terror!
Perish!
What's the hurry?
Churn!
It's the fire!
I must leave no stone unturned.
At my command, you shall fall! Dodge this! Perish! Freeze!
What's the hurry?
Insignificant past!
Steady as stone, as a dutiful maid would.
My endless cycle begins!
Someone needs assistance. I must leave no stone unturned.
Feeble human!
I'll catch up.
Insignificant past!
Leave it all to me.
At my command, you shall fall!
Freeze! Don't get frostbite.
Feeble human!
Wind blade!
Insignificant past!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Cool it! My endless cycle begins! Feeble human!
Leave it all to me.
Dodge this! Insignificant past!
Freeze! This one will be frozen. Cool it.
At my command, you shall fall!
Steady as stone.
Dodge this!
Get them!
Perish!
Freeze! Frostbite!
Feeble human!
Cool it! Freeze!
What's the hurry?
Tremble! Burn to oblivion!
No stone unturned, as a good knight should.
Dodge this!
Nice and spicy!
Kneel!
Booba, get them!
Steady as stone.
What's the hurry?
Reality is pain!
This is supposed to be a battle between gods, yet you choose to hide behind a mortal. And now, you're acting like you'd sacrifice yourself for a human. Are you having fun proving a false sense of heroism to yourself, Boor?
The data collection is almost complete. Do you even know how many times you've tried to take my gnosis from me? We just concluded the 168th loop. Did you know that in the effort to create you, the people of Sumeru were forced to live through the exact same number of Sabzeruz festivals and Samsara cycles?
The power of dreams. When did you use it on me? You can't even defeat me in a dream. What do you hope to achieve with this little trick?
Come, Traveler. Just like before. Allow me to awaken the memories in your dreams.
All that battle experience!
It's more than that. Compile everyone's wisdom in the name of the Archon. That is the original function of the Akasha. I've sent everything that happened just now to the people of Sumeru in the form of knowledge. I've asked them to help you find a way to defeat the false god. Now, all of Sumeru's wisdom is at your disposal.
Meaningless tricks won't save you. Are you done with your tricks? Can I finally take this as a real battle between gods?
I'll leave this to you. The first sage. A fool.
I am the all-knowing God.
You're toast!
With the wind! Burn to oblivion! Kneel! Freeze! Don't push your luck.
Share my knowledge. Commit it to memory.
Dodge this! Freeze! Reality is pain! Cool it! Frost kneel!
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
Burn to oblivion! Dodge this! Good riddance, cruel world. Freeze! Wind blade! Cool it! Freeze! Cool it! Your new god awakens! Now, your eyes have been opened. Dodge this! Kneel! Freeze! Tremble! Dodge this! Dodge this! Reality is pain! Freeze!
I must leave no stone unturned. Steady as stone. Get them!
bazaar. Burn to oblivion! Freeze! Kneel!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Wind blade! Humans. Filthy humans. No! Wait! Please! Anything but the Gnosis! That's mine! Don't even try! I'll never go back!
We haven't yet found the answer to the most important mystery. Irminsul is still waiting to be saved. With the power of another Gnosis, we may now finally understand the last memory of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
This is...
That's right. This is the last memory of my predecessor.
Nice.
Huh. This sure seems very different from what Paimon imagined.
Yes, that is our destination. But I didn't expect the remaining consciousness of forbidden knowledge? It seems you know about a concept that even I don't completely understand. Could you... Your inference seems logical. Forbidden knowledge once polluted the desert thousands of years ago, but was successfully repelled thanks to King Deshret's self-sacrifice, and Greater Lord Rukkhadevata nearly exhausting her power. Then, a second instance of forbidden knowledge pollution occurred during the Conria Cataclysm 500, but I'm afraid it is much more serious this time, with Irminsul.
So, if we're in the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata...
Yes. It's very possible that she didn't completely eradicate forbidden knowledge, but if it weren't for her actions, the pollution would have been far more rampant. The way that everyone, including me, has forgotten everything about forbidden knowledge may very well be... I'm just... sharing her pain. The pollution of her... Did she fight to resist the forbidden knowledge pollution in such terrible conditions? She even used her last remnant of lucid consciousness to leave a clue for us to follow. Yes, her words were distorted by forbidden knowledge, but now we have a chance to find... We can cross the polluted consciousness until we found the right path to meet with her, and then we'll let Greater Lord Rukkhadevata tell us the truth in person. Each of us need to be mindful of the state of our own consciousness while we are here. Even with the Gnosis's protection, we must always keep a clear mind.
That's so scary.
Don't worry, it should be easy enough for you to keep that mind of yours clear, Paimon. consciousness, which symbolizes reason here.
Wow. What are these? The monsters seem to have been affected by them.
Dodge this!
I'm the frog champ. It's
Don't get frostbite. What's the hurry?
Ach, scheiße. Boah, das kann doch nicht sein, Digga. Der kann sich nicht mal festhalten, der Idiot. Oder was?
Four-leaf sigils have appeared in the sky!
Freeze!
Leave it all to me. Steady as stone. I missed a spot.
Dodge this!
I must leave no stone unturned.
Cool it!
Digga.
Boba, get them! Steady as stone.
Freeze! Dodge this!
Leave it all to me.
Oh, so sorry.
Nice and spicy.
Cool it! Freeze!
Steady as stone, as a good knight should.
Dodge this!
Nice and spicy. Eat this.
Cool it! This moment will be frozen in time.
Ich könnte kotzen, Digga.
I'll catch up. I must leave no stone unturned.
Freeze! Windblade!
Steady as stone. Yeah.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Cool it! Freeze! Oh, so sorry. You're getting on my nerves.
Leave it all to me. Steady as stone. Yeah.
To control the boat of consciousness, we need to find the helm first.
I'll catch up.
We changed direction. Are we still going the right way?
Mm-hmm. Judging from the current route, the boat of conscience... We'll be arriving at our destination soon. How are you feeling? Are your minds still intact?
Huh? But everything's been completely...
Hopefully there won't be any more interruptions. This...
Are you saying you've never met Greater Lord Rukkhadevata before?
No. It seems that otherwise, I think she would have given me a little more guidance. And I...
Hey! You've done a great job, Nahida! Let's get out of this creepy place and go meet her! So, is this the place you were talking about? The base of Irminsul?
Well, this is the place.
We're here to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, but the ones...
Is that... Are you... Great...
Yes, that's me. Are you surprised by my appearance? Irminsul and the surrounding lands have been reproduced here as they were years ago. But this is just a realm of consciousness. We are manifestations of the same nature.
We're...
Because you are me, and I am you. You are me in the new samsara.
The new samsara?
As Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, I'm the avatar of Irminsul. Imagine it this way.
Even if a tree dies, its branches will eventually take. I'm merely the remaining consciousness of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. The real me has presumably died a long time ago. Judging from your appearance, I've probably been dead for 500 years. But you're finally here. My new self in the samsara.
If this is true, then am I...
Though we share the same nature, our fates are bound to be different. When a branch grows into a mature tree, it won't be the same as the original tree.
That's why fate is the ultimate knowledge, isn't it?
That's a great insight. Yes, very good. It's also precisely why you won't become like me.
Real?
But perhaps you may become an even greater Archon than I. I already see a determination in you that I didn't possess in my time. And the future that it leads you to, along with the blessings from your past experiences. Don't worry. The growth of wisdom is like that of a plant. You only need to wait quietly for the flower to bloom.
Come to think of it, the sages never had the faintest inkling.
Thank you. Nothing makes me happier than discovering that the Archon I always admired wasn't... It's so nice to speak with you, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata.
The feeling is mutual. From the moment I snapped the branch off Irminsul and created you.
Could you tell me why you wanted to create me? And...
Ah, I see. You're here seeking answers, right? Everything that day, even the sky itself, changed into a color like this. At that time, the seven were all summoned to the nation of Conria. Except for me. I had a more important task to... I had to protect... The disaster occurred together with the pollution of forbidden knowledge. At that very moment, with my consciousness connected to Irminsul, the pain started to torment my mind. By the time I reached Irminsul, had I not repelled the pollution of forbidden knowledge with King Deshret thousands of years ago, I might have felt...
So what exactly is?
It's a kind of knowledge that doesn't belong to this world. And a form of truth that it came from the very bottom of the abyss. The world is constantly rejecting it, leading to all... If we allow forbidden knowledge to pollute Irminsul, I'm afraid the entirety of Tevat could fall.
So, there's knowledge that even the god...
At that time, I knew I couldn't repel the forbidden knowledge with my strength alone. Which is why I created a device that compiled human wisdom and named it the Akasha.
It's truly the world's most amazing invention.
Thank you. For a long time, though it was selfish to do so, I borrowed people's dreams using the Akasha. Then I compiled their wisdom.
Well, did it work?
Thanks to the wisdom of the people of Sumeru, almost all the forbidden knowledge, but things didn't go as smoothly as I thought. And then I remembered that my consciousness was also connected with Irminsul. From the very beginning, my existence had been...
Oh no. I've experienced that pain in your consciousness.
Yes, but my feelings weren't important. Even if I died, my existence and everything related to me would continue to exist in Earth, and there's no way for me to eliminate myself. So, I took the purest branch of Irminsul as my incarnate, all in hopes that you would come here and remove me and...
Wait, no, I can't.
So you realize what that implies. Irminsul has all the knowledge and memories of this world. Removing me from Irminsul means I essentially will never have existed in this world. But this is the only way to say...
People love you so much, and they've missed you so much over the past... How can we just... Is there really no other way?
You're the god of wisdom, Booer. You should know that there is no other way.
But this is so cruel. I don't want to forget you.
No need to feel so sad, Boer. As someone who delights in wisdom, you should feel joy at finally finding the answer. These are the words in their entirety. The answer you've been seeking. Let the world completely forget me. We all nestle under the great tree of wisdom, peering out to perceive the world. From the earth and from the rain, we perceive its wonders, until we become a white bird to perch atop a branch, and finally snap off the most important leaf. Once upon a time, I alone dreamed in this world. In my dreams, everybody would also dream after they fell asleep. Wild and wonderful thoughts would emerge from their minds. Some tumbled to the ground, and others floated to the sky, connecting all things in the world into one dazzling net. Among a plethora of worlds were numerous smaller worlds, all of fate, finding within the tapestry their brilliant glow. I gradually understood that these indescribable and constantly changing things are the most profound things in the world. Only they can completely repel the madness. Only dreams can awaken consciousness from the deepest darkness. I'm the one who posed this question, yet also the one who sought a solution. Saving the world with the dreams of the people used to be my answer. And now, you've also found your own answer, and I shall return all the dreams to the people. Goodbye, people of Sumeru. May you be blessed tonight with the sweetest of dreams.
I'm alright. We've just saved the world, right? So I don't know where this feeling inside of me is coming from. Just now, we used the power of two gnosis, then we removed the remaining pollution from Merman Soul.
Yeah, what's wrong? Weren't you there just now?
Huh? That sound.
I've been waiting here far too long. But finally I have the chance to be alone with you. All the precious...
The doctor! What have you done?
Just a type of sound wave that can quickly put defenseless people into a dream. This is the only thing of interest I've found among the sage's research. Don't worry. I know you would never forgive me if I actually killed them. I'm here to negotiate with you. Naturally, I won't do anything.
Negotiate with me? I heard you had already left Sumeru.
I left Sumeru, but I also stayed in Sumeru. Even the God of Wisdom is restricted by the habits of cognition.
You mean
An astute, even the same individual will have different cognitions at different ages. A long time ago, I made a major decision in hopes of preserving all my perspectives of how observation is the first step of any experiment. But observing the current world doesn't satisfy me. So I saved segments of all my ages and made them into independent... That's all there is to it. Indulge me. How does the God of Wisdom find...
It's an insult to the very concept of life. Life inherently has many rules and restrictions, each with its own significance and reason to exist.
Good. Amazing, Eve. Indeed, it's difficult for humans to make peace with themselves.
Since you're in the academia, why wait until now to show up? You could very well have stopped us and helped that fake god.
Simple. Let me ask you this. Would any staff member ever help the subject in the middle of an experiment? It was my experiment. So why should I...
The academia saw the plan to create a god as their ultimate goal, yet you only saw it as an ordinary experiment. You really are crazy. If the experiment succeeded, you would have had a new god on your hands. How would you have faced? Would you still take the same stance? Would you still hold the same view of your...
I'm first and foremost a scholar. These results should be left to the judgment of the hypothetical me confronted with that outcome. But you're right. And that's...
As an individual, you don't have any sense of belonging. You seem to have even fewer convictions.
Oh no, I certainly have my own convictions. They just don't fit your stick. All right, that's enough conversation for today. The experiment is over, and it's time to tidy up. For example, Lesser Lord Kusanali, you're an intelligent Archon. I'm sure you understand the disparity in our...
Didn't you say you were here to negotiate with me? Somehow, it's starting to seem like you intend to take it by force now.
I'm merely stating a fact. After all, I'm also a scholar. Naturally, I hope to show proper respect and...
Your hypocrisy is built on absolute confidence. I understand your scheme, but... What if I were to destroy the Gnosis now, and
Awaken. Do you think that's really possible?
The heavenly principles have been silent for many years, but the Gnosis are symbols of their control over Teyvat and all the laws. Will the destruction of a Gnosis attract the attention of the heavenly principles? And if so, do you dare to gamble such a possibility with me?
Gamble? How surprising. I thought you would show evidence or use rigorous reasoning to prove your point. The word gambles, but this is a clever move. You must have seen through me when I first captured your consciousness. As a scholar, I respect all possibilities. This has always been my... Indeed, I can't ignore this possibility.
This foreign Gnosis will only lead to disaster if it stays in Sumeru. But this Electro-Gnosis is the prize I obtained after defeating one of your fellow Harbingers. Now, as the one who initiated this cascade of events...
Price? Interesting. What price would you have me pay?
How about erasing all your other segments?
So this is how you wish to restrict me, the most threatening opponent of the Nation of Wisdom. What you request of me is segments are extraordinarily difficult to make. They require extremely rare resources and enormous amounts of time and effort. Yes, how very interesting. Can I assume that you have long been wary of me? Among all the versions of me, this segment you see now is the most selfish. If it weren't me, your idea... What did you see when you were imprisoned? You were observing me, and that's how you know I've long grown tired of their...
Like you said, it's difficult to make peace with yourself. Being as smart as you are, have you managed...
I see. If you think all those versions of me are worth a gnosis, then deal.
You sure didn't hesitate much. Is the relationship between all the versions of you really that bad?
I don't think there's any need to dwell on that. The surplus versions of me can be exchanged for a gnosis. Do you think anyone can offer themselves at a higher price? Besides, with my abilities, it's only a matter of time until I find better perspectives. But what I'd like to know is, how can you...
I can see your remaining honesty.
What a ridiculous decision! You can't be serious!
How could I have been so
short-sighted? You think this is the end? Wait,
have my
fate.
You'll make this
Good
moment
riddance.
count.
You will regret this.
Well, have you confirmed that it's complete?
Here. The future of Sumeru City will be in my hands alone. I will shut down the Akasha and let curiosity and the thirst for knowledge drive the realm of academics once again. There won't be any further gaps for you to...
It truly pains me that my academic achievements have never been appreciated in my homeland. Another chess piece. And where is your...
Don't be greedy, Harbinger of Snezhnaya.
No, this is a different transaction. If you intend to turn off the Akasha anyway, then there's no further use for the Gnosis. Besides, isn't it the Archon's duty to deliver... Oh, judging from your expression, you don't seem to find the idea very agreeable. Then let's think of it this way.
People exchanging knowledge with the God of Wisdom is the stuff of legends. Yet here you wish to exchange knowledge for the God of Wisdom's property. Arrogant as that is, it has piqued my interest.
Let me ask you, have you in all your mighty knowledge ever heard the rumor that the skies of Tevat are fake?
Huh?
That's the secret hidden by Irminsul concerning the truth. Once I finish telling you about this, with negotiations, we've all gotten what we want.
Your arrogance may know no bounds, and convictions may mean nothing to you. But I'll still listen to what you have to say. Are you awake? Kali says it's time for breakfast. Come on, get up! Good morning! How are you feeling today? Good to hear. It looks like we've recovered pretty well. Not even Tainari. Traveler, let's go!
Sure, the girl must be amused.
Good morning. Looks like you're awake.
Yep, yep.
I prepared some breakfast today. Please have a taste. I hope you like.
It's nice to have you here so we can eat something yummy.
Well, now that I've recovered from Alizar, I'm feeling better than ever. I can even...
And Paimon bets they're all delicious.
Oh, by the way, someone brought a letter for you after you went to sleep last night.
Nope. Paimon wanted to read the letter with you after you woke up. Oh, it's... We're going to hold a feast at the Grand Bazaar and celebrate Cynos as heroes of Sumeru. Please be sure to attend.
Oh, I've also heard that you've become heroes here as well. That's amazing. Sometimes I'm really envious of strong and confident people like you. Oh, you're embarrassing me.
Anyway, let's go to the Grand Bazaar to have a look.
Oh, before you leave, be sure to inform Master Tainari.
Ah, good.
We feel much better. How about you?
I'm recovering well.
Well, from the looks of it, you seem to...
It's fine. I'm not that big. The Elazar patients have recovered, as well as Hypatia. For now, I only need to...
It seems once Irminsul started getting better...
Yes, but there are still some residual effects. The withering is one example. Though it won't spread anymore, the existing zones won't just...
By the way, we have some good news. Cyno got his position back.
This news is hardly new. He had already mentioned it to me.
Huh? You mean he was already...
He visited once, but he was afraid of disturbing you while you were resting. He just...
Then you probably already know all about the
celebration feast.
Huh? But didn't Nilu say in her letter that they would celebrate Cyno? He didn't tell you?
Perhaps.
Come to think of it, Cyno doesn't seem like the type who'd enjoy a celebration feast. You and Kale are both Cyno's close friends.
Kale has taken over some of my tasks these days. I don't think you see, some VIPs have...
Huh?
Well, technically speaking, they are former VIPs. The sage is involved in recent incidents.
Huh?
Yes, he's a little weak. Lesser Lord Kusanali, in her boundless mercy, has decided to spare Azar and the other wrongdoers. Supposedly, they were ashamed of their When they learned that Lesser Lord Kusanali had defeated the Balladeer and saved Irminsul, they were shocked at first, but also became happy, feeling that as a result, work has increased for the Forest Rangers.
That sounds really exhausting.
There is nothing we can do, really, but that's another topic. Back to the matter at hand.
Ah, right! We're here to request permission to have...
You've recovered well. You may go.
Yay!
Well, there won't be any problems if the feast starts at that time. Everything has already been prepared.
Mr. Zubair, I finished tallying things up here. Well...
Is a simple reply really that much to ask?
Oh, it'll be fine. Besides, it never hurts to get things...
I was thinking the same thing.
Hey, Nilu!
Traveler, Paimon!
We got your letters, so here we are!
You're the best. The other guests haven't even...
Huh? Are we the only ones?
Yeah. I had someone deliver letters to all of our guests.
Look, I get it. Sumeru is in an extremely important period of transition right now, but even if your friends are important figures, they shouldn't... Nilu is Sumeru's #1 celebrity after all. You have no idea how...
If you consider enjoying Nilu's dance as having good taste, then almost everybody has good taste. Because Paimon thinks everybody will love her performance.
That's right. Nilu is an absolute favorite among those of us who frequent the Grand Bazaar. For Outlanders, you have a great eye, Master Zubair. Let's have a vote for the most outstanding audience members next time. I think these...
Nonsense! It is not for us to determine. But indeed, we could try giving gifts to people with particularly good taste. I heard there's a device in...
Ooh, good idea.
You guys are so funny.
There's always a lot going on at the Grand Bazaar.
Yeah, and that's why I love Traveler and Paimon. Could you help confirm if the letters were if for some reason they didn't receive the letters, then
Yeah, we can also check out how everything in Sumeru is going.
When I wrote the letters, I heard that Dia wasn't asked for Sino. We've only heard that I'm not too sure about Ramon's whereabouts. As for Dunyarzad, I just hope she's feeling better. I sent her a letter, but I was afraid of disturbing her. If you have time...
Okay, got it. Let's go, Traveler. We haven't seen Alhaitham anywhere. Let's ask that person.
Oh, langsam wird's anstrengend, die ganze Zeit zu sitzen.
Hey there, have you seen Alhaitham around?
Yes, it seems Scribe Alhaitham has gone to the House of Dana. You should be able to find him there. But you're already the second group of people I've seen looking for him today. He must...
Oh?
Mr. Cave was just here asking about him. You wouldn't believe... Don't tell me everyone's here looking for gossip about the sages.
No way. We're strictly here on business.
Ah, I see. Sorry, I thought maybe everyone's as...
Natürlich ist er in der Bibliothek. Wie soll es auch anders sein?
Alhaitham should be around here somewhere, right? Oh, he's over there! But it looks like he might not have time.
Just put down that worthless book and tell me what happened in the academia.
This is not just some worthless book. Do you have any idea how difficult it is?
It doesn't matter. It's probably just another thing that you used your authority to get your hands on anyway. Just put it aside. Listen, I came back today only to hear
Oh, you sound surprised. I thought you would already know the inside story.
Would I be here asking you if I knew? You're the scribe, not me. So
well, I almost became a sage.
Huh?
Oh, don't sound too surprised now. You're the renowned Kaveh, light of the Ksharawar. Besides, as a
Why do I feel like you don't really mean it?
Huh. What makes you say that? Why would you question?
Maybe it's because you've never said anything good about me before.
Yeah, well, I share a similar sentiment. And anyone who knows you as well as I do would surely do.
You... See? This is why I hate discussing anything with you. Your ridiculous and arrogant attitude always gets in the way.
It seems that you really can't stand my personality.
Ha! What was your first clue?
Well, then you might as well move out of my house.
Are you threatening me? Stooping to a new low, I see. Ugh. And don't change the subject. You? A sage? What a joke. The academia might as well just close to...
Are they having a fight?
Forget what's going on with the academia. Haven't you been busy with your construction project? Tell me, when are you going to...
Don't get me started! I get angry just thinking about it.
So, what great building did our master...
Like I need to tell you. Keep your nose out of my business.
No, I think we deserve to know. Where were you when Sumeru needed...
I was in the desert for a large project, but considering Haravatat's utter ignorance of architectural and aesthetic matters, you probably wouldn't understand. Oh, which is truly unfortunate. I can only pity the man... Hold on, wait a second. What do you mean by when Sumeru...
Well, while you were out fiddling around in the desert, many people came together to save Sumeru...
Ha! And you think I'd believe...
Look, all you really need to know is that Azar and all his accomplices...
Huh? What nonsense are you...
It's no skin off my nose if you don't believe me. It's not like my Darshan was the one...
You know what? I'll ask around. I'm sure someone knows what's going on here. You're dead if I find out you're lying to me.
Oh, it's you two. What's the matter?
We're running some errands for Nilu. Have you received her letter?
Letter?
Nilu said she sent out a letter inviting everyone to a celebration feast in 2 days at the...
If she addressed the letter to all Hatham of the Academia, then the letter should have... I've been busy these days, so I haven't had time to check for any new mail at my office.
Have you always been so...
Of course not. I'm only busy these days because several sages have been dismissed recently, and the whole
Tainari told us they all went to train in the Avidia Forest. Apparently they will spend the rest of...
That is already the best possible ending for the likes of them. 4 of the 6 great sages were possessed by their desire for power and attempted to create a new god. In order to pull it off, they even imprisoned the other 2 rational sages.
Yeah, you're right. Huh. Feels kind of strange to hear them...
Yes, at least. It's said that when the Academia was first founded, the Dendro Archon herself established the 6 great schools, each representing one of the 6 different types of... Numerous Darshans have sprung up and faded. Only the 6 Darshans attaching themselves to the 6 great schools have stood the test of time. Now, the 6 Darshans are nearly synonymous with the 6 great schools, and the leaders selected for the schools are the 6 great sages. Among the 6 great sages, there is one central leader, the Grand Sage. Unfortunately, only the sages from Vahumana and Amorta remain now. They were imprisoned for a
So who's managing things in the other 4 schools now? Do they...
Yes. Normally, new sages are
Oh, didn't you just say something about becoming a sage? If they pick you, then we'd have a huge connection in...
Yes, about that. The person in charge of personnel affairs nominated me to be the Grand Sage in place of Azar and help Lesser Lord Kusanali manage the Academia. But I refused.
Huh? But... why? Can't you be a little more ambitious?
I'm not even interested in being one of the 6 great sages. Like I said before, I don't like being a leader.
Oh, all right.
That's not my job either. I'm only responsible for handling important affairs within the Academia before... And the first thing I'll do is reject Kisharawar's application for funding.
By the way, who was it?
Do we look like friends?
Paimon doesn't know. That's what...
His name is Kaveh, my roommate. You could say he's the representative for Ksharawar scholars. Which is exactly...
So everything that's happened recently must be a huge change for the people of
Such is the work of the Academia Scribe.
Well, anyway, no matter how busy you are...
Alright. I'll
This is Port Ormos. Now where?
Is that Paimon I hear?
Huh?
Oh, it's been a while. How are you doing?
Dinyarzad! It's been so long since we've seen you!
I'm doing well. I can go as far as saying I have never been happier in my entire life. I don't know if you've heard, but Alazar has completely disappeared, and all the patients have recovered.
You kidding? Knowing them and the connections they've got, I'm sure they've heard about it. That's right. My lady is feeling better now, so I'm accompanying...
Why do you still call me that, Dia? You've already informed my father of your...
I guess I'm just used to calling you my lady. Old habits die.
Resignation? You mean you...
Yeah, I might start losing my edge if I keep being a bodyguard for the Homayanis.
You know that my parents and I are fond of you, and that we appreciate you very much.
I'm not a woman that's easily persuaded. You should know that. When I took this job, I had already decided that I'd quit as soon as you'd recovered. It's time for me to get back out there and...
So what are you gonna do now if you're not gonna be a body?
I want to take a risky job and put my body to the test again.
Huh? But we literally just finished one of the most
I know. If I hadn't joined in that plan with you, I wouldn't have come up with this idea. I guess I still get fired up by that feeling of going all out in a fight. It made me realize that I'm still a... Life is short, and I'm happy that I got to be a part of that operation. But the whole thing also made me realize that there are still many problems in Sumeru. And as a desert dweller, I'm still...
Well, I remember a friend had someone bring you a message.
You mean I'll hate them? I didn't expect him to still remember that. I thought he was joking.
We just came from talking with Alhaitham at the Academia.
Did he tell you that he suggested that I come work at the Academia?
What?
I heard that Azar and his cronies fell from power, and Alhaitham told me that now was a good time to find a job in the Academia. But only if I wanted to.
Whoa. Hyman can't see you being anything other than a mercenary.
Me neither. But I think Dia would look great dressed up as a scholar.
Ugh, forget about it. Alhaitham probably just liked the way I worked and knew I'm good in a fight. So he suggested I find...
But you know, if you take him up on the offer, Sino might actually agree and let you become a... Because you're super...
The Matra have all the talent they need as long as they have Sino. I prefer to be free to... In fact, I chose this job from the very start because I knew it'd be right.
Even if being a mercenary means facing all...
A lion has to return to the wild sooner or later. If anything, being your bodyguard has been unfamiliar.
I don't want to see you go.
I'm glad to hear you Come on, no need for the sad face. It's not like we'll never meet again. Once the whole Dendro Archon thing is settled, everything in Sumeru will take a turn for the better. But a peaceful society will probably mean less demand for mercenaries like me. Before long, we'll be a dying breed. So I'd better...
Huh?
Well, no. Not yet, at least. I promised my lady I'd stick around until next week.
So, have you been in Port Ormos this entire time? We were...
Oh, did Nilu...
She heard that you were seen in Port Ormos, so she sent the letter...
Huh. It was probably sent to the inn that we're staying at. My lady has been very energetic lately, and keeps taking me on hikes, staying out even into the night. By the time we get back...
Right, and we tend to leave quite early in the morning, so the old man on duty is also...
So what it really sounds like is that the person on duty is always asleep.
I bet the letter's at the reception desk. I'll go...
No wonder there wasn't a reply. You never received the letter. Good thing Nilu asked us to come and check on that.
Sorry to make you two come all the way out.
It must be something important for Nilu to specifically write to us like that.
Yes, she said they were preparing a victory feast in the Grand Bazaar, and we'll...
Great! I'll be sure to...
Count me in too. But is there some sort of dress code or anything for the feast? Can I...
Since it's being organized by Nilu, I don't think she'll be too picky about that. If anything, I think she wants to see...
All right, then.
The feast will be held in 2 days, so don't
Sure.
Thank you so much for letting us...
Oh, by the way...
The General Mahamatra always comes and goes without a trace. Normal?
Oh.
But last time we met, he mentioned that he had something to do in our... As for Raman, your guess is as good as mine. I only remember he said that he had something to discuss with Sino. Don't mention it. You'd better...
Alright, I'm to... It's been a while since we last visited Aru Village. Ah, there's Sino!
What brings you here?
We recovered well, and Tanari agreed to let us leave.
It seems Gandharvaville's medical treatment is still a...
And Tanari is recovering well.
That's good to hear.
Yeah,
You're welcome. Tainari has excellent medical skill.
But why are you just standing?
I'm meeting some...
Oh, you mean can't...
I've already talked with Candace and the village chief. They're still at the usual place, but you know one of the people I'm meeting...
Oh, by King Deshret's blessing, my friend suddenly appears in the desert. Don't tell me you've run into...
Roman!
Oh, you know me?
Oh, well, you're pretty famous.
Don't worry, these are our friends. No need to...
I see.
I'm doing well. Many good things have happened recently.
Same here. Really, I feel that my whole life has started to shine after suddenly finding a new direction.
Oh, tell us everything.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Alright, well, I suppose I should start by saying I've decided to leave the academia.
What?
It's not that I've given up on being a scholar. Instead, you could say I will no longer pursue research like a typical scholar, but I have not completely given up on my relationship to no-
I can see what you're saying.
What do you mean?
I plan to leave the academia and return to teach here in the desert.
Wow, so you want to be...
Sataria will return to support education here and teach people from the desert. She can't teach everyone on her own, but there are many of us Eremites all over Sumeru. She came to discuss a collaboration with me and hoped that I could bring her up.
Yes, it's my hope that the Eremites can help me select a group of smart people with the best aptitude for teaching. I'll teach them, and that is the true meaning of education in the
The people of King Deshret suffer from sandstorms, exile, and ignorance. Miss Sataria is more than... The stars have always guided caravans, thieves, soldiers, and travelers who get lost in the night.
Oh, please. Where's all of this coming from?
You deserve these compliments. Mercenaries are accustomed to danger and don't fear death, which is why we recognize extraordinary act.
Sataria's idea will bring much good to many people.
At first, I feared it was destined to fail. Everyone knows that the academia doesn't allow scholars. As you know, all knowledge is under their surveillance and control. But what I heard at that time has been haunting my heart, as if there were lightning bolts. Sataria, you tread a treacherous... Sataria, why haven't you gone home?
Miss.
These words sparked something in me, and I knew that I had to bring something back to my people. I gathered up the courage to approach the Grand Sage, only to find that he was no longer at the Academia. Lord Sino told...
Azar has received much-needed punishment. Though, if you ask me, it may have been...
Lord Sino helped me obtain permission to leave the academia for the desert, and accompanied me here to discuss collaboration with members of the... My plan was able to go smoothly thanks to him and...
You're all doing...
Aside from that, I also have some other business to...
Lesser Lord Kusanali has allocated many resources to support and develop the desert. I applied for a few batches of...
That's exactly what the people here need.
Apart from this, the academia is also recruiting... We must be persistent about this, and
This is the first time in hundreds of years we've had a glimpse. Remember these words. Here lies our faithful... I hope people with wisdom like that priest will rise again among the desert dwellers.
Enough about us. Are you here to discuss...
No, not at all. We're actually... Neva wanted to write to everyone. A celebration feast will be held in 2 days at the At the feast, we'll also be celebrating... although, judging from your appearance, it seems you've already been reinstated.
Celebration? Feast? It's the first I've heard of it.
Tighnari was right. He really did.
This feast is for you, Sino. Sounds to me like you'll have to be...
It's rare to see that kind of expression from Lord Sino. You must not...
No, not really. But I'll go.
Well, I still have a lot to handle here. Besides, I need to look after Miss Sataria in the desert.
I'm afraid I won't be able to join you. Although, if you'd be so kind, please give a message. The message... I'm sorry for how I treated you before, but now I understand the beauty of your dance. You and the art you symbolize are not only beautiful, but also lively and powerful. So much so that it was prohibited. Please keep dancing, and someday I'll be able to appreciate...
Okay, we've got all that down. Our job here is complete as well. Oh, Sino, remember...
Got it.
Today's the big day! Let's go to the Grand Bazaar and see how the celebration's coming along. seems to arrive.
You're here.
Ah, there you are.
Well, look who finally decided to show up.
You look like you came here immediately after finishing up some work.
But we're not late, are we?
I propose that the last one who arrived...
Nah, there won't be any speeches today.
Oh, really? Well, even better.
Come join us over here. Let's share some great food and drink.
Everything looks quite good.
Wow! Paimon can't wait! Traveler just look. Whoa! It's so delicious!
The food was specially prepared for you by everyone in the Grand Bazaar. And we have gifts that were sent by the... Everyone that came said that you saved Sumeru and wanted me to thank you all.
Ah, feels kinda nice to be seen as a hero.
Being a bodyguard is also a hero's job. You've always been amazing.
My lady sure has a way with words. Thanks.
And I'm happy to meet everyone that participated in the great plan.
Don't mention it.
Come to think of it, we've really done something impressive together. It's unbelievable.
We owe it to our abilities.
Really? Why do I remember everybody thinking that luck was against us and feeling like we hardly had a chance of success?
That's how I remember it too.
It's luck that brought us together, and it was luck that let us form a team. Then, moreover, judging from the results...
Yeah, everyone gave it their... It was almost like a performance. We took the stage and put on our best. Everyone played their part. And thanks to everyone's efforts.
So, would you say we're good actors too?
It's such a blessing that Lesser Lord Kusanali was able to return to power at the Academia.
Yes, even after being abandoned and neglected so many times. Lesser Lord Kusanali once used all her power in a great disaster, which resulted in her losing all her wisdom and memories of the past. This should be something everybody should remember. Huh? You look surprised.
No, everything you said is...
That's good.
Something wrong?
Yeah, what's with that face? You knew all of this already.
Even if those two giants of the Academia are here, I still have to say it. Those sages really have some nerve. 500 years ago, Lesser Lord Kusanali used all her power for the people of Sumeru. And what did they do in return? If you bite the hand that feeds you, don't act surprised when it turns into a knuckle sandwich, right, Sino?
Perhaps I shouldn't say this, but their treatment of Lesser Lord Kusanali calls for a more severe punishment.
You could simply tell Lesser Lord Kusanali that you wish to have Azar and his accomplices severely punished.
I respect our deity's decision, and won't interfere in any way. While we're on this topic, why didn't you accept the Academia's invitation?
Are you trying to say that I'm fit to be a sage?
Not at all. But every person handling the selection process has said that you are the most suitable candidate to lead the
Why? Because he dethroned Azar from power?
Could you try to put it another way? This is a good thing, yet you're making it sound like I overthrew Azar for my own personal gain.
But seriously, though, I always wondered if you had some personal motives behind...
I did have my own motive, but it had nothing to do with being a sage. If the rules of our nation were suddenly cast by the wayside, then it wouldn't be long until
By that, you mean your life working...
Precisely.
only reason why you joined us and came up with all those plans?
It's reason enough.
You've certainly got...
You flatter me.
All right then. How about you?
That's right.
Will you be happy with that?
It's not about being happy.
Even so, keep your spirits up and try to be happy, okay?
Thank you.
I seldom participate in such lively gathering. No. This gathering today, the Grand Bazaar is lively because the people here feel happiness from the bottom of their hearts. That happiness is an emotion that'll be forever alien to those bookworms who have driven themselves insane by studying. I seem to have taken both. Oh well.
My lady, the grilled meat over there is delicious. Have you tried?
Yes, I also tried some fruit just now. What an amazing place to relax. No wonder everybody likes to...
You said it. Oh, look who else is here.
Hello! Oh, I'm so happy Nilu invited everybody. Oh, now I have the chance.
Hey, less of that polite chit-chat and more eating and drinking. The feast is about having fun, not stuffy for...
Ah, there you are, traveler. Well, how is it? Are you enjoying the feast today? It's the first time I've ever invited so many exceptional people to one place. You see, every guest here is quite extraordinary. Make sure you live it up tonight. I'll be happy as long as you're enjoying yourselves. I'm honored to have her think of me this way. I can't explain why, but...
The atmosphere here is good, and everything is delicious. I don't often come to such places. I have a lot to handle these days. Otherwise, I could show you around. There's always...
Hey, what's wrong? Your head is starting to droop. Hey, you can't just fall asleep here. Paimon will go find something delicious for you to eat. You'll wake up once you put... Of course, just wait here for Paimon.
It's me. You may blame me for being a bit too self-indulgent. The connection between us is amazing. It's like full... I heard there's an amazing celebration feast today at the Grand Bazaar. Lately, I've been so busy dealing with all the fallout from recent events, so although you've already helped me with a lot, there's still... thank you to everyone for... Oh, is it not But if I just show up all of a sudden, people will become all quiet. What if I end up scaring them and ruining this wonderful Yes, I have. You said I should go thank everyone as myself, right? So, I've decided to borrow your body for the time being. Please don't blame me. The floor also climbs up. Everyone! Are you awake now? Paimon was just about to bring you the food. It's me. Huh?
Hold up.
I didn't expect to have a conversation with the consciousness of Lesser Lord Kusanali in the Grand Bazaar. Interesting.
No, of course not. Are you?
Hello, Nilu.
You know who I am?
Yes. I already know every one of you. Nilu, I'll hate...
Lesser Lord Kusanali?
I took the liberty of occupying the traveler's body so that I could thank you so much for rescuing me, even if that meant placing your own safety in peril and taking the risk without you, without any of you. I would have been in a much... Had you not helped me to resolve the crisis, not only I, but Sumeru and people refer to you as the heroes who managed to rescue a god. I'm quite fond of this name. Please, allow me to present to you my...
Lesser Lord Kusanali, you have done so much for Sumeru, and I...
Dinyerzad, the suffering you endured during your illness is also proof of you being with me and praying for me.
You don't need to be so ceremonious. It's always been my duty to protect you.
This is how the relationship between the Academia and Dendro Archon should be. We just did what was necessary and set things back on the...
You're an Archon, but you act so humble.
I'm honored to have been able to take part in this plan. I hoped you like...
Thank you, all of you. Thank you so much. Yeah. Are you awake? Did you rest well? After Nahida left, you ate a lot of food. You've become a glutton. That just means you still have a lot to learn from... Alright, since you're awake now, should we go and have a chat? She should be in the academia right... Traveler and Pine. What a fantastic night. I'm still immersed.
So are we. And that's why we're here to talk.
Is there anything you want to know? Are you sure?
Huh?
About your sister. While you were resting at Gandharvaville, I took some time to perform an Irminsul search.
Yeah. Isn't Irminsul a repository?
This is true in your case. However, there must be something different about your sister.
What?
There is only one possible explanation.
But nothing about this makes any sense. Wasn't this your first trip to Teyvat?
According to the records I was able to access, after the Conria disaster, she began her journey, but just as her journey was about to reach its conclusion, the Irminsul records on her...
What do you mean, Fuzzy?
All I know for sure is that somebody, for reasons only they can, and whoever it is, if they can do that, who knows?
But even that wouldn't explain how she somehow comes from this...
Something else I noticed was that according to these records, the Fatui have not...
What's a descender? Paimon's never heard...
Look, I'm sure you must be curious about the information I received from the Fatui. A very important part of the intel was about this world's traveler. You are Teyvat's fourth descendant.
Huh? So the Fatui count descenders before the traveler? And his sister isn't even one of them?
That's right. My current hypothesis is that the first descender was likely what we now call the Heavenly Principles. As for the other descenders, I still need to verify. And yet, even knowing all this, I'm sure you must still have... There are many questions in my heart as well. I will need some time, and soon, you'll also begin your journey anew. I'm very interested in your future. It's a journey that can't be observed or recorded by this world. If fate is the ultimate knowledge, then your future will be the ultimate fate.
I'm sure glad we got...
The pleasure is all mine. Alright, that's enough talk for today. If you ever miss me, just close your eyes.
Gut, ich gucke mal kurz, wie spät es ist. Ich glaube, das sollte so 22 Uhr sein. Ja. Dann machen wir morgen weiter. Ich werde probieren, auf Abenteuer Level 40 aufzusteigen. Aber das wird nicht so einfach. Gut, ich bedanke mich fürs Zusehen und wir machen dann morgen weiter. Ciao, ciao.